After falling for my adorable deskmate, the campus beauty cried herself to sleep. At that moment, Yilin finally realized who he should have protected all along. He regretted being a simp, giving everything to the wrong person, only to end up with nothing, losing not just his life but also neglecting the one who truly deserved his love, his gentle, devoted deskmate. Filled with remorse, Yilin is reborn, returning to his senior year of high school, back to the day Lan Yuyu transferred into his class. Chapter 1, Her Wish. As dusk fell, a frail figure staggered into the cemetery. A funeral had just concluded, and she made her way to a fresh grave. The tombstone read, Yilin, first wealthiest man of Jiangnan province. Yilin had died in a horrific car accident while rushing to attend the wedding of his high school crush, Ling Feixue. Despite desperate efforts to save him, he had passed away. The girl stared at the tombstone, her heart aching so fiercely she could barely breathe. She had rushed here with all her might, but in the end, she hadn't made it in time to see Yilin one last time. She had put on exquisite makeup, swept aside the thick bangs that had always hidden her face, and styled her hair into a beautiful cascade. Who would have thought that an ugly duckling could transform into such a stunning swan? Yilin, who had spent his whole life obsessing over Ling Feixue, would never have imagined it. Lan Yuyu had even dressed like Ling Feixue, wearing a seductive outfit because she knew Yilin liked girls who dressed that way. She had hoped that, just this once, he might look at her with the same admiration. Even if only for a second. Yilin's soul hovered above his own grave, staring at the girl before him, desperately trying to recall who she was. She was breathtaking, more beautiful than Ling Feixue, like an angel forgotten on earth. He combed through his memories but couldn't place her. In his mind, apart from Ling Feixue, he had never met a girl this stunning. Then, she pulled out a glass jar from her coat pocket. Inside were dozens of tiny, folded paper stars. At the sight of them, fragments of the past flashed through Yilin's mind. Years ago, he had written love notes on colored paper, folded them into stars, and gifted them to Ling Feixue. He had made so many that the jar couldn't hold them all, so he casually gave the extras to his deskmate Lan Yuyu. Only two people had ever received these stars, Ling Feixue and Lan Yuyu. But this girl couldn't be Ling Feixue. Yilin would recognize Ling Feixue even if she were reduced to ashes. Which meant she was Lan Yuyu? Yilin couldn't believe it. She was too beautiful. The Lan Yuyu he remembered had thick bangs, a timid demeanor, and zero confidence. As he struggled to reconcile the image, she spoke. Yilin, you must be wondering why Little Bean Sprout isn't scared, right? How could I be afraid when the person I love most is here? Did you know? I like you. No, I love you. So much. But I was foolish. I didn't realize what these feelings were. I just wanted to be by your side every second. Seeing you made me feel safe. Not seeing you made me panic. Only now do I understand that was love. Yilin, I never got to confess to you. How could you just die? Wake up. Please wake up. Little Bean Sprout loves you. Little Bean Sprout wants to be with you forever. Her voice cracked as she burst into heart-wrenching sobs. It really was her Lan Yuyu. Yilin's soul ached as if pierced by 1,000 blades. He had vaguely sensed her affection before but never cared, too fixated on chasing Ling Feixue. He never imagined she would keep those paper stars all these years. One by one, she unfolded them. Once, by accident, she had torn one open and discovered the love notes inside. Though curious about the rest, she feared ruining them and never dared to check until now. Reading each message, she laughed through her tears. Yilin, I wish these words were meant for Little Bean Sprout. She pressed the open stars onto his tombstone. Now they are. In her grief, she found a bittersweet comfort pretending, just for this moment, that they were together. Her smile was radiant. But it soon dissolved into tears, her makeup streaking, her eyes swollen and red. Yilin, wake up. Little Bean Sprout can't live without you. Please wake up. I brought your favorite roasted chicken legs. Get up and eat them, okay? From her pocket, she pulled out several still warm chicken legs, unwrapped them, and placed them before his grave. Back then, whenever Yilin was upset, this was how she cheered him up. She prayed it would work one last time. Deep down, she knew it was impossible, but she refused to accept that he was gone. Her voice grew hoarse from screaming, but only the cold night wind answered. Yilin's soul writhed in agony. He lunged, trying to embrace her frail form. But he was just a ghost. His arms passed right through her. Frantically, he tried again and again, but he couldn't touch her. Regret consumed him. How could he have wasted his life chasing a woman who never loved him, while ignoring the one who did? 10 years ago, Lan Yuyu had transferred to his school in their senior year. With only one seat left next to Yilin, their teacher seated them together. Back then, she was so thin and timid that Yilin cruelly nicknamed her Little Bean Sprout. Throughout high school, he made her deliver love letters and gifts to Ling Feixue. In return, he gave her whatever Ling Feixue rejected, like those extra paper stars. Sometimes, when buying snacks for Ling Feixue, he'd get some for Lan Yuyu too. And so, little by little, she fell in love with him. Later, Ling Feixue got into Qingbei University. Lan Yuyu did too. And Yilin? He ended up selling roasted sweet potatoes outside the campus gates. During college, he made Lan Yuyu sneak out daily to deliver his sweet potatoes to Ling Feixue. But potatoes could never compete with roses. Ling Feixue chose a wealthy heir instead, coldly telling Yilin, "We're from different worlds. What I want, you can't give me. Stop dreaming." Even crueler, she added, "My boyfriend loves your sweet potatoes, though." The humiliation lit a fire under Yilin. With Lan Yuyu's unwavering support, he clawed his way up over 6 years, eventually becoming Jiangnan's richest man. Yet Ling Feixue never glanced his way again. Meanwhile, Lan Yuyu stayed by his side like a silent shadow. Now that he was dead, Ling Feixue hadn't even shown up. She wasn't grieving, she was honeymooning. The only one shattered was Yilin. He had simped to death, gained nothing, and neglected the girl who truly loved him. How much pain had he caused Lan Yuyu all these years? Making her help him pursue another woman. At last, he understood why she had always helped him unconditionally. Just as he had been willing to give everything for Ling Feixue, Lan Yuyu had been willing to give everything for him. Yet while he pined for Ling Feixue, he had treated Lan Yuyu as nothing but a tool. Watching her crumpled form at his grave, Yilin felt worse than death. Was the universe keeping him here just to punish him? Lan Yuyu wept until midnight, her body battered by hunger, cold, and grief. If this continued, she might not survive. Little Bean Sprout, go home. Please, just go home. Yilin screamed, but she couldn't hear him. Then she pulled out a small bottle. Serene smile graced her lips as she read the label, Paraquat. Yilin's soul recoiled in horror. No. No, no, no. Before he could react, she unscrewed the cap and drank it all. Don T. Little Bean Sprout, stop. He clawed at her in vain, his ghostly hands useless. Yilin, Little Bean Sprout is so tired. I miss you. Next life could you chase me the way you chased Ling Feixue? Gritting through the poisonous agony, she hugged his tombstone and closed her eyes. At that moment, Yilin shattered. What did Ling Feixue even matter? Lan Yuyu, she was the one worth protecting for a lifetime. If only he could start over. If only he could love her properly. In anguish, he howled at the sky. Ath. Perhaps the heavens heard. Streak of white light split the night, and Yilin's soul vanished from the cemetery. Chapter 2, Back to High School. Oh! Scream that could slaughter pigs erupted from classroom 1 of senior year at Jiangnan High School. English teacher Pan Herhua slammed her textbook onto the podium, veins popping on her forehead. Yilin! What the hell is wrong with you? Yilin's eyes snapped open, darting around the room in confusion. Where am I? Familiar faces stared back at him. This is my high school classroom. But I was just at the cemetery. Then it hit him. I've rebooted. This was his senior year. And the furious woman storming toward him? Pan Herhua. Before Yilin could react, Pan Herhua, fed up with years of his antics, slapped him across the face. The sting was electric. Yilin didn't get mad. He laughed. It hurts. This isn't a dream. I'm really back. In this era, teachers occasionally disciplined unruly students with fists and parents would thank them for it. But slapping Yilin, the school's resident delinquent, that took guts. The class braced for an explosion. Instead, Yilin bowed. Sorry, Teacher Pan. I had a nightmare. Didn't he mean to disrupt class? Silence. Jaws dropped. Since when does their tyrant of Qingyuan High apologize? Pan Herhua herself froze mid-rage. She expected retaliation. Just last month, after the dean publicly humiliated Yi Lin during math class, someone kept slashing his tires for a week. The culprit? Yi Lin. Caught on camera yesterday. But now, the demon was docile. Seizing the win, Pan Herhua pointed to the door. Get out. Stand in the hallway. Yi Lin glanced at the empty, disheveled desk beside him. Little Bin Sprout hasn't he transferred in yet? He obeyed without protest. As he left, whispers erupted. Did Yi Lin get possessed? Who slaps the school bully and lives? Next to Yi Lin's seat, Wang Bei his rotund lackey saw an opportunity. Oh! He mimicked Yi Lin's scream. The class collectively facepalmed. Pan Herhua sighed. This idiot just wants to skip class with Yi Lin. Wang Bei. Out. Now. The chubby teen scampered out like a thief, joining Yi Lin in the hall with a grin. Fatty, what's today's date? Yi Lin demanded. Wang Bei blinked. He pressed a chubby hand to Yi Lin's forehead. No fever Lin Ji, you okay? Yi Lin swatted him away. Answer the damn question. September 22, 2008. Wang Bei frowned. Forgetting the day is one thing, but the year. What period is it? When Wang Bei hesitated, Yi Lin kicked his butt. Lin Ji. You're still groggy, huh? First period. Yi Lin's eyes lit up. Next period Little Bin Sprout transfers in. He remembered this day vividly. Because today. He decommitted the dumbest mistake of his past life. The bell rang. Wang Bei grabbed Yi Lin's arm, dragging him toward the restroom. Lin Ji. Time for your daily confession. I stole my dad's camera, let's film it. Yi Lin froze. Then shook his head. Not today. Wang Bei's jaw dropped. Yi Lin confessed to Ling Feixue multiple times a day. Today was supposed to be the 999th attempt at milestone Yi Lin had hyped for weeks. But you said this one is special. A memory for the ages. I risked a beating to steal this camera. Yi Lin almost laughed. Past me was such a simp. Blowing his allowance on gifts and flowers for a girl who never cared. Forget it. I've got bigger things today. He strode back into class, ignoring Wang Bei's sputtering. What could be more important than confessing to Ling Feixue? Meanwhile, in class 5. Ling Feixue Qingyuan High's reigning beauty sat fuming at her desk. Something felt off. Her deskmate, Zhao Rongrong, nudged her. What's wrong? Did Yi Lin bother you again? Ling Feixue's eyes widened. That's it. Yi Lin hadn't he shown up? Every morning, like clockwork, he'd appear with gifts and sugary confessions. Yesterday, he'd even teased a big surprise for his 999th attempt. And now nothing. Ling Feixue scowled. It's Yi Lin. He didn't he come today? Zhao Rongrong blinked. Wait, isn't he that good? You always say you hate him. Ling Feixue opened her mouth then paused. She should be relieved. Yet here she was, irrationally pissed. The truth. She loved the power. Having the school's most feared delinquent whipped for her? Addictive. His obsession also scared off other suitors. Who dares flirt with Ling Feixue? Yi Lin will break your legs. But today, her loyal lapdog had ignored her. Unacceptable. By second period, Ling Feixue was seething. How dare he skip the 999th confession? That's his big surprise. She vowed to punish him. No more attention. No more smiles. Let that disloyal dog grovel. Chapter 3, Meet Again. Yi Lin didn't know about Ling Feixue's rage, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care at this moment. Yi Lin walked back to his seat and spent the entire break tidying up the messy tables and chairs. Wang Bei was puzzled when he saw this. Yi Lin is abnormal today, very abnormal. Brother Lin, are you possessed by a ghost? It's almost time for class, and you're really not going to confess. This is the 999th time, did you two have a fight? Seeing that Wang Bei was not going to stop, Yi Lin explained, Fatty, your brother Lin has figured it out. From now on, I will not chase Ling Feixue anymore. Wang Bei was shocked by this. Yilin didn't pursue Ling Feixue? What kind of joke was this? How is that possible? Unless the sun rises from the west. Wang Bei didn't believe it anyway. He just thought that the reason Yilin didn't go was because the two of them had a quarrel. Seeing Yilin carefully tidying up the tables and chairs, he couldn't help but be curious. Brother Lin, why did you suddenly clean up the tables and chairs so cleanly? There will be a new student transferring to our class soon. Is it true? Brother Lin, how do you know? Just now, I saw Ling Feixue leading a new-looking girl while standing outside. If I'm not mistaken, she's a new student in our class. There's only one empty seat next to me in our classroom. I'll tidy up and welcome the new student. Yilin gave some random explanation. New classmate. Why didn't I see him? Wang Bei was very confused. He was just staring at the downstairs, so how come he didn't see it? And even if a new student transferred in, why would Yilin clean up the tables and chairs? Suddenly, Wang Bei thought of something and his whole body trembled. The person Yilin just mentioned who transferred here is a girl. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to this girl? Is it because of seeing this girl that he didn't confess to Ling Feixue? Isn't it too quick to fall in love with someone else? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. The girl who could make Yilin give up Ling Feixue and also make Yilin clean up the tables and chairs so carefully. There is no need to think about it, there is definitely a goddess who is more beautiful than Ling Feixue. While Wang Bei was daydreaming, Yilin crumpled the garbage into a ball and threw it into the trash can. I have to tidy up before class, because Lan Yuyu will be here soon. At this time, Labor Committee member Li Junwei saw that the two trash cans that had just been emptied were now filled to the brim with trash. He was a little angry and came over to accuse me. Yilin, the student on duty, just took out the trash. Can you please not litter on purpose? The student union will come to check during recess later. Yilin raised his head, shook his bangs that were covering his eyes, and glared. Did I litter? He really didn't litter, he threw all the garbage into the trash can. Li Junwei was so glared at by Yilin that he dared not speak. Wang Bei was daydreaming about the beauty of his new classmate when his fantasy was suddenly broken by Li Junwei's voice. He lectured him angrily. Li Junwei, how can you care about everything, even the sky, the earth, and the air? Is it wrong for Brother Lin to throw trash into the trash can? Just empty it when it's full. Otherwise, why would you arrange for the students to be on duty? Li Junwei didn't dare to refute and returned to his seat obediently with a lot of anger. You're such a coward. How dare you point fingers at my brother Lin? Wang Bei put his legs on the table and hummed a little tune. Yilin worked hard during the break and finally cleaned up the messy table. He took a look, wiped the wobbly chair by the window, and then moved the chairs around. He left the good chair for Lan Yuyu and sat on the rotten chair himself. Everything was ready, and Yilin Bamban was sitting in his seat waiting. As the school bell rang, the students who left the classroom returned one after another. This class is Chinese class, and it is also taught by their class teacher Ling Feixue. Their head teacher's class was still a bit serious, and all the students waited quietly for the teacher to arrive. As for Ling Feixue, even a fierce and violent school bully like Yilin had to give her some face. This person is known as the female devil, and it is said that she is almost 30 and has never been in a relationship. Many classmates secretly call her an old maid. Having said that, Ling Feixue is still very good looking, but she focuses on education and is unwilling to spend time dressing herself up. There were also many people pursuing her, but unfortunately they were all rejected by Ling Feixue. The second bell rang and Ling Feixue appeared at the classroom door. There was a timid little girl following behind her. Ling Feixue walked into the classroom and came to the podium, while Lan Yuyu stood timidly at the door, not daring to look into the classroom. Classmates, there is a new student transferring to our class today. Yo-yo, come in quickly. Ling Feixue gestured to Lan Yuyu to walk into the classroom. Lan Yuyu walked up to the podium with her head lowered. Yilin saw this figure again and recalled the scene of Lan Yuyu dying while holding her own tombstone. He wanted to rush up and hug Lan Yuyu immediately. But Yilin knew that now neither he nor Lan Yuyu knew each other. Take things slowly and don't scare the little bean sprouts away. Teacher, let the new students introduce themselves. Li Junwei suddenly said. Their whole class started to make a noise. Introduce yourself. Lan Yuyu was frightened by this sentence. She was most afraid of socializing. She took small steps and hid behind Ling Feixue. Quiet, it's so noisy, how disgraceful. Ling Feixue roared, and the whole class suddenly became silent. She explained, Lan Yuyu is quite introverted and shy, so there's no need to introduce yourself. You should help her more in the future. Hearing this, Lan Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Feixue glanced at the classroom and found that the only empty seat in the class was next to Yilin. She was a little surprised to see that Yilin's desk was so tidy today, and it was really strange that this guy was not sleeping today. But she didn't bother to care about Yilin. He could do whatever he wanted as long as it didn't affect other students. Ling Feixue was a little hesitant. Wouldn't you be bullied again if she let him sit with this bastard? But now there is only a seat next to Yilin. If Yilin were to sit with Wang Bei, Lan Yuyu would be protected from being bullied by him. But if these two guys stay together, they can chat non-stop and it's impossible to concentrate in class. After much thought, I can only let Lan Yuyu and Yilin sit for a while. If they get bullied, we'll deal with it later. Besides, Yilin sleeps in class every day, so he shouldn't disturb Lan Yuyu's studies. Ling Feixue pointed to the empty seat next to Yilin and said to Lan Yuyu, Yuyu, go sit in the empty seat at the back first. Lan Yuyu lowered her head and walked towards the back row, not daring to look at the road, not even noticing she had passed it. Hey, classmate Lan, here, you're going to hit the wall. Yilin reminded. Lan Yuyu stopped and found that she almost bumped into the wall, her face flushed red. This voice is so friendly and familiar. Thank you. She said thank you timidly and turned to sit next to Yilin. He looked up at Yilin and was startled. How did the teacher arrange for me to sit with this long-haired guy? So scary, this guy doesn't look like a good person at all. Could he be the same as those people in the #1 middle school in the city? If I don't copy my homework, they will bully me and call me a country bumpkin and an ugly duckling. Why are you walking with your head down? It's easy to get into trouble. Come and sit down. Yilin enthusiastically helped Lan Yuyu pull out the chair. Lan Yuyu looked at Yilin's behavior and thought that this hairy weirdo was quite nice. The moment he saw Lan Yuyu, Wang Bei was stunned. There is indeed a new classmate, also a girl. But it's completely different from what I thought. This classmate Lan is extremely thin and looks malnourished. The long bangs cover half of his face, making him look rustic. Could Brother Lin be interested in a girl like this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Bei half turned to the aisle and whispered to Yilin, Brother Lin, did you give up Ling Feixue because of her? When Yilin heard this, although it was true, he couldn't admit it now. What are you thinking about all day long? My dad doesn't care about me as much as you do. Yilin said unhappily. In that case, why don't you call me Dad, Brother Lin? Wang Bei said with a lewd smile. When Yilin heard this, he was surprised that this fat guy dared to take advantage of him, so he reached out and pulled hard. Wang Bei was already leaning sideways, and when Yilin pulled him like that, he lost his balance and fell headfirst. There was a crackling sound at the back of the classroom. Ling Feixue, who was writing on the blackboard, looked over with a sullen face. Wang Bei, what are you doing? Teacher, I fell down accidentally because I was half asleep. Wang Bei replied that although he was bullied by Yilin, he would not betray Yilin. Stand outside. The class had just started, and Wang Bei had to stand outside for the entire class. He looked at Yilin with resentment, then walked out. Wang Bei kept asking questions about this and that, and now Yilin felt that the whole world was quiet. Chapter 4. Can you help me make up for my lessons? Seeing that Ling Feixue on the podium was no longer paying attention to him, Yilin suppressed his inner excitement and took the initiative to greet Lan Yuyu. Hello, my name is Yilin. Lan Yuyu was startled. He didn't expect that the long-haired guy would actually greet him on his own initiative. It turned out that his name was Yilin. Lan Yuyu was most afraid of socializing. She stammered and whispered, hello. After saying that, he lowered his head and looked under the table. You're as skinny as a bean sprout. How about I call you Little Bean Sprout from now on? Yilin smiled. He was not so kind in his previous life. At that time, he didn't even say hello. He just came up and laughed at Lan Yuyu for being as thin as a monkey. He was also very rude and nicknamed her Little Bean Sprout. 10 years have passed, and the name Little Bean Sprout has become deeply ingrained in Yilin's mind and he can't change it. Now that she is reborn, the name Little Bin Sprout is also more intimate, so I will give Lan Yuyu this intimate name first. Okay. Lan Yuyu didn't dare to refute this nickname. She was afraid that if she retorted, she would be beaten by this long-haired guy. And this nickname is much better than the ones people used to call her ugly duckling or country bumpkin. Seeing that Yilin stopped asking questions, Lan Yuyu felt relieved and began to listen to the class seriously. Yilin took out the Chinese test paper and glanced at her secretly from time to time. Looking at these questions, Yilin felt that they were extremely simple. If he were asked to take the college entrance examination now, it would be no problem for him to get a score of around 100 in Chinese. If you ask why Yilin suddenly became so good at studying, it's not because of any benefits gained from his rebirth, but because of his hard work as a bootlicker in his previous life. In order to be admired by the goddess Ling Feixue, he studied hard in his spare time while selling sweet potatoes. The geographical location where he studied was unique. Kyoto University was opposite Peking University and the gates of the two schools faced each other across the road. The two universities are tied for first place in the country, with Peking University and Tsinghua University ranking first in science and Kyoto University ranking first in liberal arts. Any student from the two universities who comes out to buy sweet potatoes can become Yilin's teacher, and Yilin will ask them if he doesn't understand something in his studies. Many students think that Yilin is an interesting person, as even a sweet potato seller loves to study so much. This person must have been forced to drop out of school because his family had no money. How pitiful. Because Yilin is studious, many college students are willing to come to Yilin to buy sweet potatoes and then teach him knowledge. Over time, Yilin was taught by students from Tsinghua University, Peking University and Peking University to become a top student. The glorious story of the poor boy who dropped out of school to sell sweet potatoes also spread in the two universities. A professor at Kyoto University was deeply moved and wanted to help such a studious young man. As a result, Yilin said that he had no interest in learning, and immediately stopped the professor from taking him in as a disciple. Because of this reason, Yilin is now reborn with a lot of knowledge. For Yilin, it only took a short time to transform from a school bully to a top student. Of course, he won't become a top student immediately. This is too outrageous. He might be taken away for dissection. After all, there is no one in this world who can go from being a math loser to a top student in an instant. Everything must be done step by step. Yilin thought it would be best to let Xiao Duyer take extra lessons. Not only can I get closer to her, but I can also find an excuse to improve my grades. Looking back, Yilin felt that he was really stupid, taking pride in not studying hard. In his previous life, when he first entered Qingyuan Middle School, he ranked among the top 10 in the school in his first midterm exam. Students who can be admitted to Qingyuan Middle School must have at least a B+ in academic performance. How bad can their learning ability be? It's just a pity that when his rebellious period came, Yilin learned bad habits from others and ran away every day to play games online, causing his grades to plummet. In order to maintain his status as a school bully, he deliberately did not write his test papers properly and always ranked in the bottom 10. If a school bully has too good grades, he will be laughed at by others. How can someone with good grades be a school bully? Thinking about it now, Yilin wanted to slap himself twice. Yilin asked Lan Yuyu, "Little Bin Sprout, how are your grades?" Yilin naturally knew exactly what Lan Yuyu's grades were like. But it was too abrupt to ask her to help with tutoring for the first time. After all, how did Yilin know that Lan Yuyu had good grades? How did he know that she could tutor Yilin? So I would definitely ask her how her grades are first, and only ask her to help with tutoring after she answers. During the questioning, Yilin took the opportunity to observe Lan Yuyu carefully. I found that the clothes under her school uniform were washed white and her clothes were very rustic. There is not much meat on his body, and it is obvious that he is malnourished. He also speaks in a timid manner, always with his head down, revealing his inferiority complex from the inside out. She is now a girl without any self-confidence. Yilin felt distressed when he saw this. She must be having a hard life, right? Yilin secretly vowed to make Lan Yuyu's life sweet in the future. She is his girl, the one he will protect for the rest of his life. When Lan Yuyu heard Yilin's question, she was stunned. Why did he suddenly ask me about my grades? Is he going to copy my homework in the future? My grades are just average. Lan Yuyu answered timidly. Even if she could get full marks, she wouldn't dare say it. In the number one middle school in the city, she stole the rankings from those people and was then bullied. When she came to Qingyuan Middle School, she didn't want to steal other people's rankings or be bullied anymore. So she told Yilin that her grades were just average. That's definitely better than me. My grades are in the bottom 10 in the whole school. Little Bin Sprout, can you help me with my lessons? They are all unwilling to teach me. Yilin lifted her long hair, her eyes full of desire, and looked at Lan Yuyu pitifully. Makeup lessons. Lan Yuyu was stunned when she heard Yilin's words. She was not very willing to do so, and she had just arrived at the school and was not familiar with Yilin. Moreover, Yilin looked a little scary, so she didn't dare to talk to him much. Giving him extra lessons means having to talk to him a lot, and Lan Yuyu feels very embarrassed. You don't want to either? Forget it. Why is there no one willing to teach me? I want to go to university too. Yilin sighed and tried to play hard to get. In an instant, Lan Yuyu was morally blackmailed by Yilin. She felt that she and Yilin were both wanderers in the world. He has always been bullied, has no friends, and no one wants to play with him. And no one in Yilin's class is willing to teach him. Isn't he too pitiful? No, I am willing. Yilin, I can help you with your studies. Lan Yuyu said this seriously, afraid that Yilin wouldn't believe her, so she raised her hand and swore, I swear, I really do. Seeing this scene, Yilin's heart melted. She was so cute. At this moment, a very disappointing voice came from the podium, Yo-yo classmate, what's the matter? Mr. Ling, no, it's okay. Well, if you have any questions, tell the teacher and we'll continue. Lan Yuyu blushed and looked under the table, breathing heavily. Yilin whispered, Little Bin Sprout, it's great that you're willing to help me with my lessons. I've always wanted to study hard, but no one is willing to help me. You're so kind. From now on, you'll be my good girl, my good friend. Yilin looked happy, but his hair was too long to be seen. Friends? Can I have friends too? Lan Yuyu muttered to herself. This was the first time someone was willing to be friends with her, and it was a man. Yilin, what subject do you want to make up for? Lan Yuyu looked up and asked. I make up for every subject. Yilin stared at Lan Yuyu happily. Lan Yuyu felt uncomfortable all over and lowered her head again. At this time, on the podium, Ling Feixue was paying attention to Yilin disturbing Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu raised her hand just now because of this guy, which made her very angry, but she couldn't get angry now. I thought, doesn't Yilin usually sleep? Why are you so excited about this class? Yilin, don't talk. Ling Feixue reminded him in a bad tone and then continued with the class. She decided to find Lan Yuyu after class to ask if she was bullied by Yilin. Chapter 5 School-Wide Criticism. The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, followed by their Athletes' March. Wang Bei, who was standing outside the corridor, was the first to rush to the playground. He didn't want to wait and be crowded downstairs. The schedule of Qingyuan Middle School is morning reading plus 2 classes followed by a long break, and then 3 more classes. There are 3 classes in the afternoon and 2 evening self-study sessions in the evening. Senior high school students who live in the dormitory have 3 evening self-study sessions, while day students can choose not to attend the 3rd evening self-study session. Today is the flag-raising ceremony. All students gather in the playground. The class monitor must take attendance. Get out of class dismissed. Stand up. Goodbye, teacher. After Ling Feixue picked up the teaching materials and left, the students rushed out of the classroom one after another. Most of the classmates had gone out, and Lan Yuyu was a little at a loss. She doesn't even know where to gather. Xiao Duyer, let's go for the flag-raising ceremony today. Yilin stood up and said. Yilin, you go first. Lan Yuyu habitually refused, mainly because she was not very familiar with Yilin and she didn't want to trouble others. How can that be? Teacher Ling asked us to help you more. You're so thin and small, and there are so many people going downstairs. It would be bad if you were squeezed by them. Besides, you don't even know where our class is located, right? Let's go together. I'll protect you down the stairs. Hearing Yilin say to protect herself, Lan Yuyu felt warm in her heart. This was the first time someone other than her parents said to protect herself. It's okay, Yilin, you go first. I'll go down when there are fewer people. That won't do. It'll take at least 5 or 6 minutes to wait until there are fewer people. If you wait, you'll be late, and the student union will remember your name. Then our class will be deducted points, and if you deduct points, Teacher Len will be unhappy again. Little Bean Sprout, you don't want Teacher Len to be unhappy, do you? Oh, is that so? Well, then let's go together. Thank you. When Lan Yu heard this, she didn't want to be late, didn't want the class to lose points because of her, and couldn't make Teacher Len sad. Lan Yu followed Yi Lin downstairs. There were indeed a lot of people going downstairs, and the stairs were indeed a bit crowded. However, no one dared to push Yi Lin, and they first made way for them. When they got downstairs, Lan Yu was curious. Yi Lin, why would they rather walk together than give way to us? Yi Lin smiled bitterly and thought to himself, that's because your husband is so famous in school. However, Yi Lin still played the victim and gave a miserably cryptic explanation, it's all my fault for my poor grades. They think I'm holding the school back, so they stay away from me. They are going too far, Yi Lin. Don't worry, I will definitely help you make up for your studies. Lan Yu was a little angry and swore in her heart that she would help Yi Lin improve his grades. Their athletes' march played twice, lasting about 5 minutes. On the ecological playground of Jiangnan Middle School, more than 1,000 teachers and students from 3 grades gathered and prepared to begin the flag-raising ceremony. Raise the flag. Following a powerful command from the students in the broadcasting room, the students from the shimming section of the national flag team each held a corner of the national flag, followed by a flag guard team of 10 people. They walked towards the flag-raising platform with firm steps. Then the national flag was raised and the national anthem was played. More than 1,000 teachers and students from the West sang loudly, which was magnificent. Lan Yu was shocked. She recalled the flag-raising ceremony at the number 1 middle school in the city. The national anthem was sung softly and weakly, as if they were still sleepy, and some people were too embarrassed to sing. The contrast is too obvious. After the flag-raising ceremony, student representatives took the stage to give speeches. Then the school leaders gave a speech, summarizing the school's work from the previous week, and then awarded civilized classes to each grade. After completing the basic procedures, Li Jianya, director of the Political and Educational Department, went on stage to speak with a lot of anger. Seeing Li Jianya's expression, Yi Linton felt that something was wrong. As soon as Li Jianya reached his seat, he angrily said, "Classmates, I'm here today to criticize a classmate in a school-wide announcement. We're old acquaintances, and we've repeatedly violated discipline. Yi Lin from Class 1, Grade 3, please come up to the flag-raising platform." At this time, the entire Class 1 of Grade 3 looked at Yi Lin. Yi Lin was speechless. Li Jianya really deserved to die. I had finally established a decent image in Xiaoduya's heart, and then such a critical blow came. Yi Lin walked up to the flag-raising platform under the gaze of all the teachers and students in the school. Seeing Yi Lin come up and stand still, Li Jianya continued. Student Yi Lin seriously violated school discipline and was caught giving a love letter to a female classmate. I scolded him in class, and he punctured my tire. I was stuck with it for half a month. Dating is a serious violation of school discipline, and doing such immoral things is so bad that it is really infuriating. Therefore, after discussion by the school leaders, it was decided to give Yi Lin a disciplinary punishment of probation and to criticize him throughout the school. Originally, Class 1 of Senior 3 was qualified to receive the mobile red flag last week, but because of this one bad apple, their whole class's hard work was wasted. Student Yi Lin, look up, what do you want to say? Li Jianya looked at Yi Lin with anger. He thought Yi Lin would not say anything, but Yi Lin took the lead and snatched the microphone from his hand. This scared Li Jianya. Would this kid curse in front of all the teachers and students in the school? Damn, this guy wants to confess his love to a girl in front of all the teachers and students in the school. This guy can do this kind of thing. At the same time, Ling Feixue in the audience saw Yi Lin like this. She was panicked and excited. Is this the surprise he mentioned? Isn't he this too exciting? Is he going to confess his feelings to me in front of all the teachers and students in the school? Is it so crazy to confess for the 999th time? Unconsciously, 2 blushes appeared on Ling Feishue's face. The school beauty of Qingyuan Middle School became shy because of her own imagination. Li Jianya was about to take back the microphone. But Yi Lin didn't give him this opportunity. He took the microphone and bowed to Li Jianya. Li Jianya was stunned, and his hand reaching out to grab the microphone stopped in mid-air. What was going on? Yi Lin bowed again towards his class, bowing twice to form a first corner, full of sincerity. After doing this, he picked up the microphone and began to speak. Thank you, Director Li, for giving me the opportunity to reflect on my actions. I feel deeply guilty about my actions. I would like to apologize to teacher Li Jiangnan and compensate him for the losses he has caused. Our class has lost its collective honor because of me, and I feel deeply guilty. Here, I would like to express my apologies to my head teacher and the whole class, and volunteer to be on duty in the class for a month. I was a jerk before, but teacher Li just woke me up. I can't live like this anymore. I have to study hard and be a good student. I want to get into college and bring honor to the school. Yi Lin spoke passionately, as if he would be struck by lightning if he couldn't do it. As soon as Yi Lin said this, all the rebellious teenagers who were proud of Yi Lin were stunned. The idol they admired was actually stabbing them in the back. Study hard, is this something a school bully can do? Yi Lin's actions caught Li Jiangnan off guard. Is this guy serious? He quickly snatched the microphone back from Yi Lin and coughed twice. Student Yi Lin's attitude of admitting his mistakes is very good. From now on, students should supervise him more. After saying that, Li Jiangnan turned off the microphone and whispered to Yi Lin, you are now on probation. Be honest. If you make another mistake, you will be expelled. Even your mother and uncle will not be able to protect you. Go down now. Got it, Uncle Li, don't worry, I will be a good student in the future. Don't call me uncle at school. Get out of here. Li Jiangnan got angry when he heard Yi Lin calling him uncle. He couldn't afford to lose face with this person. Yi Lin obediently walked down the flag-raising platform. At this time, in the class of grade 3-5, Ling Feixue was filled with anger. She thought Yi Lin had grabbed the microphone and confessed his love to her in front of all the teachers and students in the school. How exciting that would be. But Yi Lin's first visit did not go as she wished. Ling Feixue was very disappointed and even more angry. At this time, in the first-year high school team, a female classmate said to another very pretty girl, Yixue, has your brother changed his ways? Yixue said with disgust, Siki, I told you, I have nothing to do with him now. He is not my brother. Don't use him to insult me. When talking about Yi Lin, Yixue got angry. This bastard is not worthy of being her brother. If it weren't for him, how could his parents have divorced? His family was originally very happy, but because he turned bad, his mother was afraid that he would lead her astray, so she divorced his father. My father is really something. He would rather give up himself and my mother to live with such a loser. Yixue wished Yi Lin would die. If he died, her parents would probably remarry. After announcing the criticism of Yi Lin, nothing else happened and Li Jiangnan announced the disbandment. After the disbandment, Lan Yuyu was called to Ling Feixue's office. Chapter 6 Brothers Disaster. Language Group Office. Ling Feixue found a stool for Lan Yuyu to sit on. She had put a lot of effort into calling Lan Yuyu to Jiangnan Middle School. This is her fellow villager and also her neighbor. She knew that this little girl was born to study and her grades were very good. Our family was very poor and my mother had been working overtime on the farm for many years, and her health had deteriorated. Her father had an accident at a construction site half a year ago and broke his leg, leaving the family without a source of income. My younger brother is in junior high school, and now the family can only support one person's studies. So Lan Yuyu chose to give up her studies and after the summer vacation she dropped out of school to do farm work at home. The teacher from the number 1 middle school in the city tried to persuade him earnestly, but it was of no use. Because she was often bullied in the number 1 middle school in the city, Lan Yuyu was very resistant. She was unwilling to go to school and be bullied again. And she knew that even if she got into college, her family would not have the money to send her to college. There is no shortage of students with good grades in the number 1 middle school in the city. Since Lan Yuyu entered the school, her grades have been excellent except for the first exam. In the subsequent exams, her scores are basically below 100. This score was just enough to get her into an ordinary first-tier university. They had done everything they could, but since Lan Yuyu didn't want to, the teachers at the number 1 middle school in the city stopped forcing her. And seeing her family background, it might be a bad thing for her to get into university, so they gave up on this student. After Ling Feixue found out, she used all means of coaxing and deceiving Lan Yuyu into going to Jiangnan Middle School. The school covers all tuition and living expenses, and there are bonuses if you are admitted to university, so there is no need for your family to spend money. However, Ling Feixue acted first and reported later. The school didn't say so. Of course, when the school leaders of Jiangnan Middle School heard about this, they expressed their support for Ling Feixue's approach. All the school could do was waive Lan Yuyu's tuition and accommodation fees, but she had to find a way to pay for her living expenses and miscellaneous expenses on her own. To obtain national funding, you need to go to the local government to apply for a needy family. Ling Feixue went to help with the application, but several orphans and 5 guarantee households in the village were in worse off situations than Lan Yuyu's family. All the village funding quotas were given to these people, and there were no extra quotas for Lan Yuyu. In this situation, Ling Feixue simply paid for it herself and packaged the money as school funding. After all, Lan Yuyu would definitely not accept it if she said it was hers. As for scholarships, they are definitely available, but it depends on your ability to get them. It took so much effort to bring Lan Yuyu in, and only Ling Feixue knew how hard it was. If Lan Yuyu was bullied by Yilin and ran away, she would strangle that bastard Yilin to death. "Hey, was Yilin bullying you in class just now?" Ling Feixue asked with concern. "Teacher Ling, no, Yilin didn't bully me. He's a very nice person," Lan Yuyu said. Ling Feixue looked suspicious. What was going on? Yilin is fine. Could it be that she was threatened by Yilin? Then why did he disturb you from studying in class just now? Ling Feixue asked in confusion. "Teacher Ling, you misunderstood. Yilin didn't interrupt my studies. He said he wanted to study, but no one in the class was willing to teach him. He asked me to teach him, so I did. Yilin is very smart. He knew how to solve the problems I just told him to solve." Lan Yuyu was very happy when talking about this. After all, it was she who taught Yilin. "What? You said Yilin just asked you to teach him?" Ling Feixue looked shocked. "Yilin is studying? Are you sure you're not kidding?" Yes, Mr. Ling, Yilin is very smart. He can learn anything once taught. I don't know why no one is willing to teach him." Lan Yuyu was very confused. "He's a nice guy." Ling Feixue felt awkward, not knowing what kind of nonsense Yilin, the bastard, had fed Lan Yuyu. However, as long as Lan Yuyu is not bullied, that's fine. After hearing what Lan Yuyu said, Ling Feixue suddenly felt that what Yilin said on the flag-raising platform was serious. It would be a good thing if this kid was really determined to study hard. In that case, Lan Yuyu wouldn't have to change her position. Ling Feixue reminded him, even if you want to teach Yilin, you can't teach him during class. It will affect you. It's okay, Mr. Ling. I already know almost all the question types. Ling Feixue was speechless. Is this the academic master? You can't teach that during class. You talking there will affect other students' studies. After listening to this, Lan Yuyu also felt that teaching Yilin in that way in class would really affect others. The main reason is that Yilin has a loud voice. I understand, Teacher Ling. Feeling that she had done something wrong, Lan Yuyu lowered her head unconsciously. Okay, you didn't do anything wrong. It's a good thing to be helpful. Why are you bowing your head? Just pay attention to the occasion. Your school badge isn't ready yet. I'll take you to lunch for the next 2 days. Wait for me in the classroom after lunch. I'll come over after the meeting. Okay, Mr. Ling. Well, class is almost over, you should go back first. On the other side, the flag-raising ceremony ended. Yilin felt a little uneasy when he saw Ling Feixue call Lan Yuyu away. I wondered if Ling Feixue would slander me in front of Lan Yuyu. Huang Bei saw Yilin standing there stupidly, so he came over and pulled him to the convenience store. Brother Lin, are you serious about what you just said on stage? Huang Bei asked on their way to the convenience store. He couldn't believe what Yilin had just said. That's absolutely serious. Not only me, but you too have to study hard with me and lose some weight at the same time. Huang Bei laughed so hard that tears came out. Brother Lin, with our brains, let's forget about studying. By the way, are you provoked by Ling Feixue? Did she say that your grades are too bad? Don't mention that woman to me. Yilin kicked him and said, let me tell you, Brother Lin, I am absolutely serious about studying, and you must study hard with me. Brother Lin, please don't drag me into this. I'm just a lazy guy waiting to die. I can just casually get into a college and come back to inherit the family fortune after graduation. Yilin smiled bitterly, thinking that his brother was really useless. But we have to save him. In his previous life, Huang Bei was too fat. When he was in college, he couldn't breathe when he slept at night and suffocated to death in his dormitory. So, this guy has to lose weight. Yilin said, I don't care. From today on, you must lose weight and study hard. You have to do it even if you don't want to. Why, Brother Lin? Studying and losing weight, both are so painful. Huang Bei felt very uncomfortable. Do you know? I had a dream. I dreamed that you were too fat and suffocated to death when you were in college. After all, it was just a dream, so I didn't believe it. I even went to the foot of Xiangshan Mountain to ask a fortune teller for a divination. The fortune teller said that this disaster was destined for me. If I want to overcome it, I have to lose weight and cannot go to a junior college, but must enter a university. Is this true? Brother Lin, please don't scare me. When Huang Bei heard this, he was really a little panicked. The family property is waiting for me to inherit, how can I die young? Why would I lie to you? I don't want to lose my brother. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to find the fortune teller after school tonight and ask for yourself. Okay, Brother Lin, you must take me there after school. The two came to the canteen's snack bar. Yilin bought a lot of snacks. Huang Bei usually buys a lot of things every time he comes, but today he doesn't think anything looks good. After walking around for a while, I finally bought only a bottle of mineral water. Seeing this, Yilin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. His brother was really careful about his life. After buying snacks, I walked back to the classroom. As soon as the two of them reached the second floor, they saw Ling Feixue standing outside the corridor of Class 1. Chapter 7, Licking Dog Qin Qianzhu. Ling Feixue arrived at the corridor of Class 1. Many male students in Class 1 and Class 2 looked at the first one. This group of boys walked back and forth in front of Ling Feixue, whether they had something to do or not, just waiting for the goddess to take another look at them. As soon as he came up, Huang Bei saw Ling Feixue standing at the door of the classroom and said excitedly, Brother Lin, look, what is sister-in-law doing in our class? She's not here to see you, is she? Could it be that sister-in-law is moved by you? She agreed to be with you. Yilin stuffed the fried vegetarian chicken leg in his hand into Huang Bei's mouth, who was still chattering. What sister-in-law? I told you I have nothing to do with her. If you keep talking, I'll tell your dad about you stealing the camera. Yilin said unhappily. Huang Bei has a miserable life. He stole the camera not for his good brother, but in the end it became a handle to threaten himself. I don't know what Ling Feixue did to make Yilin so angry. The goddess I've been chasing for so long, now just says he doesn't like her anymore. How decisive. How manly. Huang Bei had long been fed up with Ling Feishue's rejection of Yilin, and he thought it was a good thing that Yilin gave up on him. He took the fried vegetarian chicken leg from his mouth and was about to eat it, but then he thought of what Yilin said and forced himself not to eat it. Yilin and Huang Bei walked to the classroom door. Ling Feixue puffed out her chest, with a proud look on her face, waiting for Yilin to kneel down and lick her. Who knew that Yilin didn't even look at her and walked towards the classroom? This made Ling Feixue furious. Was this guy doing this on purpose? Was he blind? Couldn't he see her? Ling Feixue shouted angrily, Yilin, stop. Yilin turned around and asked doubtfully, classmate, what do you want to talk to me about? This classmate. Ling Feixue was about to explode when she heard this, and she pretended not to know him. Why didn't you come this morning? Ling Feixue asked angrily. Yilin pretended to be confused again, why not come? Ling Feixue was so angry. This guy asked even though he knew the answer, was he trying to make her angry? Don't play dumb. I know you were just showing off on the flag-raising platform. Tell me what big surprise you've prepared for me. If you don't, I won't forgive you and will ignore you from now on. Then ignore me from now on. It's the same trick again, but unfortunately it doesn't work on me now. Yilin now hoped that she would ignore him and go into the classroom first. Yilin, you bastard, is this the surprise you mentioned yesterday? If I pay any attention to you again, I'll be a puppy. After saying that, Ling Feixue ran back to the classroom with tears in her eyes. Huang Bei followed behind and was stunned. Yilin actually confronted Ling Feixue in person and even made Ling Feixue run away in anger. Under normal circumstances, in this situation, Yilin would have to kneel down and beg for forgiveness from Ling Feixue, right? Now he was convinced that his good brother no longer liked Ling Feixue. That's why you ignored brother Lin in the beginning, and now you can't reach the awakened brother Lin. Yilin wanted to laugh. He just stopped being a bootlicker. Was it necessary for the beautiful Ling to be so angry? It's just that there's one less insignificant bootlicker around, and you can just find another one to take his place and the problem will be solved. The sports commissioner of their class is very suitable for this position. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. Yilin had just entered the classroom when Qin Qianzhu, the class PE committee member, blocked his way. Qin Qianzhu just thought Ling Feixue was looking for him, but when he went up to say hello she ignored him. Only now did he realize that Ling Feixue was waiting for Yilin, and he was so angry that he cried. This bastard Yilin actually bullied his goddess. This is intolerable. Others are afraid of Yilin, but he is not. In terms of strength, he is a basketball student and he is not afraid of fighting. In terms of grades, he ranks in the top 10 in the class, while Yilin ranks in the last 10 in the school. In terms of family background, his family runs a big business. How can Yilin compare with himself? Yilin was just a stink bug to Qin Qianzhu. Is this kind of person worthy of Ling Feixue? Would Ling Feixue be interested in such a person? Only a man as outstanding as him is worthy of being with Ling Feixue. If the school had not prohibited dating, he would have confessed his love to Ling Feixue long ago. Yilin has been pestering Ling Feixue for so many years, but Ling Feixue refuses to be with him. In Qin Qianzhu's opinion, Ling Feixue was waiting for him. As soon as I graduate, I will confess my love to Ling Feixue. Now, this bastard Yilin is bullying Ling Feixue, and he must help Ling Feixue get rid of this anger. Qin Qianzhu looked at Yilin with murderous eyes. Yilin, what on earth did you do to Ling Feixue? Qin Qianzhu really wanted to know what happened between the two of them. I also hope that this bastard Yilin won't do anything out of line to others. Otherwise he would not forgive Yilin. What's it to you? Yilin replied. Huang Bei said without hesitation, mind your own business, a good dog doesn't block the road, make way for brother Lin. Who are you scolding? I'll scold anyone who gets in my way. Huang Bei is not weak at all. He usually keeps to himself, but today this guy has become too powerful. Yilin found it funny when he saw Qin Qianzhu's angry look. If I remember correctly, this was a one-sided bootlicker who didn't have the courage to confess his feelings to Ling Feixue because he was afraid of school discipline. He had a one-sided crush on someone, but in the end, the other person ignored him. Yilin felt that although he was also Ling Feixue's bootlicker, he was at least ambiguous with Ling Feixue. If this bootlicker had a level, Yilin's level would definitely be 10 levels higher than Qin Qianzhu's. Qin Qianzhu didn't bother with Huang Bei, and stood at the top of morality to condemn Yilin. I'm the class monitor of our class. How come it's none of my business that you bullied girls from other classes and brought shame to our class? Yilin was speechless and too lazy to pay attention, intending to walk past him. Qin Qianzhu crossed his hands on his chest and stood astride, blocking the entire aisle. Today, Yilin can forget about passing through the aisle next to him. Either take a DT or fight him today. Yilin has been placed on probation, and many parents in the class have complained that Yilin is affecting their children's studies. As long as this fight happens, Yilin will definitely be expelled. I am a member of the school basketball team and have good grades. It is impossible for the school to severely punish a good student because of a bad student. At most, I will be given a warning. When the time comes, I will say that Yilin bullied a female student from another class, and he started to attack me when I said a few words to him. If I try to pass the blame on him, maybe nothing will happen. No one, whether teacher or classmates, likes Yilin. Qin Qianzhu believed that even if he lied, people would still support him. Seeing Qin Qianzhu's smug look, Yilin seemed to see through him and did not resist. He's sick in the brain. After saying that, Yilin turned around and went back from the other side. Huang Bei really wanted to beat up this bastard, but since Yilin didn't do anything, he held back. All the students who were ready to watch the fun were stunned. How could Yilin be so tolerant? If it were in the past, wouldn't it be a fight to the death? What a school bully, he has nothing but this. Qin Qianzhu sat back proudly. Wang Xiecheng, who sat at the front desk, gave a thumbs up. Qin Qianzhu, you're amazing. You're the only one in the school who dares to confront this guy, right? Qin Qianzhu was very pleased with this flattery. I've long been fed up with this kind of person. They are class parasites and social trash. Xiaocheng, aren't you friends with Zhao Rongrong? Go back and ask him how this guy made Ling Feixue angry. Hey, Lao Qin, if you like Feixue so much, why don't you confess your feelings to her? You're so outstanding, she will definitely accept you. After hearing this, Qin Qianzhu seemed to see his happy future. He smiled like an ant and replied, confessing my feelings now will affect Feishue's studies. I will confess my feelings to her after graduation. You are so considerate, unlike that guy Yi Lin who shamelessly bothers others. Feishue is so lucky to have you like her. When will I have a Prince Charming too? Yes, there will be. There are many men better than me in the world. Qin Qianzhu comforted Wang Xiaocheng. On the other side, Ling Feixue was angered by Yi Lin and returned to the classroom. She lay on the table and sobbed softly. Chapter 8, being reported for eating snacks in class. Seeing Ling Feixue lying on the table crying, Zhao Rongrong hurriedly asked, Feixue, what's wrong? Ling Feixue wiped away her tears. Just now I went to find Yi Lin and asked him why he didn't come to see me this morning and what surprise he had prepared for me. In the end, he told me to ignore him again. Why did you go to see him? When Zhao Rongrong heard this, she was surprised and speechless. Her deskmate says every day that she hates Yi Lin confessing his love to her and it's so annoying. But Yi Lin didn't he come, so she went over to ask him why he didn't he come. Isn't he this being a masochist? I was just curious about what big surprise he had prepared for me. Plus, he acted like a good student in front of me during the flag-raising ceremony, so I went to find him. Are you saying that Yi Lin just said at the flag-raising ceremony that he would study hard in the future just to show off to you? Yes, I once confessed my feelings to him and rejected him because his grades were too poor. I hope I can consider him when he ranks among the top 10 in the school. Ling Feixue explained. No wonder his acting so strangely today. I've seen online that some guys, when their confession fails, try to get back at the girl by deliberately trying to be nicer and making her regret it. Zhao Rongrong said. Yes, that must be the case. He just wants to retreat in order to advance. I just told him that if I pay any attention to him, I will be a puppy. I want to see who will have the last laugh. Ling Feixue looked angry. Zhao Rongrong was very curious. Logically speaking, since Ling Feixue came to find him in person, shouldn't he wag his tail like a little puppy? Why did he suddenly become so tough? It was so sudden. It seemed like he had just said yesterday that he was preparing a big surprise to please Ling Feixue today. He was actually there. Sure enough, if the man's words were to be believed, even a sow could climb a tree. The two returned to their seats. Wang Bei was very angry. Yi Lin could tolerate Qin Qianzhu's slap in the face. Brother Lin, why didn't you hit him just now? Yi Lin smiled bitterly. Fatty, do you want me to be expelled? I'm on probation now. After hearing the explanation, Wang Bei suddenly realized, damn, when did this guy become so insidious? Ignore him, he's just a self-indulgent clown. I want to read a book. After saying this, Yi Lin took out his math textbook to preview. Wang Bei thought Yi Lin was joking, but he didn't expect that he was really reading the book seriously and even picked up a pen to mark the key points. Seeing this, Wang Bei stopped disturbing him and turned to talk to his deskmate. Haoqing, here. Wang Bei gave the fried vegetarian chicken leg that Yi Lin had just stuffed into his mouth to his deskmate Yang Haoqing. Yang Haoqing was a little flattered. Was Fatty showing mercy today? Fatty, do you have something to ask me? Yang Haoqing asked as he took the chicken leg. Don't worry, I'm not bribing you this time. I'm trying to lose weight. Lose weight. When Wang Bei said this, Yang Haoqing was stunned. You're buying this to lose weight? Yang Haoqing asked while eating. I didn't buy it. Brother Lin forced it into my mouth. Since I didn't eat it, I left it for you. How's that? That's nice, isn't it? Oh my god. Yang Haoqing ate half of it and suddenly felt that it was not tasty anymore. Isn't this indirectly kissing the fat guy? Wang Bei heard Yang Haoqing swearing and said angrily, what do you rely on? I don't even dislike you, and you still dislike me. Yang Haoqing was speechless. What kind of logic is that? It's advanced in your mouth, so why do you dislike it? Yang Haching looked at the half-chicken leg left in his hand and thought, since he had already eaten it, he might as well finish it. Lan Yuyu had just walked out of the office when the bell for class rang. She ran up from the first floor in one breath and hurried into the classroom. Coming to her seat, she gasped for breath. Although the distance from the office to the classroom is not very far, it is still a bit too much for her because she is thin. Where have you been? You look tired. Here you go. Yi Lin gave her a bottle of boxed drink. Oh, no, I'm not thirsty. Lan Yuyu answered while panting. Don't you want to be friends with me? Yi Lin asked with a look of grievance. No, Yi Lin, I'm willing to be friends with you. They don't want to be friends with me, so they don't want the food I give them. Now you don't want it either. You definitely don't want to be friends with me. Lan Yuyu was a little confused. Does one have to eat the things given by the other party to be considered as willing to be friends? Seeing her mouth slightly open and in a daze, Yi Lin quietly inserted the drink tube into her mouth and then squeezed it gently. A hint of sweetness came, and Lan Yuyu came back to her senses. Yi Lin was feeding himself a drink. This feels weird. Her cheeks quickly turned red. I can do it myself. Lan Yuyu took the drink and started drinking it. It was so cool that all the fatigue I had just felt disappeared in an instant. Is it delicious? Yi Lin looked expectant. It's delicious. Lan Yuyu answered truthfully that she seldom bought snacks and drinks. A box of drinks like this was enough for her breakfast, so she couldn't bear to spend it. I have some snacks too, let's see which one you like. Yi Lin took out a bunch of various snacks from his pocket. All the money Yi Lin used to spend on Ling Feixue as a lickspittle fee, he now uses for Lan Yuyu. Yi Lin, I don't like snacks. My mom says eating too many snacks is bad for the body. Why did you buy so many snacks? They will damage your health. Lan Yuyu looked serious, she believed what her mother said. She didn't know that because the family didn't have much money, his mother deliberately deceived her and her sister. Don't you like it? Then I'll bring you whatever you like next time. Yi Lin smiled and said that he never cared about this girl in his previous life, and he still didn't know what Lan Yuyu liked to eat. No need to bring anything. I can buy whatever I like to eat. How can that be? If you help me with my tutoring, I will definitely pay you. People who give tutoring outside have to pay the teacher. Yi Lin tried every possible way to fatten her up. It's really not necessary, Yi Lin. I don't need to pay for tutoring you. If you do this, I won't tutor you. Lan Yuyu was afraid that Yi Lin would spend money on her recklessly, so she simply threatened him. Little Bean Sprout, please don't neglect my tutoring. I still have to take the college entrance exam. These snacks are unhealthy, so I'll throw them in the trash. After saying this, Yi Lin pretended to throw them all away. Can't throw it away. Can't waste it like this. Lan Yuyu hurried to stop him. Well, if you don't like it, and I don't like it either, wouldn't it take up a lot of space if we keep it? Lan Yuyu hesitated for a few seconds and said helplessly, since we've already bought it, let's eat it. Eating it occasionally shouldn't affect our health. Next time, don't do this again. After Lan Yuyu finished speaking, she looked at Yi Lin with a serious face. Yi Lin was stunned by the beautiful face that was faintly visible under the bangs. He really wanted to lift up his bangs and admire it carefully. I'm telling you seriously, don't buy it for me next time, or I won't give you extra lessons. Seeing Yi Lin didn't say anything, Lan Yuyu spoke again. Yi Lin came back to his senses and promised, Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't buy it next time. I swear. Yi Lin raised his hand and swore. As Li Jianye walked into the classroom, everyone started their math class. For most of the math class, Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu were like two little mice, eating snacks and studying in the back row. The taste of the snacks made the students at the surrounding tables unable to stop eating them. They didn't expect that being Yi Lin's deskmate would be treated so well. If there were an if, they would also be willing to sit at the same table with Yi Lin. As Yi Lin tore open the bag of spicy strips, the rich spicy aroma filled the entire classroom. Qin Qianzhu was already very angry. When he smelled the spicy strips, he turned around and saw that it was Yi Lin who was eating them, so he received the report first. Chapter 9, The Insidious Villain. Li Jianye was lecturing when Qin Qianzhu shouted, Teacher Li, Yi Lin is eating spicy noodles in class. The smell is too strong and he can't stand it. Li Jianye also smelled it. He had just reached the main point and didn't want his train of thought to be interrupted. He wanted to wait until he finished speaking before emphasizing that students should not eat snacks in class. He was suddenly interrupted by Qin Qianzhu and became angry. The other students were also fed up, but seeing that it was Yilin who was eating, they did not dare to blame him. Now that someone took the lead, they all started complaining. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yilin first stuffed the spicy strips into the hands of Huang Bei, who was sleeping next to him, and wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth. Yilin, stand up. Li Jianye spoke in a bad tone. Lan Yuyu had just taken a bite of a snack, and before she had time to chew it, Yilin was called. She didn't dare to chew at this moment, her mouth was stuffed full. Seeing Lan Yuyu's cute appearance, Yilin couldn't help laughing, but he didn't make any sound. Still laughing. Eating snacks in class is fine, but eating spicy noodles. How can you expect others to attend class when the smell is so strong? Facing the accusation, Yilin looked innocent. Teacher Li, it's unfair. I didn't eat the spicy strips, it was Huang Bei who ate them. After saying that, he raised his finger and pointed at the spicy strips in Huang Bei's hand. Huang Bei heard someone calling his name in his sleep and woke up in a daze. Seeing the fragrant spicy strips in his hand, he suddenly perked up. Thank you, Brother Lin. A good brother is indeed a good brother. Even if he falls asleep, he will leave half of the spicy strips for him. After saying thank you, Huang Bei continued eating with big mouthfuls. At this moment, he had forgotten all about losing weight. He was eating spicy strips with a satisfied look on his face, not paying any attention to what was happening. Yilin admired him. He was indeed his good brother and was so honest in taking the blame. Yellow. 8. 1. Li Jianye slapped the podium, raising a cloud of chalk dust that startled all the students. Lan Yuyu was terrified. She had never seen such a scene before. After all, she also had her share of snacks during class. She didn't expect that eating snacks in class would be so serious. What if the teacher knew that she was eating snacks? When Huang Bei heard the cry, he was stunned, and the spicy strips in his hand suddenly lost their flavor. I couldn't spit out the spicy strips in my mouth, but I didn't dare to continue chewing them. Are you either sleeping or eating snacks in class? Are you a pig? Stand outside and write me a self-criticism tomorrow. And ask your dad to come over tomorrow. Huang Bei felt miserable. Looking at Yilin standing next to him, he instantly knew what was going on. I have been framed. He walked out of the classroom feeling aggrieved. Teacher Li, that was Yilin eating spicy noodles just now. Qin Qianzhu saw that Mao Chu was not facing Yilin, and reminded him again. The other students agreed and said that this bad apple must be punished today. Yilin retorted calmly, Qin Qianzhu, you can eat shit, but don't say anything. I was just listening to the class seriously. How could you see me eating snacks? Har har har, you were listening to the class. You're making me laugh to death. What was the teacher talking about just now? Yishuabar, why don't you tell me about it? Qin Qianzhu laughed out loud. Yilin was attending the class. What a joke! If it was his turn to attend the class, the whole class would be able to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. The other students also laughed when they heard Yilin's words. Li Jianye slammed the table and shouted angrily, Be quiet, are you going to continue your class? Yilin, you are listening to the class, right? Come up and solve the problem on the blackboard. If you can answer half of it, the teacher will believe that you are listening to the class. Okay. Yilin responded and walked up to the podium. Qin Qianzhu looked disdainful. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Yilin went up to the podium, picked up the chalk and wrote a solution under the question on the blackboard, then stopped, as if thinking. Qin Qianzhu looked disdainful again. Who can't write an explanation? If you don't know how to do it, just come down quickly. Why are you pretending? You're wasting everyone's class time. About half a minute later, Qin Qianzhu saw that Yilin was slow to write and sneered at him. Seeing this, Li Jianye also said, If you don't know how to do it, don't try to be so stubborn. Not everyone in the class can answer this question correctly, let alone you. Go down. Don't interrupt my thoughts. After saying that, Yilin began to solve the problem. TSK, pretend. Qin Qianzhu looked disdainful. Yilin filled up the blackboard in one breath. He used 3 methods to solve the problem, 2 of which were in the textbooks, and the last one was something you would only learn in college. When Qin Qianzhu saw what Yilin wrote on the blackboard, a smile appeared on his face, because Yilin's answer was different from his. It doesn't take much thought to know that this idiot Yilin must have done something wrong. I don't know where he copied it from. What are you writing? Why are you pretending to be here if you can't even write? Hurry up and get off. Jian Shou is just delaying everyone's studies. Qin Qianzhu sneered unhappily. Student Qin Qianzhu, how can you speak like that? Please be mindful of your words. Although everyone disliked Yilin, Li Jianya felt that Qin Qianzhu's words were a bit too much and reminded him not to be too arrogant. The other students also wanted to laugh at him, but they didn't dare to. After all, they were no match for Qin Qianzhu and were afraid of retaliation. Qin Qianzhu looked unhappy when he heard what Li Jianya said. Li Depao had his tires stabbed by Yilin for half a month. Shouldn't there be a deep hatred between them? Why did I help him scold Yilin and still get scolded? Study committee member Chen Sini looked at Qin Qianzhu as if he were a clown, not knowing who was embarrassing herself. Li Jianya looked at the steps to solve the problem on the blackboard and was a little surprised. Can this kid really solve it? Classmates, Yilin wrote the question on the blackboard correctly. This question does have 3 solutions, but we only need to learn the first 2. You won't learn the last one until you go to college. Yilin's problem-solving steps are very careful and his thinking is very clear. I'm sure many students have made mistakes in calculating this problem. You have all been fooled by the trap in the second step. Yilin, since you can write, please explain it to everyone. Just talk about the first 2 methods. In order to verify whether Yilin really knew the skills or not, Li Jianya simply asked him to explain the questions. Yilin roughly repeated to the whole class the process that Lan Yuyu had told him. After listening to Yilin's explanation, the students who made mistakes suddenly realized what was going on. Chen Sini looked at Yilin in disbelief. She originally thought that she was the only one who could answer this question correctly, but she didn't expect that Yilin, a poor student, could also do it. And he can explain it clearly and logically, which proves that he really understands it and it is not copied from somewhere. You explained it very well. It seems that you didn't lie on the flag-raising platform just now. You really studied hard. But how did you know the third way to solve the problem? Li Jianya asked curiously. My desk mate taught me. Yilin answered directly. Li Jianya glanced at Lan Yuyu. He didn't expect that this little girl could save his friend's useless son. That's right. Learn from them and behave yourself in class next time. Go down now. After Li Jianya finished speaking, he started to talk about the next question. The moment Li Jianya said that Yilin was right, Qin Qianzhu felt terrible and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Just now he had the audacity to say that Yilin was wrong, but in the end Yilin taught him a lesson on how to solve the problem. The slap in the face was too harsh. All this happened because of Yilin's desk mate. Qin Qianzhu decided to find Ling Feixue after class and find ways to move the new student away from Yilin. After the math class, Wang Bei came in to complain to Yilin, saying that he felt so wronged. Yilin praised him profusely, saying that he was fired because of him. Wang Bei's grievances disappeared with just a few words. As soon as the get out of class was over, Qin Qianzhu rushed to the Chinese language office to find Ling Feixue. Qianzhu, what's wrong? Is there anything you need from the teacher? Ling Feixue asked when she saw Qin Qianzhu rushing into the office. Teacher Ling, the new student's grades should be very good, right? Good. Ling Feixue was puzzled. Why did this guy suddenly ask this? I don't think the new student should be allowed to sit at the same table with Yilin. Why? Ling Feixue thought it was good for them to be deskmates. Lan Yuyu had no objection, and Yilin could also make progress. Yilin always interrupts other students' studies. He even brought a new student to eat during class. If he continues like this, the new student will be corrupted by him. Qin Qianzhu said as if he was concerned about his classmates. Is that so? Ask Yilin to come down and I'll talk to him. Ling Feixue was a little angry. Qin Qianzhu walked out of the office with a smug look on his face. When he returned to the classroom, he came to Yilin's seat. With a smirk on his face, he said, Yilin, Teacher Ling wants you to go to the office. Call me? What's going on? Yilin was a little confused. When he saw Qin Chenju looking at him with a lewd smile, he knew that nothing good was going to happen. Chapter 10 Office Conversation. In the office, Ling Yanqiu looked at Yilin, who was standing in front of her with a serious expression, and felt a little strange. Usually when this guy comes to the office, he always looks lazy. But today is unusual. He didn't sleep in class, and even apologized obediently after being criticized during the flag-raising ceremony. It was as if he suddenly became a different person. Could he be possessed by a ghost? Yilin, I heard you were eating snacks during class just now. I didn't eat. Yilin denied it outright. Didn't you eat? Your words are full of spicy snacks now. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yilin smiled awkwardly. Teacher, you have a good nose. I just ate a little bit of spicy noodles. It's fine if you eat snacks in class, but why did you drag Lan Yuyu into breaking the rules with you? If you don't want to go to college, don't hurt others. How can she be the same as you? Ling Yanqiu suddenly started cursing loudly. The other teachers in the office were also shocked. What had this bad apple in class 1 done to cause Ling Yanqiu to be so angry? Yilin was also stunned. He was just eating a snack during class. Was there any need to be so angry? To be honest, he had been criticized by Ling Yanqiu many times, but it could be seen that she usually pretended to be angry. This time she was really angry. So, what is the relationship between Lan Yuyu and Ling Yanqiu? This was Yilin's first reaction. The relationship should be quite close, probably relatives. If they are relatives, then they will be my relatives in the future, right? I have to be more restrained in front of her from now on. At least I have to remove the image of myself as a bad student from her mind. To avoid her causing trouble when I go to meet my mother-in-law. Sorry, Teacher Ling, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to treat Lan Yuyu to some snacks. Yilin lowered his head and acted like a child who knew he was wrong. Ling Yanqiu wanted to curse again, but since the other person had already admitted his mistake, she didn't know how to continue. I had to swallow back the more unpleasant words that followed. After taking a few deep breaths and adjusting his emotions, he calmly asked, why did you invite Lan Yuyu to have snacks? She worked really hard helping me with my lessons, so I treated her to a snack. Ling Yanqiu was skeptical. Was it really that simple? Did this guy really have no other motives? Why do you suddenly want to study? I've come to my senses and don't want to waste my time in a muddle anymore. Yilin spoke very seriously and did not allow others to have any doubt. That's great. You should have realized it long ago. The teacher hopes that you will not be half-hearted. If you persist, you will definitely make progress and will definitely be able to get into university. I can't guarantee you'll get into a top university, after all, you've wasted too much time and missed too many courses, but with your IQ, getting into a good college is definitely no problem, and with a little more effort, getting into a bachelor's degree shouldn't be a problem either. Ling Yanqiu forced Yilin to eat a bowl of chicken soup. When Yilin heard this, he laughed in his heart. Is a junior college or a bachelor's degree your goal? Peking University and Tsinghua University are his goals. After all, Lan Yuyu will study at Peking University and Tsinghua University in the future. Teacher Ling, I will definitely work hard and strive to get into university. Yilin answered according to Ling Yanqiu's words. I'm glad you can stop now, but you can't disturb Lan Yuyu's studies during class. Just listen to the teacher during class and study after class when you have time. But the prerequisite is that Lan Yuyu has time, you can't waste her time tutoring you, and you can't force or threaten her. For Lan Yuyu, her only way out is to get into university. She doesn't have such a privileged family background as you do. Ling Yanqiu warned. After hearing these words, Yilin knew that Lan Yuyu's family conditions must be very poor. He asked tentatively, Teacher Ling, is Lan Yuyu's family financial situation very poor? Why are you asking that? Ling Yanqiu became a little wary. She naturally would not tell Lan Yuyu about her family background. After all, everyone has self-esteem. The students from number 1 middle school in the city bullied Lan Yuyu because she came from a poor family. I saw that Lan Yuyu's school uniform had turned pale from washing, and she was so thin that she had very little flesh on her body. It was obvious that she was malnourished. I just cared about my classmate and wanted to help her. You're observing a new student so closely. Aren't you being overly attentive? What is this guy up to? What does he want to do? Ling Yanqiu looked at Yilin again and felt that this guy had changed, as if he started to change after Lan Yuyu came. Why didn't I realize you were so kind before? Ling Feixue teased. Teacher Ling, what you said is true. I am a very kind person, but there is no bull who recognizes my talent. Ling Feixue chuckled. This guy called himself a 1,000-mile horse. Her family is really not well off, so studying is her only way out. If you lead her astray or hold her back, I will not forgive you. Don't worry, Mr. Ling. If I do this, I won't be able to forgive myself. Are you kidding me? She's my future wife, how could I possibly harm her? Yilin was afraid that Ling Feixue would not believe him, so he raised his hand and swore, I swear, if I tell even a single lie, I will be struck by lightning. I believe you. Go back and remember what the teacher just said. Do what you should do at the right time and don't do anything that has nothing to do with class. I see, Mr. Ling. Thank you for arranging such a good deskmate for me. Don't worry, she will be the only one who can guide me well. I won't be the one to lead her astray. After saying that, Yilin turned around and left the office. After taking 2 steps, he saw Li Jianye walking towards the Chinese language office. He stopped and turned back and said deliberately, by the way, Mr. Ling, there's something I want to tell you. Qin Qianzhu often calls you an old virgin behind your back. Not only you, he also often calls Li Jianye Li Depao behind his back. Li Jianye just happened to hear it and his face suddenly turned ugly. He hated it most when students called him that nickname. It was an embarrassing thing that he couldn't bear to look back on. About 10 years ago, he had just arrived at Qingyuan Middle School and went out for a midnight snack with Yilin's father. Unexpectedly, he got an upset stomach. The next day when he went to school, he farted 18 times in a row. The stench was so bad that the students were driven out of the classroom. The classroom needed to be decontaminated, so the entire class could not be held. So the students affectionately gave him this famous nickname Li Depao. Students come and go, but the nickname remains the same. It has been passed down from one generation to the next, until today. The first story that every new student at Qingyuan Middle School hears is basically the legendary story of Li Depao. Li Jianye felt humiliated every time he heard this nickname. If he heard it and knew who you were, you would be punished. After Yilin finished speaking, he saw that Li Jianye's face looked very bad. He knew without a doubt that he had heard what he said. This is enough to make Qin Qianzhu, that little bastard, suffer a heavy loss. Hello, Teacher Li. Yilin smiled and bowed to greet him, as if he had not said anything just now. It is said that you should not hit a smiling person. Li Jianye responded to Yilin's greeting with a forced smile. Ling Feixue didn't bother to care about these nicknames and let them call her whatever they wanted. Seeing that Li Jianye was looking for her, she asked, Director Li, what do you want to talk to me about? Teacher Ling, I want to ask you about Yilin's situation. This kid is acting unusual today. Ling Feixue smiled bitterly and said, I know he is unusual today. You come to me to find out, but who can I ask for help? In the end, Ling Feixue just relayed Yilin's words to Li Jianye, and said that he didn't want to live a mediocre life anymore. The two chatted for a while and then prepared to go to class. Before leaving, Li Jianye said to Ling Feixue, just now in class, I was explaining a problem, and Qin Qianzhu from your class suddenly yelled and interrupted me. If you have something to say, just raise your hand. Don't you understand? His behavior was very rude. And that Wang Bei, he either sleeps or eats snacks in class. I have asked him to write a self-criticism. Please supervise the class meeting this afternoon and notify his parents to come to the school to talk to me tomorrow morning. Teacher Ling, your class needs to strengthen its education on civility and politeness in the future. How can we tolerate such disrespect for elders? Ling Feixue smiled bitterly after hearing this. Qin Qianzhu had just reported her, and Yilin deliberately found fault with him. These two guys don't seem to have any deep hatred towards each other, so why are they fighting each other? Chapter 11 I made this meal for my deskmate. The bell rang and Yilin walked into the classroom. Qin Qianzhu looked at him with a smug look on his face. I thought to myself, you little bastard, you still dare to fight with me. Yilin returned to his seat and Wang Bei asked him about his well-being. He was relieved to hear Yilin say that he was not criticized, otherwise he would definitely beat the bastard Qin Qianzhu to death. What Ling Feixue just said made Yilin dare not let Lan Yuyu waste too much time tutoring him. Anyway, I understand that tutoring is just a cover. In my previous life, I ignored her, so she had plenty of time to study. If I pester her for tutoring now, her grades might really drop, and she might not be able to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University in the future. Yilin didn't ask her to take extra classes, so Lan Yuyu listened very carefully in the next 2 classes, even though she had already learned all the content the teacher taught. After school at noon, Yilin asked Lan Yuyu to go eat together, but she refused, saying that Ling Feixue would come and take her out to eat later. Seeing this, Yilin had no choice but to leave with Wang Bei. Although they are day students, they usually eat in the school cafeteria. For no other reason than to save time and grab the machine. After eating, Yilin planned to go back to the classroom to take out the trash. After all, he had said during the flag-raising ceremony that morning that he would keep the classroom clean for a month. Yilin spoke in front of the whole school, and Li Junwei was the first to ask the students on duty to put down their responsibilities. Anyway, if the class was deducted points, it was all Yilin's fault. How dare he not clean up? It would be best to expel him. As Yilin's loyal follower, Wang Bei was very reluctant to follow behind. He thought it was just talk, but he didn't expect Yilin to actually go and clean the house. As soon as the 2 of them left the cafeteria, Yilin saw Ling Feixue walking out of the school behind a group of leaders. "Didn't you say you'd take Lan Yuyu out for dinner? Where's Lan Yuyu? Why isn't she with her? Could it be that Ling Feixue had forgotten?" Very likely. Yilin turned around and walked into the cafeteria. "Brother Lin, didn't you say you were going back to the classroom to take out the trash? Why did you go in again?" Wang Bei was puzzled. "Wait me a moment." Yilin queued up again and ordered a meal of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. "I knew that you cared about me, Brother Lin, and knew that I wasn't full." Seeing Yilin bringing a bowl of rice over, Wang Bei's mouth started to water and he reached out to take the bowl of rice. "Get lost." Yilin pushed Wang Bei, who was approaching him, aside with his butt. "Isn't it for me? Brother Lin, do you have such a big appetite now? Do you eat 2 meals in one? Get lost, what are you thinking about? This is for my desk mate." Yilin explained. After listening to this, Wang Bei's 3 views were refreshed. Yilin cooks for others. It has always been others who helped Yilin get his meals, but today he actually helped others get their meals. Is this what a school bully should do? And it was given to that thin girl. What kind of status does she have? How could she let the dignified Master Yi cook for her? Brother Lin, did Lan Yuyu catch you in some way? She actually pressured you into making her food. She just transferred to our school a short while ago, and she's already got the upper hand. Brother Lin, I know you're on probation and it's hard to take action, so I'll help you deal with her later. You dare to touch her hair? I'll beat you to death. It was Teacher Ling who ordered me to serve her food. No, Brother Lin, is that old maid threatening you with probation? And asking you to get Lan Yuyo's lunch? What are you thinking about? I've already told you that I've changed my ways. From now on, I'll study hard and make progress every day. This is my life's purpose. You should listen to your teachers at school. You don't have enough ideological awareness. Follow Brother Lin's steps and become a good young man of the new era." Wang Bei looked disgusted after hearing this. Isn't it only good students who listen to their teachers? Being a good student is too tiring, and he doesn't want to do that. After a few words, the 2 returned to the classroom. Lan Yuyu was sitting in her seat, thinking that Ling Feixue had come. She looked towards the door happily, but it wasn't her. She was sick last night after coming up from the countryside. She hadn't eaten anything yet and was really hungry. She felt weak all over. Half an hour had passed and the teacher still hadn't come. She felt a little disappointed. "I wanted to leave but I was afraid that Ling Feixue wouldn't be able to find me when she came." Yilin came to his seat and placed the bowl in front of Lan Yuyu's desk. "Little bean sprouts, I made some for you, eat it." Yilin, didn't I tell you that Teacher Ling would take me to dinner later? Why did you get me lunch? Lan Yuyu was in a dilemma. She was very hungry and wanted to eat the food in front of her, but she couldn't. She has no money to pay Yilin for the meal now. "Teacher Ling asked me to call you." Yilin explained. "Did Teacher Ling ask for a fight?" "Yes, she's very busy today and has gone to a meeting, so she asked me to get you some food." "Is that so?" "Thank you, Yilin. Eat it quickly, or it will get cold." Lan Yuyu looked at the bowl full of meat and felt a little distressed. The price of this meal should be enough for me to eat 3 meals a day. Usually she only eats 2 vegetarian dishes. If she has more money, she can order a cheaper half-meat, half-vegetarian dish. That's a lot of meat. It must be expensive, right? It's not expensive, only $11. Yilin replied that in his opinion it was indeed not expensive. You know, Wang Bei usually spends about 20 yuan on a Western meal, and Yilin usually spends about 15 yuan. So, it's only 11 yuan, which is not expensive at all. He was just afraid that she wouldn't be able to finish it, otherwise Yilin could have gotten 2 more kinds of meat. After hearing that it cost 11 yuan, Lan Yuyu was a little reluctant to eat it. Why don't you eat? Don't you like it? Seeing that she was slow to pick up her chopsticks, Yilin wondered if she didn't like the dishes. I like to eat. Thinking that Yilin was beating her with good intentions and afraid that he would be unhappy, Lan Yuyu hurried to eat. Little bean sprout, eat slowly. Yilin looked at him with a doting look on his face. Don't move. Seeing that the rice was stuck to her face, Yilin carefully helped her remove it. The moment the fingertips touched her cheek, Lan Yuyu shrank to the side as if she had been electrocuted. She looked at Yilin in surprise, a little scared, wondering what he was doing. Yilin smiled and stretched out his hand, with a grain of rice on his fingertips. Eat slowly, the rice is all over your face. It turned out that he was helping himself to remove the rice from his face. Lan Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. I was too hungry just now and ate a little too fast. I guess that was a bit out of control, right? It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Lan Yuyu's cheeks quickly turned red. Seeing that she was embarrassed, Yilin stood up. Take your time to eat, I'll clean up first. After saying that, he turned around, picked up the broom, and cleaned up the garbage next to the trash can behind him. Wang Bei sat aside and thought that the two looked like a young couple. But Lan Yuyu is so skinny, she's not Yilin's type, right? Yilin likes Ling Feishue's curvy figure and sexy clothes. Yilin was definitely forced by Ling Feixue to take such good care of this bastard. Seeing that there was an extra light bulb, Yilin said, Fatty, hurry up and take out the trash. No, Brother Lin, I'm taking out the trash. Why? Wang Bei was confused. He never does this job, taking out the trash. Don't you want to lose weight? How can you lose weight if you can't eat? Lose weight. Brother Lin, I never said I wanted to lose weight, you just forced me to do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go if you're told to. If you lose weight, Chen Sini will definitely like you. Real. Wang Bei immediately became alert when he heard this. Why would I lie to you? I heard her say she likes tall, handsome boys with good grades. I think your looks are at the level of the most handsome boy in the school, but it's covered up by the fat on your face. If you can lose some weight, she will pursue you. Brother Lin, my dear friend, I've already told Yang Haoqing that if I lose weight I'll definitely be a school idol, but he still doesn't believe me. Don't say anything. I'll take out this garbage. After saying that, Wang Bei picked up the 2 trash cans without hesitation and ran to the garbage dump. Without Wang Bei, Yilin stood behind and watched Lan Yuyu eat quietly. Lan Yuyu felt less hungry as soon as she felt shy. She ate slowly and chewed her food, not wanting to eat too fast. It was rare to have so much meat, so she had to taste it more. The more Yilin looked at her, the more fascinated he became. She was so beautiful. He would never be able to love a girl like her even if he lived several lifetimes. He couldn't help but want to sit down and kiss her. Just then, Ling Yanqiufeng came into the classroom in a hurry. Chapter 12, Scallion-flavored cute girl. As soon as Ling Yanqiu arrived at the classroom door, she saw Lan Yuyu sitting at the table eating, and Yilin standing behind her with a broom. Yilin was glad that he did not act impulsively, otherwise he would have been beaten to death by Ling Yanqiu. But even if Ling Yanqiu didn't come, Yilin wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary. He still has some rationality and will not give his body the chance to control his brain. I had just established a little good impression of her, and if I scared Lan Yuyu away because of my impulse, it would be more trouble than it would take. Yilin was not in a hurry. What he wanted was not to possess her, but to give her the happiest life, to protect her all his life, and not to let her suffer any grievances again. Before she died, she said, in your next life, can you chase Xiao Duyer like you chased Ling Feixue? This sentence was deeply imprinted in Yilin's mind. Whatever I paid to Ling Feixue before, I must now repay Lan Yuyu double. Ling Yanqiu felt relieved when she saw that Lan Yuyu had already gotten her own meal instead of waiting foolishly for him to take her to eat. She did not forget to take Lan Yuyu out for dinner. The county leaders suddenly came to the school for inspection. She happened to have no class in the 5th period, so Li Jianya pulled her to receive the leaders. They were originally planning to go to a restaurant opposite the school for dinner, but Ling Yanqiu made an excuse to Li Jianya that she was not feeling well and had a full schedule of classes in the afternoon, so she decided not to go. Li Jianya originally wanted to take care of Ling Yanqiu and asked her to go. After all, she worked very hard at school and didn't even bother to have a relationship for the sake of her career. There are several young people in the county leadership team this time. They are not married and have good conditions. Ling Yanqiu is considered a flower among the teachers of Qingyuan Middle School. There are many male teachers pursuing her, but none of them is what she likes. Of course, being a matchmaker for Ling Yanqiu is only one reason, and the second reason is that it is an opportunity to build relationships. Now that Ling Yanqiu herself doesn't want to go, Li Jianya doesn't force her to go. After getting Li Jianya's consent, Ling Yanqiu immediately ran back to the classroom from outside the school. Seeing Ling Yanqiu return to the classroom, Lan Yuyu stood up and said, "Teacher Ling." Ling Yanqiu said apologetically, "Oh, I just went out for a while because of something. The teacher was worried that you wouldn't have enough to eat." "Teacher Ling, Yilin has already prepared my meal. Was this meal cooked by Yilin?" Ling Yanqiu looked at Yilin with strange eyes. Yilin quickly explained, "Yes, Teacher Ling, you just asked me to go to the office and said that you had to go out for lunch. You asked me to get a meal for my desk mate. Did you forget? When did you say this?" But she had no choice but to admit it now, otherwise Lan Yuyu would think that she had forgotten her, which would be so embarrassing. Yes, it was the teacher who forgot. Ling Yanqiu quickly took advantage of the situation. She thought to herself, Yilin seems to be overly nice to Lan Yuyu, what is he trying to achieve? After Lan Yuyu finished eating, Ling Yanqiu took her to the dormitory. Her luggage and other things were still in her room in the teacher's apartment. On the way, Ling Yanqiu asked Lan Yuyu, "Yuyu, have you known Yilin before?" "I don't know him." Ling Yanqiu fell into deep thought. She had never met him before, so why was he so nice to Lan Yuyu? This guy has done all kinds of evil things before. Chasing Ling Feixue blatantly is a small matter, there are many bad things that are notorious. Ling Yanqiu still remembers a few things clearly. Once, Yilin and Huang Bei climbed over the school wall and brought it down. Another time, after evening self-study, these two guys caught the ducks that the logistics director kept in the school's lotus pond and took them to the river to roast them. The most hateful thing is that one time, these two guys, in order to take revenge on their classmates, soaked stinky tofu in smelly socks and fed it to their classmates. If I hadn't caught them bragging, I wouldn't have known about this. Fortunately, the classmates were fine. In addition, they were so shameless that they refused to admit it, so Ling Yanqiu had no way to pursue the matter. The most unethical thing Yilin did recently was that he was pursuing Ling Feixue at school and was discovered by Li Jianya, who criticized him in class. After that, he was retaliated by having his tires punctured for half a month. If Yilin's family didn't have connections and Huang Bei's family didn't have some money, these two people would have been fired several times. But such a bad person changed in the blink of an eye today, becoming a good student and being so nice to Lan Yuyu. So Ling Yanqiu was very puzzled. After getting the luggage, Ling Yanqiu sent Lan Yuyu to the dormitory. On the second floor of Shangmei building, at the entrance of dormitory 202. "Hello, teacher." The girl who was hanging clothes outside saw Ling Yanqiu leading Lan Yuyu towards them and quickly shouted, "Wen Xiecheng, could you please stop being so childish? You've pulled this trick countless times. Who are you trying to fool?" A rough voice came from the dormitory, and their voice smelled of green onions. The girl at the door looked embarrassed. It was impossible for her to remind him again because Ling Yanqiu had already arrived at the dormitory door. Cough, cough. Ling Yanqiu looked at the girl playing with her cell phone on the bed and coughed twice. Hearing their voice, Gao Mengmeng seemed to press the pause button and turned stiffly to look at the door. It is indeed Ling Yanqiu. She quickly put her phone into her pocket, cold sweat breaking out. "Ling, teacher Ling." Lan Yuyu was a little surprised. This classmate was already in high school at such a young age? It's no wonder that Lan Yuyu misunderstood her. Gao Mengmeng has a baby face and looks like she is only 7 or 8 years old. She is 1.5 meters tall. If it weren't for her loud voice, she would definitely be a cute and delicate girl. Give me your cell phone. Ling Feixue spoke like an emotionless machine. Gao Mengmeng felt very sad. It was all Wang Xiecheng's fault. She always lied to her that her teacher was here, otherwise she would not have been indifferent just now. Hand over the phone, it will cost her life. This is the iPhone 3G, which was released just over 2 months ago and I bought it just over a week ago. Fortunately, she was prepared. Gao Mengmeng took out the old mobile phone from her pocket and handed it to Ling Feixue with a reluctant look on her face. Ling Feixue took it without saying anything. Gao Mengmeng was secretly delighted and almost couldn't help laughing. The teacher really didn't see his new phone. Ling Feixue almost laughed out loud at her student's poor acting skills. When she took the old phone, she said, "Gao Mengmeng, you weren't playing with this phone just now. Take out the one you were playing with in your pocket." "Teacher, please don't. This is an iPhone 3G. I just bought it less than a week ago. I've already given you one. Please be merciful. I won't bring it to school anymore." Gao Mengmeng acted pitiful and begged for mercy in a cute way. But the way she speaks really doesn't make her look cute. The college entrance examination is less than a year away, and Ling Feixue doesn't want her to lose her ambition due to indulgence, so how could she let her go? He threatened, "If you give it to me now, I won't report it to the school. I'll give it back to you at the end of the semester. If you don't listen, I'll not only report it to the school, but I'll also notify your parents." Gao Mengmeng became depressed when she heard that her parents were going to be told. "I bought the cell phone secretly, but if my mother finds out, I will be beaten." Gao Mengmeng took out her phone in agony, saying, "Teacher, you promised me you couldn't tell my parents." The teacher swears that he will never tell. Only after hearing this did Gao Mengmeng hand the phone to Ling Feixue. "Gao Mengmeng, I know you must still have a cell phone at home. If you bring a cell phone in again, I will cancel your accommodation at school." Ling Feixue gave another warning. Gao Mengmeng replied dejectedly, "I know. Lan Yuyu will live in your dormitory from now on. You should help her as much as possible." After saying that, Ling Feixue went to the door, brought Lan Yuyu in, and then began to help her make the bed. Each dormitory in Xiangmei building has 6 beds. Dormitory 202 is currently occupied by 2 girls. The lower bunk is used for luggage, leaving just one lower bunk for Lan Yuyu. Except for Gao Mengmeng, who was in grief, several other classmates helped to make the beds and put the luggage away. The girls in this dormitory are very united and there won't be several factions in one dormitory. Ling Feixue feels more at ease knowing that Lan Yuyu lives in this dormitory. On the other side, Yilin waited for Huang Bei to come back from taking out the trash, and then the two left the school and went to the barber shop. Chapter 13. Not everyone is suitable for a short haircut. The 2 men rode Huang Bei's large scooter. The motorcycle was decorated by Huang Bei with all kinds of colors, and the wheels were equipped with colorful lights that glowed when it ran. There was a subwoofer tied to the back of the car, and Phoenix Dances in the 9 Heavens was playing at that time. Huang Bei wore sunglasses and stepped on the accelerator. In his eyes, he was the most handsome guy on the street. Yilin sat in the back with an embarrassed look on her face, like a little wife, burying her head in Huang Bei's back. This is so fucking embarrassing. Why didn't I have this feeling before? After running about 2 kilometers, the 2 finally arrived at the barber shop next to the big square. Tony was sitting at the door and saw the 2 figures from a distance. The god of wealth is here again. When the 2 arrived, Tony smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, young Master Huang, what hairstyle do you want to get today?" Huang Bei had no intention of doing so he replied, "I won't do it." After saying that, he walked into the barber shop, sat down on the cashier's chair, and started playing the big but computer on the counter. "Mr. Huang, please be gentle. My chair can't withstand the tossing and turning." "Huang Bei, if it breaks, I'll compensate you." Yilin smiled and said, "Hu Zi, I'm going to get a haircut today." "Okay, Mr. Yi, please come in." "Kui Lian, give Mr. Yi a shower." Hu Zi instructed the girl inside. Then he walked behind Huang Bei and watched him play the game. "Mr. Huang, your technique isn't very good. You were killed the moment you showed your head." Huang Bei said with dissatisfaction, "I just don't have the feel for it yet." Sniper, right? Wait, see how I deal with him in the next game. At the beginning of the second round, Huang Bei changed to a sniper rifle and jumped to the middle gate, but was shot by the enemy's cannon before he could get out. Huang Bei immediately started cursing. Fuck, you think a cannon is so great? Huzi, your equipment is too poor. Hu Zisho shook his head, and Jin Shouzai picked his feet. Your positioning is all wrong. People passing through the middle gate jump up and shoot instantly. How could I not understand this? I still need you to teach me. Huang Bei was very angry and jumped out for the third time to avoid the bullet, but after he landed he couldn't aim at anyone for a long time. He had no idea how to shoot instantly, and was killed by the second shot. There really is something on the other side. Hu Zi smiled happily. The guy on the other side is just a piece of trash. How is that possible? If you don't look at him, he's just smiling. He's obviously a big shot from another district. Bet or not, he's just little trash. How do you bet? Seeing Huang Bei taking the bait, Hu Zi said, I'll wait for the next shot to kill him, and you give me a whole pack of Furongwang. If I can't kill him in one shot, I'll give you a 30 yuan game card. Okay. Huang Bei gave up his position first. In the second round, Hu Zi shot out and killed the opponent instantly. Seeing this, Huang Bei quickly turned his head and looked outside the door. Mr. Huang, hey, Huang. Seeing Huang Bei looking outside, Hu Zi knew that this guy was going to cheat. After a few seconds, Huang Bei turned around and asked, has it started yet? I've already defeated the opponent in 1 second. What? Huang Bei leaned over to their computer and just happened to scroll through the kill record in the upper right corner. You killed him? Why didn't you tell me when you started? Hu Zi, don't lie to me. Hu Zi also got angry. Okay, I'll watch you next time. If you cheat again, don't come to my store to play games for free in the future. The same thing happened next. Hu Zi killed the opponent with one shot. At this time, Yi Lin had finished washing his hair. Hu Zi is mighty, go cut Master Yi's hair first. Remember to buy me some cigarettes. When have I ever broken my promise? I'll bring it next time. My dad has a pile of cigarettes in his drawer. I'll bring you a pack of Huazi next time. That's alright. Huang Bei always does what he says, which is why Hu Zi is willing to gamble with him often. Of course, Huang Bei also wins sometimes, otherwise he wouldn't be willing to gamble. However, neither of them was willing to gamble with Yi Lin. This guy was too powerful, and they would only lose if they gambled with him. Yi Lin sat down at his seat, and Hu Zi blew his hair half dry. Young Master Yi, what kind of hairstyle do you want today? I'm telling you, I just got a new hairstyle book. It contains all the most fashionable hairstyles. After saying that, Hu Zi took out a new style book and opened it for Yi Lin to see. It contained various non-mainstream hairstyles. Young Master Yi, this style is definitely suitable for you. After the haircut, I will perm it for you and dye it. You are definitely the most handsome man in Qingyuan. If Ling Feixue from your school sees you, she will definitely fall in love with you immediately. Plus, this hairstyle is absolutely unacceptable at school, and the dye only shows through in the sun. Even the teachers can't find fault with it. Since we've been friends for so many years, I'll give you a 12% discount on this new style. How about it? Hu Zi believed that as long as he was linked to Ling Feixue, Yi Lin would definitely not refuse. That little girl was indeed stunningly beautiful. Hu Zi, just give me a buzz cut. Okay, a buzz cut. What? A buzz cut? Master Yi, you want a buzz cut? Hu Zi thought Yi Lin agreed and was excited, but when he realized that Yi Lin meant to cut his hair short, he was stunned. In this era, hairstyle is definitely more important than appearance. Even if you are not handsome, girls will look at you more if you have a neat hairstyle. Yes, a buzz cut. Yi Lin said this without any hesitation. Master Yi, your hair is so fine and noble. It would be a shame to cut it short. You will regret it. Hu Zi couldn't believe it. Even the 3 good students had to have side bangs, but Yi Lin wanted to cut a buzz cut. Go ahead and cut it. I have to go to class later. Attend class. This guy is actually rushing to class. This is really a first. Young Master Yi, are you stimulated? Hu Zi felt that it was probably because of love, and he had to keep Yi Lin's long hair. He styles these 2 models several times a week. They are his ATM machines. Hey, Huzi, why are you so talkative today? Do you want to cut your hair or not? If not, I'll go next door. Seeing that Yilin was a little angry, Huzi didn't say anything more. He picked up the clipper and quickly trimmed Yilin's long hair. What a pity, what a pity. Huzishin looked distressed. After cutting, Yilin rinsed it. When Kui Lian saw Yilin's face, she was stunned and stared at him in a trance. Although there are some hair fragments on his face, they cannot hide his handsome face. At this moment, Kui Lian's heart was moved. This was the Prince Charming in her dreams. Can you give me a rinse? Kui Lian looked at it for almost a minute without moving, and Yilin asked. Yes, I can wash it. Just lie down. Kui Lian blushed. During the washing process, she was so absent-minded that she was too embarrassed to touch Yilin's head. After washing, Yilin simply wiped himself dry and walked out of the shower room. As expected, a buzz cut is more comfortable and refreshing. Fuck. After washing, Huzi saw Yilin's clean face and started swearing. He knew Yilin was a bit handsome, but he didn't expect him to be so handsome. Could it be that this guy's buzz cut was a big move? Was he going to win Ling Feixue over with his looks in the first interview? Wang Bei looked over when he heard Huzi swearing. Fuck. Wang Bei stood up from his seat immediately. This was the first time he saw Yilin's whole face since high school. Damn, he's a bit too handsome. Huzi, give me a buzz cut too. Huzi looked at Wang Bei. Hurry up. This guy with a short haircut is so handsome. Yiling said that Wang Bei's looks are at the level of a school idol. Are you serious? Huzi confirmed. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Another ATM gone. Huzi had no choice but to cut Wang Bei's hair into a buzz cut as well. After the cut, Wang Bei Jianshu burst into tears. There are 2 lumps of fat on his face, and his head is small and his bottom is big, like a pumpkin. Huzi looked at it and shook his head, it was so ugly. Not everyone can pull off this buzz cut, some people prefer to have long hair. After they had their hair cut, they were ready to go to class. Wang Bei had no intention of going to school at all. If he went there looking like this, Chen Sini would definitely laugh him to death. In the end, Yilin dragged him there. After the two left, Kui Lian came out and asked embarrassedly, Boss, do you have Yishao's penguin account? Huzi was stunned. Damn, Yilin was poached just for getting a haircut. Huzi answered unconscionably, I don't have his penguin ID, Kui Lian, are you in love with him? Suelian is shy about hammering. If you like him, I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Yilin doesn't belong to you. Do you remember the girl who came to our shop to wash her hair last time? You said she was very beautiful and like a fairy. That's someone's girlfriend. Not only is she the school beauty, she's also the top student in the school. What can you use to steal her boyfriend? Hearing this, Kui Lian felt a little regretful. After a year in society, she still had some self-awareness. Although I look okay, I am far inferior to that girl. I can only be with her in my dreams. Chapter 14, New Campus Prince. The first class in the afternoon was physics class. After the second bell rang, the two hurried to the classroom door. He wouldn't have been late, but Wang Bei was just lazy and wasted a lot of time on the way. Report. Yilin was afraid that Wang Bei would escape, so he grabbed him with one hand and shouted to report. The physics teacher looked at the two of them in confusion. He had been teaching for 3 years, so even if he didn't know the names of these senior high school students, he was familiar with their faces. But those two people at the door? I've never seen them before. I heard there are new students in class 1. Could they be these two? At this time, seeing Yilin, the classmates were excited, especially the girls. With Wang Bei standing next to him, Yilin looks even more handsome. He is so handsome, with clean short hair, a handsome face, and that blue and white school uniform. He is the new school idol, the absolute school idol. What is Lin Jishi from class 10? Is he worthy of being the school idol? The boy in front of me is the school hunk. Wow, man. Gao Mengmeng was sitting in the front row, watching with stars in her eyes, and was the first to speak out. This? Do we have a new classmate? This is so cool. Mom, I'm in love. A bunch of girls fell for it. Seeing the girls in the class looking at him with crazy eyes, Yilin thought, is it really that serious? Are they all horny? All the boys in the class looked at Yilin, and a sense of hostility rose in their hearts. Who is this guy? Why does he look so much like Yilin? Teacher, can we go in? Seeing that the physics teacher didn't speak for a long time, Yilin asked. Come in. The physics teacher wanted to ask the two what was going on, but he thought they must be lower grade students, otherwise he would not have been unfamiliar with them. But when he heard Yilin's words, he knew that these were the students in class 1, but he had no impression of these two students. They might have just transferred here. Under everyone's gaze, Yilin walked back to his seat. Now all the students were furious again. Is this Yilin? Yilin is so handsome. Why is Yilin so handsome? When they saw it was Yilin, many girls were no longer interested. What does it matter if you are handsome if you have bad character and are not good at studying? Can being handsome be enough to make a living? Of course, there are also many girls who don't care about these things, as long as they look handsome. Many boys are still jealous, especially Qin Qianzhu. This guy has become more handsome, which means that his love rival has become stronger. Lan Yuyu watched the handsome boy walk down from the door and sit down next to her. Although she didn't know what it meant to like someone or to be moved, she was very happy when she saw Yilin coming to her. Little Bin Sprout. Yilin called out when he saw Lan Yuyu staring at him in a daze. R. Lan Yuyu came back to her senses. What should I do? Staring at someone like that just now was so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Even though he's very handsome, you can't stare at him like that. What should I do? What should I do? Why are you blushing? Seeing Lan Yuyu was shy, Yilin felt a little happy inside. After all, people are shy only in front of the people they care about. I. Lan Yuyu was so anxious that she couldn't speak. I see, you must have secretly eaten spicy noodles while I was away. Yes, huh? No, I didn't cheat. So cute, Yilin smiled like an auntie. I'm just kidding. The snacks in the drawer are all bought for you, Xiao Duyer. You're staring at me. Is there something on my face? No, it's just that you're very good looking, so I couldn't help but stare at you for a while. Yilin, why did you cut your hair? When I saw you this morning, you didn't dare look at me. You must have been scared by my long hair. Do you think people with long hair are bad people? Lan Yuyu nodded. Those people who bullied her in number 1 middle school also had long hair like Yilin. So, I cut my hair so you don't have to be afraid of me anymore. When Lan Yuyu heard that Yilin was getting his hair cut to make her feel less afraid, she felt very happy. Yilin is really a good person. He is the second person who treats her well besides her family. Just pay attention to the class. The physics teacher had already started the lecture, and Yilin asked her to attend. Lan Yuyu listened to the class attentively, just like an obedient child. On the other side, Huang Bei sat back in his seat, feeling a little disappointed. He originally thought that his classmates would laugh at his ugly haircut, but in the end, all his classmates' attention was attracted by Yilin and no one paid any attention to him at all. Seeing that Huang Bei was not happy, Yilin turned around and whispered to comfort his good brother. Fatty, why do you look so miserable? Brother Lin, how come you look so handsome with the same hairstyle, but I look so ugly with it? Yilin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Was this a problem with his hairstyle? So do you want to be more handsome? Nonsense, which man doesn't want to look handsome? Okay, then I'll give you a makeover. I guarantee you'll be completely transformed in a few months. Really? How? I won't get plastic surgery. I'm afraid of going under the knife. That's bullshit. Didn't I tell you that you have the looks of a school idol? You're just too fat. Just lose some weight. Huang Bei thought, losing weight. That would be so painful and torturous. He was so exhausted after running a short distance to take out the garbage at noon that he immediately gave up on losing weight. Seeing that he was reluctant, Yilin advised again, don't forget what I told you this morning. You are in trouble. Brother Lin, what era is it now? Are you still so superstitious? Yilin smiled bitterly and thought to himself, if I hadn't been reborn, I wouldn't be superstitious. Besides, this is something that really happened in the previous life, not fortune-telling. Some things cannot be disbelieved. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. And think about it, losing weight will only benefit you. First, you will become more handsome, and Chen Sini will definitely like you then. Second, when you become stronger, you can protect Chen Sini. Girls don't like weaklings, let alone a girl like Chen Sini who is good looking and has good grades. The third is that you are destined to face this calamity, and you must lose weight and get into college to get through it safely. Huang Bei felt that what Yilin said made sense, but losing weight was painful enough, and taking the college entrance exam would be really difficult. Brother Lin, losing weight is fine, but forget about the college entrance exam. I'm not cut out for it. You told that fortune teller in your dream that something bad would happen to me if I went to college. I'll just graduate from high school and not continue my studies. When Yilin heard this, he was shocked. When did this guy become so smart? He even learned to take advantage of loopholes. No, if you don't believe me, I'll take you to see the fortune teller after school. Okay, I want to see how this charlatan deceives people. Wang Bei didn't believe it. After class, when it was time for eye exercises, Yilin immediately ran to the toilet. One is to avoid these girls, and the other is to use the mobile phone to send messages. After searching for a while, Penguin finally found the fortune teller in Xiangshan. As for how Yilin got the contact information of this fortune teller, it was because he had asked this guy to tell his fortune when he was pursuing Ling Feixue. He also asked a fortune teller for help and was cheated out of a lot of money. After agreeing on the price, Yilin told the fortune teller all of Huang Bei's little secrets. For example, the year, month and day of birth, physical characteristics, family information, etc. And tell the fortune teller your request, and reward him after the request is completed. Chapter 15. Even if I become handsome, I won't forgive you. After sending the message, Yilin came out of the bathroom. As soon as he reached the stairs, he was bumped into by Zhao Rongrong, who was rushing back to the classroom. Yilin covered his chest in pain. Classmate, I'm sorry, are you okay? Zhao Rongrong hurried forward to ask. When Zhao Rongrong first saw the boy's face, she was stunned. So handsome, who is this? Suddenly she remembered the scene where the hero and heroine met in the Korean drama. First they bumped into each other, then met by chance, and finally fell in love. A handsome boyfriend and a sweet love, just thinking about it makes me happy. Zhao Rongrong was instantly filled with love. Yilin was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, then walked towards the classroom. Zhao Rong kept staring at Yilin until he saw him walk into the classroom at the far end. Is he a student in class 1? How come I've never seen such a handsome guy in a class before? Could it be that he just transferred here? I just bumped into his arms, it felt so comfortable. Zhao Rongrong came to his seat with a silly smile on his face. Ling Feixue was so happy when she saw her deskmate go to the office to hand in homework and come back. She asked, Zhao Rongrong, what are you laughing at? What makes you so happy? Feixue, I just saw a very handsome boy, and I even bumped into his arms. Zhao Rongrong said happily. Look at you, you're so handsome, aren't you? Ling Feixue looked disdainful. Of course he's handsome, super handsome. Let me tell you, isn't Lin Jishi handsome enough? But he can't compare to him. He is definitely a breath of fresh air among the boys. He looks clean and tidy. At first glance, he is the kind of handsome and pure student. Just looking at his appearance, you can tell that his academic performance must be very good. Look at what you said, he is really so handsome and studies so well, he has been famous in school for a long time. He should have just transferred in and is in class 1. If you don't believe me, let's go and see him after class. Okay. I'll go with you after class. You're not falling in love with her, are you? Hearing this, Zhao Rongrong blushed, hesitated, and felt a little embarrassed. Ling Feixue was a little shocked. Zhao Rongrong, didn't you say you didn't have a relationship in high school? If it's his word, then love is possible. Feixue, you don't understand the feeling of love at first sight. I think you are attracted by her beauty. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Ling Feixue doesn't believe that there is a boy in this school who is more handsome than Lin Jishi. Although I don't like Lin Jishi, he is indeed handsome and talented. Compared to that bastard Yilin, Jian Shou is as far apart as heaven and earth. Thinking of Yilin, Ling Feixue was extremely angry. She had been waiting for half a day, but Yilin did not apologize to her on Penguin number. This bastard has been on my mind all day and I can't study properly. Both of them finally made it to the end of get out of class. Zhao Rongrong couldn't wait to pull Ling Feixue out of the classroom. She must take a look at this handsome guy, and she still doesn't believe him. Just then, Yilin pulled Lan Yuyu out to the corridor to bask in the sun. He came out. Feixue, look, that's over there. That's the guy with the buzz cut in the corridor. Zhao Rongrong pointed at Yilin excitedly. Ling Feixue looked in the direction Zhao Rongrong pointed. It looked okay from a distance, but it was 3 classes away and the view was not very clear. It's hard to see here, let's go to class 2. After saying that, Zhao Rongrong pulled Ling Feixue towards class 2. When I arrived outside the corridor of class 2, I finally saw Yilin's face clearly. Ling Feixue had to admit that he was indeed very handsome, more handsome than Lin Jishi, but what is the use of being handsome? Lin Jishi is a music student. He can not only sing but also dance. Although he studies music, his academic performance is also very good. All in all, Ling Feixue still thinks Lin Jishi is better. If Yilin was half as good as Lin Jishi, Ling Feixue would accept him. Unfortunately, Yilin is a bastard. Ling Feixue took another look. Suddenly I feel that this handsome guy in class 1 looks a little familiar. Why does he look so much like that bastard Yilin? Ling Feixue asked, Rongrong, don't you think this person looks familiar? Look familiar? Not familiar. Zhao Rongrong glanced at him from time to time, afraid that Yilin would discover him. But Yilin had no time to pay attention to them. He was obsessed with looking at Lan Yuyu in the sunshine. I feel like he looks a lot like Yilin. The more Ling Feixue looked, the more similar they looked. Usually, Yilin would only show half of his face, which was covered by his noble hair, but Ling Feixue had seen Yilin's full face. Impossible. How could such a handsome guy be Yilin? I'll ask Wang Xiecheng. After a while, Wang Xiecheng was pulled outside by Zhao Rongrong. In class 1, Zhao Rongrong came to find Wang Xiecheng. Qin Qianzhu looked outside and saw Ling Feixue standing outside the door. He immediately picked up the book and sat down to read seriously. The goddess is here, we must perform well. She should be looking at me. She must have seen how hard I was studying. Did she come to see me specially? Qin Qianzhu glanced outside the door again, and Ling Feixue happened to be looking towards the classroom. She was indeed looking at me. In an instant, Qin Qianzhu felt that happiness was getting closer and closer to him. In fact, Ling Feixue didn't look at Qin Qianzhu at all. She was observing whether Yilin was in the classroom. If Yilin was there, then the boy in the corridor could not be Yilin. Rongrong, what do you want to talk to me about? Wang Xiecheng asked. Xiecheng, what's the name of the new boy in your class? Zhao Rongrong pointed at Yilin in the corridor. What new classmate? That's Yilin. Don't you recognize him just because he got a haircut? Wang Xiecheng looked disgusted. Yilin, that bastard, used his stinky socks to soak stinky tofu for her to eat. She would remember this for the rest of her life. What a bastard. If Teacher Ling hadn't come to ask them if they were feeling unwell, she wouldn't have known about this. What? Yilin. He is Yilin. In an instant, Zhao Rongrong's dream of Prince Charming was shattered. Damn it, why is he Yilin? Yeah, it's Yilin. You didn't think he was the new handsome guy and wanted to come over to get in touch, did you? Zhao Rongrong shook her head in denial. How is that possible? We were just curious about the new student in your class, so we came to ask you. There is indeed a new student in our class, the girl next to Yilin, she's skinny and ugly. Wang Xiecheng pointed at Lan Yuyu. Ling Feixue snorted coldly, I knew he was Yilin. After saying that, he walked towards Yilin. Yilin. Ling Feixue called him first with some anger. Yilin frowned and turned around, and when he saw that it was Ling Feixue, his good mood instantly disappeared. Why is this woman haunting me? Didn't she just say she'd ignore me this morning? Are you calling me? Yilin asked. Is there another person here named Yilin? Indeed not. Miss Ling, what do you want to talk to me about? There was a hint of playfulness in Yilin's words. Ling Feixue was already very angry in the morning, and Yilin didn't look for her at noon, so she didn't sleep all afternoon. Now seeing Yilin like this, Ling Feixue became even angrier. Yilin, I'm telling you, I won't forgive you. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you cut your hair and act like a good student. You're dreaming. After saying that, he ran back to the classroom angrily. Ling Feishue's words made everyone suddenly realize. It turns out that Yilin made himself so handsome just to beg Ling Feishue to forgive him. Lan Yuyu looked at Ling Feishue's angry expression and asked Yilin in confusion, "What's wrong with her? Yilin, did you bully her?" Yilin explained, "Little Bin Sprout, how could I possibly bully someone? This person is sick and inexplicable. Oh, she comes to school even though she's sick. How pitiful. Don't her parents take her to see a doctor?" Yilin almost laughed out loud when he saw the innocent Lan Yuyu. Her condition is called sentimentalism, and doctors can't cure it. Oh, what a strange disease, no wonder the doctor can't cure it. Lan Yuyu seemed to be lost in thought. Wang Xiecheng watched Ling Feishue leave angrily, and then thought of what Qin Qianzhu had told her that morning. She asked Zhao Rongrong, how did Yilin make Feishue so angry? Chapter 16, I am here with you, what are you afraid of? Zhao Rongrong told Wang Xiecheng that Yilin did not confess his feelings to Ling Feishue. When Wang Xiecheng heard this, he was shocked. What was going on? Yilin is annoyed when he goes to confess his love to her every day, and gets upset when he doesn't go. Could it be that Ling Feishue has fallen in love with Yilin? Wang Xiecheng told Zhao Rongrong his thoughts. Zhao Rongrong thought for a moment and said, that shouldn't be possible, right? I guess Feishue is used to Yilin confessing his love to her every day. Today, Yilin suddenly stopped confessing his love, and she might be feeling disappointed. There is definitely a gap. Yilin's methods are getting more and more sophisticated. Wang Xiecheng exclaimed. What do you mean? Zhao Rongrong was puzzled. Wang Xiecheng analyzed the situation. I've seen this kind of scene before in novels. Yilin's tactic is called playing hard to get. After a long period of unsuccessful confession, he changed his strategy. Ling Feishue has now become accustomed to his presence in her life. Now that he suddenly stops confessing his feelings, it is normal for Ling Feishue to feel disappointed, especially since he now packages himself as handsome. As long as he backs down, Ling Feishue will definitely come to him on her own initiative. Fortunately, I have read a lot of romance novels, otherwise I would not understand this trick. Zhao Rongrong suddenly understood. Right, Xiecheng, you're right. Feishue has already approached him twice today. This morning, I thought Yilin was taking revenge on Feishue. It turns out this tactic is called playing hard to get. Thank goodness you're so knowledgeable, Xiecheng. No, I have to tell Feishue right away. She can't fall for Yilin's trick. After saying that, Zhao Rongrong hurried back to the classroom. Wang Xiecheng looked at Yilin with a smug look on her face, thinking that little tricks can't escape her sharp eyes. At this time, Qin Qianzhu in the classroom saw Ling Feishue being driven away by Yilin again, and he wanted to come out and beat Yilin up. It's a rare occasion for Ling Feishue to come to see him, Qin Qianzhu, so why is Yilin, the shameless guy, pestering her? This is outrageous. Qin Qianzhu became more and more angry the more he thought about it, so he went out to find Yilin first. Qin Qianzhu came to Yilin with a belly full of anger. Yilin, can you have some shame? Ling Feishue doesn't like you, why are you still pestering her? Yilin. Lan Yuyu? Little Bin Sprout, this person is sick. Class is about to start. Let's go in. After Yilin finished speaking, he pulled Lan Yuyu into the classroom and ignored Qin Qianzhu. Lan Yuyu was very confused. Why were so many people sick? Who are you calling sick? Qin Qianzhu wanted to catch up and argue, but was stopped by Wang Xiecheng. Wang Xiecheng, what are you doing? Today I want to seek justice for Ling Feishue. Lao Qin, forget it. You're a class leader, why are you bothering with a small rat? Qin Qianzhu calmed down after hearing this. Did you ask about what I said this morning? Wang Xiecheng smiled awkwardly. I asked, but Lao Qin, I still won't tell you, okay. Did that bastard Yilin do something outrageous to Ling Feishue? Xiecheng, don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for her. Not really. What happened was this. Yilin was supposed to confess his love to Ling Feishue for the 999th time this morning. He said he had a big surprise for Ling Feishue, but he didn't go and confessed his love. Ling Feishue got angry, so she came to find him. After hearing this, Qin Qianzhu was not very happy. Ling Feishue actually cared about Yilin? Wang Xiecheng repeated to Qin Qianzhu what he had just analyzed to Zhao Rongrong. After Qin Qianzhu heard this, he was surprised that Yilin was so scheming and Ling Feixue couldn't be fooled. He immediately went into the classroom and decided to write down all of Yilin's evil deeds and give them to Ling Feixue after school, so that she would not be fooled. The last class was a class meeting. Ling Feixue was a little surprised to see Yilin and Huang Bei had their hair cut neatly. Normally, asking these guys to cut my hair is like asking them to die, but today I cut it myself and it looked much more pleasing to the eye. The class meeting was full of the same old topics, which were nothing more than discipline, safety and study. After talking about these, Ling Feixue announced something. Classmates, the sports meet will be held after National Day. This will be the last sports meet in your high school career. I hope our class can actively participate this time. I hope every student can participate and not leave any regrets in your high school life. When Qin Qianzhu in the audience heard this, his eyes lit up. It was his time to shine again. He is the main player in the basketball game of the annual sports meeting. It's a pity that the boys in the class are too weak and don't know how to cooperate, otherwise they would not have failed to get a ranking. Ling Feixue handed a form to the sports committee member Qin Qianzhu after she finished speaking. Go up to the blackboard and write down the items. Qin Qianzhu took the table and went to the blackboard to write down the sports events. First is track and field, including long jump, high jump, shot put, long distance running, short distance running, and 400-meter relay. Then came the boys' basketball game and the girls' volleyball game. Although Qingyuan Middle School has a small football field, there are too few students who can play football, so the school does not organize any competitions. Everyone hurry up and register, and use this class meeting to complete the registration. After Qin Qianzhu finished writing, Ling Feixue urged him on. Qin Qianzhu stood on the podium, and was the first to write his name on the back of the basketball. Soon, many students went up and wrote their names behind the projects. About 10 minutes later, the other events were almost finished, but no one signed up for the 1,000-meter race. In the past, even if Yilin had the ability, he would not sign up for this kind of competition. At that time, participating in the sports meet was a disgrace to him. How could a handsome non-mainstream male god do such a rude thing? What would he do if his hair got messed up? Seeing that no one signed up, Yilin walked up. The whole class was a little surprised. Yilin, he actually went up. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Yilin wrote his name behind the 1,000-meter long-distance running event. 1,000 meters. Yilin, can you do it? Qin Qianzhu sneered. If you can do it, why don't you report it? Yilin came down after saying this. Qin Qianzhu felt very embarrassed instantly. If he didn't sign up under such circumstances, wouldn't he be telling his classmates that he was not good enough? Although he didn't want to take on this tiring job, Qin Qianzhu had to write his name behind Yilin for the sake of face. Who said I didn't sign up? I just wanted to leave the opportunity to my classmates. Since no one signed up, as the class sports committee member, it's my duty to do so. Next, under Ling Feixue's urging, all the competition events were basically fully registered by the end of the get out of class. But only 5 people signed up for the basketball game. 5 people definitely can't do it, they don't have the physical strength to play their whole game. Moreover, the school requires that at least 8 people must register to participate in the competition, otherwise it will be considered as forfeiting. Although there are dozens of boys in class 1, they usually focus all their energy on studying and have no time to play ball. If they don't fight back, it will be embarrassing, so they would rather not retaliate. And every time they went up, they were always scolded by Qin Qianzhu, who would complain afterwards that they didn't fight well. Seeing that there were no satisfied people, Qin Qianzhu became anxious. There are so many boys in the class, can you be more manly? They started scolding me before the fight even started, which made even less people willing to sign up. Yilin walked up again and wrote 2 names with a few strokes, Yilin and Huang Bei. Qin Qianzhu looked disgusted, but since no one reported it, he didn't say anything else. Otherwise, if he gives up, how can he shine? Huang Bei was still sleeping and had no idea what was happening. Yang Haoqing pushed him awake. What's wrong? Is get out of class over? Huang Bei, who was half asleep and half awake, asked. Yang Haoqing smiled evilly. Old fatty, look at the blackboard. Huang Bei glanced at the blackboard. Basketball game, Yilin, Huang Bei. Damn. I woke up instantly. Who wrote my name on it? Huang Bei asked Yang Haoqing with anger. Your brother Lin. Yang Haoqing couldn't help laughing out loud. Huang Bei turned his head and looked at Yilin. He knew that Yilin was good at playing basketball, but he himself was not good at it. He said to Yilin unwillingly, "Brother Lin, I don't know how to do it. With me here, what are you afraid of? You can always block people and pass the ball to me, right?" When Huang Bei heard this, he thought it was a simple idea and stopped complaining. However, seeing Yang Haoqing's gloating look, Huang Bei couldn't help but get angry and took it up first. When everyone thought Huang Bei was going to erase his name, he added another name after his name, Yang Haoqing. Yang Haoqing was so angry at this moment. When Huang Bei came down, Yang Haoqing said awkwardly, "Fatty, I don't know how to fight." "Huang Bei, do you think I can do it? You know how to block people and pass the ball to Brother Lin, right? If you dare to go up and wipe your name off, don't even think about eating my snacks anymore." After hearing what Huang Bei said, Yang Haoqing had no choice but to accept it. Ling Feixue looked at the basketball match list and shook her head. She thought that the basketball competition in this year's sports meeting would probably be ranked last again. But she was used to it and didn't say much. Rankings are not important, as long as all students can participate. Soon, the class meeting ended and Qin Qianzhu ran to the school gate with a petition. He didn't dare to send her to school. If he was caught in a relationship, it would be a disaster. Chapter 17, Going to Fortune Teller. On the other side, Class 5 classroom. Ling Feixue remembered what she had said in the morning, that if she went to find Yilin again, she would be a puppy. She felt sad when she thought of this. She had just gone to look for Yilin. Wasn't that being a masochist? Yilin must be feeling very proud, maybe people will call him a puppy from now on. When Zhao Rongrong returned to her seat, she saw Ling Feixue lying on the table, thinking about something in a depressed mood. Seeing Zhao Rongrong coming back, Ling Feixue complained, "Rongrong, it's all your fault. You insisted on looking at some handsome guy. I just said this morning that if I go to Yilin again, I'll be a puppy. He will call me a puppy every day from now on." Zhao Rongrong was also very depressed because her Prince Charming was gone just like that. Helplessly, he said, "I didn't know he was Yilin." Ling Feixue thought about it and it made sense. Zhao Rongrong didn't know that it was Yilin. If Wang Xiecheng hadn't said it was Yilin, Zhao Rongrong might have asked for his contact information, which would have been even more embarrassing. Thinking of Yilin's playing hard to get tactics, Zhao Rongrong quickly said, "My dear sister, don't fall for Yilin's trick." Fooled? Ling Feixue was puzzled. What had she been fooled into? Zhao Rongrong then repeated what Wang Xiecheng had just said. When Ling Feixue heard this, she felt that Yilin was really shameless for using such means to pursue her. Is he willing to make himself sad? And I took the initiative to look for him twice. Didn't he achieve his goal? But why hasn't this bastard come over to beg for forgiveness? Isn't he afraid that I will really ignore him forever? Is he really that bold? Ling Feixue, who was originally sad, became very angry after listening to Zhao Rongrong's analysis. Ling Feixue was angry throughout the entire class meeting. She had no intention of signing up for the sports meet. Li Xingfen, their head teacher of Class 5, spent half a class trying to persuade her. After all, Ling Feishue's height advantage could not be wasted, and she had to win honor for the class. Ling Feixue was so annoyed that she went up to report the inflated volleyball. Finally, the get out of class was over and Ling Feixue left the school. As soon as I arrived at the school gate, a boy ran over. Feixue, do you recognize me?" Qin Qianzhu said this a little embarrassedly. "I don't know him." Ling Feixue knew that this boy was in the same class as her, and she noticed that he was always stealing glances at her. If she guessed correctly, this guy must have some feelings for her. Although I recognize his face, I really don't know his name. Of course, I'm not interested in knowing. Not only does he look ordinary, but his skin is also very dark, much worse than Yilin's. Qin Qianzhu didn't expect Ling Feishue's answer to be so emotionless. She was clearly watching him outside the classroom in the afternoon. He must be upset because of Yilin and is angry, right? Thinking of this, Qin Qianzhu felt better. He introduced himself, "I'm Qin Qianzhu, the sports committee member of Class 1. Feishue, I have something for you." After saying that, Qin Qianzhu stuffed the origami folded into an inch size into Ling Feishue's hand. Ling Feixue was startled by this sudden action. This bastard actually grabbed my hand. And kept calling me Feixue? Isn't he disgusting? By the time Ling Feixue reacted, Qin Qianzhu had already run 10 meters away. Qin Qianzhu turned back and said as he ran, Feixue, you must open it and take a look. I must look handsome when I run, right? I just touched her hand, it was so smooth and comfortable. Boom tilde. Ouch. Qin Qianzhu turned his head without looking at the road and bumped into the electric pole in front of him. It was the peak time for school to be dismissed, and the students who saw it burst into laughter. Qin Qianzhu wished he could find a hole to crawl into at this moment. He was so embarrassed. The first one ran away without a trace. Brother Lin, I'm dying of laughter, so stupid. Huang Bei laughed so hard that his stomach hurt when he saw this scene. Hurry up and leave, what a joke. Yilin pulled Huang Bei towards his non-mainstream motorcycle, fearing that he would be pestered by Ling Feixue again. Ling Feixue wanted to throw the love letter away, but when she heard Yilin's voice, she didn't throw it away. He thought that Yilin must have seen Qin Qianzhu giving him the love letter just now. He spoke to Huang Bei in such an impatient tone, he must be jealous. So Ling Feixue pretended to cherish the love letter and put it in her pocket. If you don't come and ask me to forgive you, I will be so angry that I will die. After Yilin and Huang Bei left, Ling Feixue first threw their love letter, sent by Qin Qianzhu, into the trash can. There are so many boys pursuing her that it is common for her to receive love letters. Therefore, Ling Feixue basically doesn't read them and always throws them into the trash can. Yilin and Huang Bei came to the foot of Xiangshan Mountain and parked their motorcycles. Xiangshan is one of the most famous scenic spots in Qingyuan County and also one of the famous Buddhist holy sites in Longhua. On both sides of the stone steps leading up the mountain is carved with various large and small Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The temple is built on the mountain, and there are more than a dozen buildings from the bottom of the mountain to the top. On the other side is a cliff that looks like it was cut by a knife. There are many poems left by literati and poets on the cliff. The scenery is beautiful, unique and rich in culture, so there is a constant stream of tourists and pilgrims. When there are more people, there will naturally be a lot of business. There are all kinds of small shops at the foot of Xiangshan Mountain, and fortune-telling is naturally one of them. Yilin found the old man who had deceived him and pulled Huang Bei over. When he arrived at the stall, Huang Bei looked at the old man in a yellow robe and felt that he looked a bit like an immortal. The old man recognized Yilin at a glance and asked, "Young friends, are you here to pray for peace?" Huang Bei said to Yilin, "Brother Lin, don't say anything. I'll ask. Old Taoist priest, can you please tell me which of us wants to have our fortune told?" The old man smiled and said, "I'm nothing. Your friends told me everything. Your forehead is dark. I counted with my fingers and knew that you were here to pray for peace. Your friend has a blessed face, so why would he need to pray for peace? My forehead is dark. Yilin looks blessed. Brother Lin, is my forehead dark? It's a bit dark. Yilin replied. Brother Lin, you see the dark spots on my forehead? Then why can't I see the auspicious signs on your face? Har har, if you could see it, I wouldn't have to hang around here anymore. The old man chuckled. He spent the whole afternoon memoizing the fat guy's information. If he couldn't fool him, he'd better not stay here anymore. Then he pretended to be profound and told Huang Bei all the information Yilin had sent him, which frightened Huang Bei. It was said that God, remembering the good deeds of his ancestors, sent a dream to his friend to inform him that he would face this disaster. It is also to prove whether Yilin is his true friend. Huang Bei was so moved that he almost knelt down to Yilin. This charlatan was really good at exaggerating things, and he scared Huang Bei half to death at the first call. Huang Bei was determined to lose weight in an instant, and no one could stop him. However, he still wanted to bargain about studying, so he asked the old man, "Master, can I not study? Do I have to go to university to successfully overcome the tribulation?" As expected, just as Yilin had said in the message, the old man continued to deceive. Losing weight can save you from death. In this life, if you get fat, you will easily die. Studying is the path to marriage for you. If you want to find your other half in life, you have to study hard, otherwise you are doomed to be lonely for life. Huang Bei was a little excited when he heard this. Then Master, if I study hard, can I find my sweetheart? That's right. Then Master, can you please tell me the name of my beloved? When the old man heard this, he thought, this fat guy is getting more and more outrageous with his questions. If he asks more, won't he be exposed? So he pretended to be profound, the secret cannot be revealed. I have said enough today. It would be bad for you to say more. Just study hard, and the other half you find will definitely be someone you can only meet once in your lifetime. When Wang Bei heard this, he thought, it's a rare opportunity. Isn't he that Chensini? Thank you, master. After saying that, Wang Bei pulled Yilin and prepared to leave. The old man called out, young man, please show your sincerity before you leave. Sincerity? Ooh, master, how much is it? We monks don't accept money, only yuan. Then how much is it, master? 100 yuan. Wang Bei's face twitched. Yilin was also shocked. This old man was robbing. Didn't he say he would give him 100 yuan afterward? What the hell does that mean? The old man took out his cell phone and started typing. After a while, the phone in Yilin's pants vibrated. Yilin took out his cell phone and took a look. Boy, you're really nice to your friends. Let the fat guy pay for it himself. Come back to me if you need this kind of work in the future. Seeing the message, Yilin was happy. For the first time, he felt that this old man was quite kind. Chapter 18. My dad asked me to bring you food. Wang Bei sent Yilin home. As soon as Yilin entered the door, he smelled the fragrance of food. He was a little shocked when he saw the huge table of food. Turning to his father, who was still tinkering in the kitchen, he said, Old Yi, what festival is today? Why is it so grand? Yi Igor heard his son coming home and said with a smile, Xiaolin is back. It can't be a holiday. Look, your Uncle Li said this morning that you decided to study hard. He also said that you solved a difficult problem in math class. Aren't I happy? I'll make you a few more dishes to nourish your brain. Yi Igor came out of the kitchen with a smile on his face, but was stunned when he saw Yilin. Is this his son? What are you looking at? It's just a buzz cut. Seeing his father again, Yilin couldn't hold back his tears. His eyes were filled with tears, but he tried hard to hold them back. In my previous life, my parents divorced because I was not ambitious enough. The night before Yishue's college entrance examination, her mother planned to prepare a big meal for her herself, but a gas leak caused an explosion. Suqing and Yishue were reduced to ashes, and their bodies could not be found. In addition, Yilin did not change his bad habits, and in despair, Yi Igor tried to commit suicide by drowning himself in the river. At that time, Yilin was still in Kyoto, working as Ling Feishue's bootlicker, and he didn't even go home. By the time Yilin came to his senses, he realized that none of his loved ones were around anymore. No matter how much money he made, he felt empty inside. So, if he could start over in this life, Yilin vowed to reunite this broken family. A buzz cut is good, a buzz cut is good, it looks much more handsome this way. Yi Igor suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Is this still his bastard son? In the past, asking him to cut his hair was like asking him to die, but today he cut it himself and it was very clean. Seeing tears in his eyes, Yi Igor jokingly said, Is there sand in your eyes? No, I just feel like I was such a jerk before and made you suffer. Yilin did not hide it and wiped away tears in front of Yi Igor. Yi Igor smiled with relief, You have finally grown up, it seems that Lao Li was not kidding me. Old Yi, don't worry, I will study hard and will never bring shame to our Yi family. Okay, you must study hard. My Yi family has been a family of scholars for generations, and no one in our family has a bad brain. You, however, are just too fond of playing around and wasting too much time. You must work hard to get into university. If you can't make it, it's okay to repeat a year. Yilin replied confidently, It's still in time. Don't worry, old Yi. I will get you into Peking University or Tsinghua University, bringing honor to our family. Yi Igor smiled and said, If you really get admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, your mother will probably want to tell the whole world that you are her son. Yilin smiled after hearing this, as his mother really cared about this. After all, she is the deputy director of the Education Bureau. As the deputy director of the Education Bureau, it is very shameful to have such a bastard son. But if Yilin could be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, it would be different. She would be able to hold her head high in the bureau and would no longer be afraid of others asking her about her son. Yilin is such a bastard, she had no choice but to divorce him. If the family continued to stay together, Yilin would definitely lead Yixue astray. It's not that Suqing doesn't want to separate, but only by letting Yilin see the divorce certificate will he believe that the family has broken up and stop harassing Yixue. When the last dish was ready, Yi Igor brought 2 bowls of rice. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Yilin said, "Old Yi, I won't be eating at home tonight. Can you pack 2 meals for me to take to school? Remember to pack them in a thermal box. Isn't there still an hour until class starts?" Yi Igor was puzzled. "Why were you so anxious?" "I want to read a book. Eating at home is a waste of time." When he heard it was about studying, Yi Igor didn't ask any more questions. After finishing 2 meals, he found something wrong. 2 meals? No, Xiaolin, why are you ordering 2 meals for yourself? Yilin explained, "Isn't there Huang Bei here? He's the fat guy who often hangs out with me. He eats a lot, so you should get more food." "Oh, I see." Yi Igor didn't doubt anything and immediately packed 2 meals, both of which were placed in insulated lunch boxes. After Yilin left home, Yi Igor looked at the table full of food and fell into deep thought. "Anyway, my wife is not bothering me, and I'm happy today, so why not have a couple of drinks?" He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Hey, Lao Li, are you off work yet? Get ready. Oh, well, come over to my place and we can have a few drinks together. You are talking about Suqing. Don't worry, she rarely comes here now. Even if she comes, it is always at noon. She will not come as long as Yilin is at home. Okay, hurry up." On the other end of the phone, Li Jianye was delighted and immediately called home. "Hey, wife, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I don't have time to fool around. Several leaders from school are coming and I have to attend a social event tonight." "What do you mean our school leaders come here all the time? After all, our school is the best high school in the county, so it is normal for leaders to pay attention to us." I didn't want to go either, but both principals said they were not feeling well and insisted that I go, so I had no choice but to go. Don't worry, I'm definitely not drunk. The car is here, I'll hang up first. After saying that, Li Jianye hurried to Yi Igor's house, fearing that the wine would be gone if he was a step late. After about an hour, the two were drunk. The two became friends because of their names, and now their relationship is almost as close as brothers. Yi Igor burped and said, "Old Li, I, a rebellious son, have to thank you for coming back." Li Jianye was very impressed. "Old Yi, there is no student in Qingyuan Middle School that I can't teach. This kid has indeed changed and grown up, but when he answered the difficult question today, did he copy it from someone else? Don't lie to me. Tell the truth after you're drunk. You still don't believe me? I even asked this kid to explain it, and he explained it better than I did. Can he understand it if I just copy it? Now I suspect that this kid was just pretending to be stupid. By the way, Yilin said that it was his deskmate who taught him how to study. This little girl just transferred to the same school as him, and he has become a different person. This little girl is really the lucky star of your Yi family." When Yi Igor heard this, he felt something was wrong. A man's sudden change is basically because of a woman. Could this be his future daughter-in-law? Yi Igor quickly asked, "Old Li, what does this little girl look like?" He's from the countryside, skinny, and his face is hard to see. But this guy is chasing after that girl from class 5, Ling Feixue. He definitely doesn't like his deskmate, so old Yi, stop imagining things. Ling Feixue. Mu Qingyan's daughter is the woman you chased after but couldn't catch up with. Her daughter is as beautiful as she is. She is a flower in our Qingyuan Middle School. Yi Igor was at a loss for words when he heard this. It's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. I hope this guy doesn't end up like me, chasing him for most of his life. I think that girl is just like her mother, she seems to be hanging on to Yilin. This kind of behavior is called a licking dog among the young people of his generation. A dog licker is a very vivid description. That's true. I was afraid he'd end up like you, so I criticized him a few times in class, hoping he'd wake up. But then this guy punctured my tires for half a month because I criticized him. I was so pissed I wanted to beat him up. Har har, this kid, only he would dare to puncture your tire. He just took 2 meals to school, and he was guessing that Ling Feixue. Right, Ling Feixue, he gave it to this girl and acted like a lapdog. Li Jianye laughed, like father, like son. Yi Igor didn't want to continue this topic, otherwise it would be too embarrassing when Li Jianya helped him recall the past. He used to be a bootlicker and would be laughed at by him. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's drink. It's a rare occasion to have a drink. After the second evening self-study get out of class, Yilin did not go home and let Wang Bei go back first. Wang Bei didn't leave. He picked up a book and started reviewing. Little Bean Sprout, here you go, midnight snack. Yilin took out 2 lunch boxes. Thinking that Lan Yuyu had already eaten after school in the afternoon, he kept them until now. The food was packed in an insulated lunchbox and was still warm. But I've already eaten. Lan Yuyu was a little surprised. She had just given the 11 yuan lunch money to Ling Feixue. She felt distressed for a long time and decided not to spend money indiscriminately anymore. My dad made this for me. He said you were helping me with my studies and he was worried you weren't eating well, so he asked me to bring it to you. It's free. Yilin was afraid that she would think too much, so he quickly explained. But I'm really not hungry. Lan Yuyu was a little embarrassed, her small stomach couldn't hold all the food. It doesn't matter. Eat as much as you can. If you can't finish it, just throw it away. After saying that, Yilin opened the lunchbox. The rich aroma of rice instantly filled the entire classroom. Wang Bei came over and said, "Fuck, brother Lin, you actually brought some midnight snacks. What's supper? I'm going to Jiangnan with you. I haven't had dinner yet." Wang Bei stared at the lunchbox in Yilin's hand and drooled, "Is there any portion for me?" "Go away, are you trying to lose weight? Have you forgotten what the master said today?" Hearing this, Wang Bei had to give up the idea of eating and read painfully. The other students couldn't stand it and simply went to the canteen to buy snacks. Even if Yilin Rang was asked to take a bite, they didn't dare to do so. What if it was soaked in smelly socks again? It would be fatal. The food in the lunchbox smelled so good that Lan Yuyu swallowed her saliva. This is much more fragrant than the cabbage she ate this afternoon. Eat it quickly, or it will get cold. If you don't eat it, I'll have to throw it in the trash can. Otherwise, my dad will definitely scold me when I get home. Will you be scolded if I don't eat? Yes, he cursed very fiercely. Then, I'll eat it. Lan Yuyu picked up the lunchbox and started eating, enjoying the meal very much. This is for you. I don't like to eat it, so this is for you too. Yilin gave all the delicious food in his bowl to Lan Yuyu. Yilin, I can't eat anymore. Stop eating. Afraid that she would get sick from eating too much, Yilin quickly said, "Give me some rice." My dad will give me some rice. I'm not full. Yilin poured most of the rice into his bowl. After eating everything, Lan Yuyu felt very full. She was originally full and didn't want to eat anymore, but then she thought about throwing away the leftover Yilin, which would be such a waste. Even though she was full, she had no choice but to continue eating until she finished everything. This meal was the most delicious meal Lan Yuyu had ever had. She thought it would be nice if her parents and brother could eat it too. Chapter 19, Counting Yilin's Crimes. After the last evening self-study session, Yilin found an excuse to send Lan Yuyu back to the dormitory, and then returned to the classroom to help Wang Bei clean up. As soon as Lan Yuyu arrived at the dormitory, she was surrounded by their Shidar hooligans from room 202. The girls all acted aggressively, and Lan Yuyu was like a lamb to be slaughtered, so scared that she couldn't move. Originally, Gao Mengmeng was only taking a nap at school at noon, and was staying in the dormitory temporarily tonight, mainly because she was afraid to go home. If he went home, and Ling Feixue had already told his parents that his cell phone had been confiscated, he would not only be beaten, but all his private money would also be confiscated. So, after telling her family, she started living in the school. Lan Yuyu saw the Westerner's unfriendly expressions and timidly asked, What are you going to do?" I wondered if these people were going to bully me. Seeing Lan Yuyu's panic, Shiren was stunned. Was this reaction a bit stressful? Isn't he this too cowardly? Are we that terrible? The Westerners looked at each other in confusion. Seeing Lan Yuyu shaking with fear, Wang Xiecheng quickly explained, "Lan Yuyu, we were just joking. Don't be afraid. We just wanted to ask you a few questions." "Well, then ask quickly." Lan Yuyu spoke in a low voice with a wary look on her face. Gao Mengmeng was the first to ask, "Lan Yuyu, have you known Yi Lin before?" Lan Yuyu was stunned. How could she know him? She had never seen Yilin before coming to this school. I didn't know Yilin before I came here. Real. Gao Mengmeng looked at Lan Yuyu with eyes full of wisdom, trying to see the lies in her eyes. But the more she looked, the more frightened Lan Yuyu became. Gao Mengmeng was speechless. I look like a child, how could I be so scary? Wang Xiaoqing didn't believe it. I don't know you too, but you're so close. Yilin bought you snacks, brought you food, and even walked you back to the dormitory. This is something only boyfriends would do, right? Only boyfriends do this. But Yilin is really not my boyfriend. Lan Yuyu was very sure that Yilin was not her boyfriend. But she was puzzled. These things could only be done by a boyfriend. Why did Yilin do this? Yeah, it is not my boyfriend, who would be so considerate to a completely unrelated girl. Of course, except for the lickspittle. Wang Xiaoqing doesn't believe that Yilin would be a lapdog for Lan Yuyu. This is impossible. When Lan Yuyu heard this, she felt that they had misunderstood Yilin, and she immediately explained, "Oh, you must have misunderstood. It's like this. I help Yilin with his studies, so he buys snacks for me. His father also knew that I was tutoring him, so he asked him to bring me the meal. I couldn't eat it at first, but Yilin said to throw it in the trash if I didn't eat it. It would be a shame to throw it away, so I had to eat it. I'm afraid of the dark, and it's quite dark here in the dormitory, so he just dropped me off." After hearing this, the dormitory head He Xiaowei was shocked and said, This is exactly like falling in love. Lan Yuyu, are you too in love? You transferred here because of Yilin. No, I'm not in a relationship. I didn't transfer here because of Yilin, it was because. Lan Yuyu quickly waved her hands to deny it, but she couldn't say the rest of the words because it was a painful memory. She came to Qingyuan Middle School because she was bullied at the number 1 middle school in the city. Why? He Xiaowei looked puzzled. Nothing. Lan Yuyu felt sad when she thought about those people who bullied her in the past. Seeing that Lan Yuyu was in a bad mood, Gao Mengmeng quickly said, He Xiaowei, don't ask. Everyone has their own privacy. I won't ask anymore, Lan Yuyu, please don't be unhappy. I'll treat you to some snacks. He Xiaowei also noticed that Lan Yuyu was about to cry, so she hurried to comfort her and took out a bunch of snacks. Wang Xiaoqing said, Xiaowei, you can't even see that. Yilin and Yuyu can't possibly be in a relationship. Yilin likes Ling Feixue, so how could he possibly be in a relationship with Yuyu? This guy has very high standards. After saying that, he felt that his words were inappropriate, and said to Lan Yuyu, Of course, Yuyu, you are also very beautiful. Although Wang Xiaoqing said this, she had a different opinion of Lan Yuyu in her heart. Her bangs cover half of her face, and she always keeps her head down. She must be ugly, skinny, and her clothes are very rustic. She is also timid. Comparing Lan Yuyu with Ling Feixue, Jian Shou is like the ugly duckling and the white swan. How could Yilin possibly like Lan Yuyu? If she were a boy, she would also like girls like Ling Feixue who are good at studying, good looking and have a good figure. Even if Lan Yuyu was pretty, she had only been at the school for a day. How familiar could she be with Yilin? And Yilin had been pursuing Ling Feixue for so many years, how could he easily fall in love with someone else? Who would easily fall in love with an ordinary person without taking time to get to know each other? As for why Yilin is so nice to Lan Yuyu, in Wang Xiaoqing's opinion, there is only one explanation, that is, Yilin did it on purpose. She had seen this trick in novels. He deliberately treats other girls nicely to make Ling Feixue jealous, so that Ling Feixue will change her attitude towards him. After all, Ling Feixue is now accustomed to his presence, just like a person who has worn a watch for many years and suddenly stops wearing it one day, he will feel very uncomfortable. The reason Yilin sought out Lan Yuyu was simply because everyone at Qingyuan Middle School knew what kind of person Yilin was. Who would be willing to act with him? Only Lan Yuyu, the girl who just transferred in, didn't know what Yilin was like before, so she was treated as a tool by Yilin. First he played hard to get, then he found a tool to make Ling Feixue anxious. What Yilin meant to Ling Feixue was, I won't pursue you anymore, I have a new suitor, if you don't accept me, you will really lose me. Wang Xiaoqing dared to conclude that Yilin was definitely pursuing Ling Feixue after reading the guide, or that there was an emotional master like himself who was guiding him. Poor Lan Yuyu has to become the victim of Yilin's pursuit of Ling Feixue. After all, Yilin has become so handsome now, and treats Lan Yuyu so well, it would be strange if Lan Yuyu didn't fall for him. No, we must not let Yilin harm Lan Yuyu. Wang Xiaoqing decided to use the light of justice to save Lan Yuyu from the water and fire. After He Xiaowei took out the snacks, several people held a grand welcome ceremony for Lan Yuyu in the dormitory, and others also took out various snacks from their private collections to welcome her. Especially Gao Mengmeng, the simple head on the bed is like a small shop. Lan Yuyu felt the enthusiasm of these classmates. They were really different from those in the number 1 middle school in the city. Not only did they not bully her, but they were also very nice. When everyone started to get to know each other better, under Wang Xiaoqing's guidance, the topics of the Shi people turned to Yilin, and they began to take turns listing the crimes Yilin had committed in recent years. Everyone spoke indignantly, except Gao Mengmeng. After all, she had never been offended by Yilin and seldom dealt with him. She only knew that he was an unforgivable class rat. Lan Yuyo's eyelids twitched when she heard this. She didn't expect Yilin to be so bad, but Yilin was really good to her. After evening self-study, Ling Feixue returned home, immediately turned on her mobile phone, and logged into her Penguin account with full anticipation. The beeping sound continued. Now she was very happy. At this time, Yilin should have sent himself 99 plus messages, right? After she took a look, she found that there were indeed a lot of messages. At least a dozen boys sent messages to say hello to her, but Yilin didn't send a single message. Ling Feixue was so aggrieved that she almost started crying. She thought that when Yilin saw someone giving him a love letter in the afternoon, he would anxiously ask for her forgiveness. In the end, Yilin never came to ask for her forgiveness. Not only did he not ask for forgiveness, he didn't even send a message. Normally he would find an excuse to chat with himself every night. He must not be home yet, or his phone is turned off. Ling Feixue comforted herself. So she stared at her phone, hoping to receive a message from Yilin. As she watched, she fell asleep without realizing it. Chapter 20, Almost Scared Away. At night, Yilin returned home and sat in his room thinking about how to make money. With the advantage of information asymmetry, Yilin decided to do something big this time. There are still 2 major areas that have not emerged in this era. One is food delivery, chauffeur service, and Didi. Yilin decided to create a platform that integrates the 3 categories. The second area is short videos. However, these 2 areas can only be realized after the popularization of smartphones. Although we have to wait for a few years, we need to prepare for it now and develop the software first so that it can at least be used on computers. Otherwise, by that time, industries that have emerged with the popularization of smartphones will mushroom like mushrooms after a rain, and you won't even be able to catch up. Developing software definitely requires a lot of money, and Yilin doesn't believe that the few $1,000s in pocket money in his piggy bank is enough to develop the software. What he needed to do now was to make the first pot of gold, and as for what was the best thing to do now, Yilin thought of milk tea. Nowadays, half of the milk tea is powdered milk tea, and the other half is Hong Kong style or Cantonese style milk tea, and the taste is very average. If I could develop milk tea that was ahead of its time, it would definitely sell well. Thinking of this, Yilin decided to rent a milk tea shop opposite the school tomorrow. It is also necessary to set up a company, which will make it easier to open chains and franchises in the future and also facilitate management. On the other hand, only by building brand advantages can we stand out in product competition. For example, out of 10 cups of milk tea, 9 are 3 no products, and only 1 is from a branded milk tea shop. So, it goes without saying that people will definitely want the branded milk tea. This is the top advantage. With the top advantage, even if others imitate you in the future, you don't have to worry, after all, it is pirated. The decision to open a milk tea shop was confirmed, and Yilin began to write down the product ingredients from memory. I stayed up till midnight, and my hard work paid off, and I came up with a lot of products. Lemonade, lemon green tea, jasmine green tea, sour and sweet lemon fruit, and baked milk. Of course, Yilin only came up with the recipe, and the specific product still needs to be made to know how it tastes. Things were almost done, and seeing that he would have to go to school in a few hours, Yilin quickly went to sleep. The next day, Yilin came to school to attend class. Lan Yuyu ignored him for 2 whole classes, and it seemed that she was deliberately keeping her distance. What is going on? Yilin was a little confused. It seemed that he didn't make her angry. Could it be that a relative is coming? Little bean sprouts. Yilin wanted to know the situation clearly. What happened? Yilin suddenly asked a question and Lan Yuyu was startled. Last night, several people in the dormitory described Yilin as a devilish man who had done so many bad things. Now she feels a little traumatized when looking at Yilin. Why do I feel like you are deliberately distancing yourself from me? Yilin asked first. No, there's no such thing. Lan Yuyu quickly denied it. She couldn't make him angry. It would be bad if he fed her food soaked in smelly socks in the future. Did someone say something bad about me? Seeing her panic-stricken and frightened look, Yilin guessed that someone must have told Lan Yuyu about his glorious past achievements. Anyone who can scare a timid girl must be a bad guy. Lan Yuyu nodded at first, then realized something was wrong and quickly shook her head and said, No, Yilin, no one said anything bad about you. Yilin was speechless when he saw Lan Yuyu nod. Who was so rude? The goodwill that he had worked so hard to build up with Lan Yuyu was gone in just one night. Yilin asked in the gentlest tone, Little Bean Sprout, they must have said that I was very bad in the past, right? Lan Yuyu remained silent. Silence was a sign of agreement. Yilin continued, I know I was mean to my classmates before, but they were mean to me, too. They didn't even want to teach me how to study, and I always ranked last on tests. No one wanted to play with me. If it weren't for Fatty, I wouldn't have any friends at school. Hearing Yilin's words, Lan Yuyu felt the same way. In her past, no one in the city's #1 middle school wanted to play with her, and they often bullied her for fun. At this moment, Lan Yuyu felt so sorry for Yilin. Yilin, you're not a bad person. I can feel that you're very good to me. If you were a bad person, you wouldn't be so nice to me. Lan Yuyu hurried to comfort Yilin, fearing that he would cry. Really? Yilin looked so moved that he was about to cry. Really? It says in the book that everyone makes mistakes sometimes, but as long as you admit your mistakes and correct them, you're a good kid. Lan Yuyu gave Yilin serious guidance. Looking at her cute appearance, Yilin tried hard not to laugh. Little Bean Sprout, I already know I was wrong. Yesterday I apologized to my classmates in front of their whole school, and punished myself to clean the classroom for a month. I have turned over a new leaf. You must believe me. Yilin is like a wronged little baby. Lan Yuyu said seriously, I believe you. Thank you, Little Bean Sprout. From now on you will be my best friend. Yilin almost couldn't help but pronounce the word female. Yilin, you didn't soak the meal you gave me yesterday in your stinky socks, did you? Last night, several people in the dormitory instilled in Lan Yuyu the idea that Yilin liked to soak food in smelly socks and give it to others to eat, which scared Lan Yuyu to death. Yilin was stunned. How deep was the grudge? He actually told Lan Yuyu that he was such a bad person. If he caught this guy, Yilin really wanted to stuff smelly socks into his mouth. Yilin explained, Little Bean Sprout, don't listen to what others say. We had dinner together last night. I can't eat food soaked in stinky socks by myself. When Lan Yuyu heard this, she felt relieved. Yes, how could Yilin soak rice in his smelly socks for her to eat? Yilin continued to explain, Little Bean Sprout, I didn't actually use stinky socks to soak the stinky tofu for them to eat. The tofu I gave them was indeed real stinky tofu. It's just that they treated me very badly, so Fatty and I deliberately told Ling Feixue that the stinky tofu was soaked in stinky socks. We just wanted to discuss them. If it was really stinky socks that soaked them, they would have been in the hospital long ago. This is indeed the case. Yilin is not stupid. If he really uses smelly socks to soak stinky tofu and feeds it to these people, he cannot be held responsible if someone dies. He just disliked them, so he bought some stinky tofu for them to eat, and then deliberately said it in front of Ling Feixue. Otherwise, how could Ling Feixue happen to hear this? All this was part of Yilin's plan. Yilin, why don't you explain to them so that they can forgive you? Lan Yuyu said. Little Bean Sprout, when others have a prejudice against you, all explanations are in vain. I'll help you explain to them when we get back to the dormitory. Don't let them misunderstand you. This situation was making things worse. Yilin was afraid that Lan Yuyu would be bullied by them if she spoke up for herself, so he quickly tried to persuade her. Little Bean Sprout, you don't have to explain for me. Just believe me. It doesn't matter whether they believe me or not. I don't care about them. Is it all right if I believe it? Lan Yuyu fell into deep thought. Seeing that she was daydreaming, Yilin explained, "Little Bean Sprout, we are friends, and they are not my friends, so it doesn't matter to me whether they believe it or not. If you tell them, they will think you are my friend. The friend of my enemy is my enemy, and then they will bully you." "I understand, Yilin, I won't tell them." Lan Yuyu answered Yilin with a tone that was inconsistent with her heart. After Yilin coaxed her for a few more classes, the grudge between the two was finally resolved, and Lan Yuyu's fear of Yilin disappeared. After school at noon, Yilin didn't even eat and immediately left the school with Wang Bei. Originally, Yilin wanted to ask Lan Yuyu to have dinner together, but Ling Feixue had already taken her there. So it didn't matter if they didn't have dinner, they could just consider it as accompanying the fat guy to lose weight. Chapter 21 Yo T. "Brother Lin, are you serious? You want to open a store?" After Yilin told Wang Bei that he was going to open a store, Wang Bei couldn't believe it. "Is this what a high school student should do? It's just a shop, why are you making such a fuss? Are we still brothers?" Wang Bei felt very uncomfortable. If he had known this, he would not have come out with Yilin. "Brother Lin, I only have 2,000 left. I saved this by living frugally for several years. Don't worry, it's not like I won't return it to you. Do you really not consider investing in my milk tea shop?" Yilin asked again. Wang Bei shook his head. What a joke! He was unwilling to waste $2,000. The money that was lent out can definitely be recovered, but if you invest in Yilin and lose money, you will lose everything. And if my parents find out, I won't be able to get any New Year's money anymore. The main reason is that I don't believe that Yilin, a high school student, can do it, and he still has to go to school. I don't know what he was thinking when he opened a milk tea shop, but the milk tea shop at the school gate has already been transferred. As a good brother, all Wang Bei could do was lend money to Yilin without hesitation. Wang Bei was unwilling, so Yilin had to give up. It was impossible to tell him that his milk tea shop would definitely be a hit, right? Unexpected events happen all the time, and even Yilin himself is not sure if he can do it. Soon, the two arrived at a shop opposite the school gate. This shop sells powdered milk tea, but business is very bad with very few customers. There are big words written on the door of the shop, "Shop for sale." Yilin and Wang Bei came to the bar, and a woman in her 30s said enthusiastically, "Handsome guys, what would you like to drink?" "Boss, we're not here to drink milk tea," Yilin replied. Qin Hui was puzzled. What's the point of going to a milk tea shop if you don't want to drink milk tea? So what's going on with you guys? "Boss, you want to transfer this shop, right?" Qin Hui was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that the person who came to ask about the shop was a student. "Is it for transfer? Do you want to rent it?" "Yes." "You're a student, what are you renting for?" Qin Hui was puzzled. Why would a high school student rent a shop if he didn't study hard? "I'm renting a shop to do business." "What else can I do?" Wang Bei took over to help Yilin answer, not knowing why the boss would ask such a question. It's like Wang Bei knew she was making milk tea, but when he bought her milk tea, he still asked her, "Boss, what do you do for a living?" Isn't this bullshit? Qin Hui smiled and said, "I want to ask what kind of business you are going to start. Let me see if there is anything in my store that you can use. If it is useful, I can sell it to you at a low price." Yilin took a look and found that these things could indeed be used by him, such as the ice maker, tea bucket, refrigerator, cups, etc. "But I don't have that much money now, so it would be good enough if I can rent a shop and renovate it." Yilin replied awkwardly, "I want to open a milk tea shop, and these things are indeed useful, but I don't have that much money right now." "You want to open a milk tea shop?" When Qin Hui heard this, she was a little shocked. "I can't even run a milk tea shop myself, and this guy still wants to open one?" "Yes, if possible, you can give me these equipment on credit first. I will give you the money when I make money." After hearing what Yilin said, Qin Hui thought to herself that students are students, they are too naive. How can you know that you can make money before the store even opens? But no matter whether it is done or not, as long as I can take over this mess, it will be fine. He was just a student, so how could his words count? Qin Hui was very skeptical. Don't wait until everything is agreed, and then the other person's parents come over and say, "He's just a child." Then all your efforts will be in vain. So she asked, "Do your parents know that you are doing this?" Yilin knew the shop owner's concerns and replied, I'm using my own savings to start my own business. No one will bother you, don't worry. Besides, I'm an adult and can take responsibility for my own words. Qin Hui felt that what Yilin said made sense. Once the contract was signed, she would not be able to evade it even if she wanted to. My shop is 30 square meters. Originally, the rent starts at 1 year and is paid quarterly. But since you're a student, I'll rent it to you for 1 month first. The rent is 1,000 yuan a month, 1 month deposit and 1 month payment. This way, if your business is not doing well, you can cut your losses in time. Although Qin Hui's words were all for Yilin's consideration, she was actually just keeping something for herself. If Yilin doesn't do well, the shop can be sold immediately. If he does well, it will be convenient to operate. At least the rent can be increased. If he can't afford the rent, he can still snatch the business away. Thank you very much. Yilin naturally didn't think much about it. He just thought that this sister was a nice person. He didn't have that much money if he really had to pay her. Qin Hui continued, if you can't afford the equipment in the store, you can give me a 2,000 yuan deposit first, and then pay it off when you have money later. Can. When Yilin heard this, he thought it was perfect. Qin Hui finally said, then you need to give me a total of 1,000 yuan this month, in one lump sum. Is there any problem? No problem. Yilin had already found out approximately how much the shops on this street rented per month, and the rent was reasonable. In fact, the rent could be negotiated further, but since the other party was so caring towards him, Yilin gave up bargaining out of courtesy. Shi Qinkuai not only got the shop but also a bunch of equipment, which saved him a lot of money than he expected. After signing the contract, Yilin counted out the 1,000 yuan and gave it to Qin Hui. All the private money I have saved since I was a child is put into this. If Wang Bei hadn't lent him 2,000, Yilin wouldn't have been able to renovate the shop. In fact, he didn't plan to do any renovations. He just wanted to change the name on the sign and buy some wallpaper. After signing the contract, Qin Hui saw that Yilin was a student, and it was impossible for him to manage the shop by himself and not go to study. Now I have sold my shop and I don't have a job. Plus, she really wanted to see how this guy opened a milk tea shop. After all, she rented out the shop because she couldn't make ends meet. Now someone is renting her shop and wants to continue running the milk tea shop. Isn't that just to beat her up? So he asked, little boss, are you hiring? Yilin had thought about this question. His original intention was to find a pretty girl to be a clerk. Many times, good-looking waiters can also attract a lot of business to the store. Seeing that Yilin didn't say anything, Qin Hui said again, I originally made milk tea and have experience. If you are hiring, I can help you work. Yilin thought about it and agreed. Okay, the base salary is 1,500 yuan, and commissions depend on performance. The first month is a probationary period, so I'll only get 80% of my salary. If you can accept that, that's fine. Yilin stated her conditions and asked her to give it a try if she could accept them. Okay. Qin Hui didn't refuse. Yilin asked enthusiastically, Sister, what's your name? Little boss, my name is Qin Hui. Then I will call you Sister Qin from now on. Don't call me little boss anymore. Just call me Yilin. After saying that, Yilin told Qin Hui to move out all the things he didn't need in the store, including the dozens of colorful milk tea powders. The next day, Yilin completed the registration of the company, which was named Yocher Beverage Company, Limited. The main purpose of registering a company is to prevent theft. Once the product name is decided, anyone who dares to infringe on the rights will be sued. The compensation collected from the lawsuit can be earned much faster than making money from opening a store. The next afternoon, the words Yo Cha were also put on the sign of the shop that Yilin rented. On the third day, Yocher's first product, lemon fruit, was launched. Of course, Yilin was not in a hurry to sell. He first taught Qin Hui how to make it, confirm the supplier, and customize the cups. Qin Hui was a little shocked after tasting the lemon fruit she made herself. It was sour, sweet and icy. She took a sip of the flesh from time to time. It was really delicious. This kid really has something. As the weekend approaches, Yocher is finally preparing to open. The banners and flowers at the store entrance have been there for several days, and the whole store is filled with mystery. Chapter 22 Weekend Tutoring. Saturday, Yocher opening time. There are still 2 hours until opening. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yilin and Hui rushed to the store to cut fruits. 6 tea buckets were filled with prepared tea, and they only needed to add purified water when selling. Everything was ready. Yilin made 2 cups for himself and then went to school. Why do you go to school on weekends? Just because this guy made an appointment with Lan Yuyu to help him with his homework on the weekend, the opening of the store is not that important. Although Yilin was busy with his career this week, he did not neglect the effort to coax Lan Yuyu at school. After Yilin left, Hui looked at the large plates of diced fruit and sighed. Could she really buy all of this? She didn't have time to question it for long, as 8 o'clock had already arrived. At the opening time, Hui opened the door on time, only to see dozens of people already queuing outside, which surprised her a little. This is all thanks to Yilin's promotion for several days, giving out 100 half-price coupons every day. The lemon fruit that originally cost 8 yuan is only 4 yuan with the coupon today. Lemonade at 1 yuan a cup and jasmine green tea at 2 yuan a cup are both buy one get one free. Hui was collecting bills and making fruit tea at the same time, and her hands were so busy that they were smoking. Originally, she thought that her shop had bad feng shui and few people came. Now she realized that it was because she was not managing the business well. Yilin came downstairs of Xiangmei building carrying 2 buckets of lemons, guessing that Lan Yuyu was still asleep. Nowadays, few students have mobile phones, so Yilin couldn't contact Lan Yuyu and had to wait. A handsome guy was standing downstairs of the girls' dormitory, very conspicuous. After all, downstairs of the girls' dormitory, any man would be stared at, let alone a boy like Yilin who can be seen as a handsome guy at first glance. Gradually, more and more girls noticed Yilin. One person told another, and some even woke up their sleeping girlfriends to come out and see the handsome guy. Soon, the corridor outside Xiangmei building was filled with girls. The boy downstairs is so handsome. Isn't that the lemon fruit he's holding that they advertised at the school gate? They are actually open now. Hurry up, I got a coupon for half off a cup, let's go buy some too. Look at him, handsome and considerate, what girl is so lucky? He doesn't even have to buy anything himself, the first package is delivered downstairs, I also want a boyfriend like this. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? Handsome guy, can you add me on Penguin? Brother, I want to have a baby with you. Some of the girls upstairs were sighing, some were envious, and some were teasing for the first time. The girls who thought they were pretty had already rushed downstairs and started asking for Penguin accounts. Yilin refused them one by one. The girls in class 1 heard the commotion, came out to see that it was Yilin, and went back to the dormitory cursing. Wang Xiecheng said to Xiaowei with disdain, it's just that these people don't know this is Yilin. If they knew he was Yilin, they probably wouldn't be so crazy. Don't you agree, Xiaowei? Xiaowei, yes, Xiecheng, you are right. Seeing that Xiaowei answered absent-mindedly, I didn't know what she was thinking. Wang Xiecheng was too lazy to ask more questions and simply went back to bed to read a romance novel. Xiaowei sat on the bed in a daze. Although he was Yilin, he was so handsome. Who is he bringing the fruit tea to? I'm so envious. In the dormitory, Lan Yuyu was awakened by the noisy noise outside. When I saw the clock hanging on the wall in the dormitory, I suddenly remembered something. I have to give Yilin extra lessons today. I got up late. Lan Yuyu hurried to wash up, and then hurriedly put on her clothes. Xiaowei saw Lan Yuyu's expression and came to her senses, asking, Yuyu, where are you going? You look so anxious. Lan Yuyu replied while putting on her shoes, I promised Yilin to give him extra lessons today. I got up late, so he must have been waiting for a long time. After saying that, Lan Yuyu rushed out the door and ran downstairs in a hurry. Xiaowei was stunned. Could it be that Yilin was waiting for Lan Yuyu? Was the fruit tea he was carrying bought for Lan Yuyu? Xiaowei hurried out and lay on the balcony in the corridor to watch. Yilin saw Lan Yuyu passing through the flowers and waved, Little Bean Sprout, here. Oh, Yilin, I'm here. Lan Yuyu came to Yilin panting. Seeing that she hadn't rinsed off the foam from brushing her teeth at the corners of her mouth and her clothes were worn inside out, Yilin couldn't help but smile. Reach out and wipe the foam from the corner of her mouth. The moment Yilin's fingers touched Lan Yuyu's face, she felt like she was electrocuted and didn't move. Yilin touched Lan Yuyu's head and said, Why are you in such a hurry? You've put your clothes on backwards. Huh? I put it on backwards. Lan Yuyu looked down and realized that she had put her school uniform on backwards, turning it inside out. It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. His face turned as red as a tomato and he lowered his head. At this time, the girls who were left aside by Yi Lin were envious and jealous. What a shame, such a handsome brother actually has a girlfriend. They were so sweet just now. I also want a handsome guy to pat my head. If I had a boyfriend like this, I would brush my teeth and leave foam on my face every morning and ask him to wipe it off for me. This girl is so ugly, how come she has such a handsome boyfriend? Little Bean Sprout, take off your school uniform. I'll help you straighten it. In public, Yi Lin couldn't help her take off her clothes, so he said. Ha! Take off your clothes. Here. Lan Yuyu couldn't believe it. She had to take off her clothes here? Take off your coat, it's okay. Hearing Yi Lin's words, Lan Yuyu shyly took off her coat. Yi Lin put the lemon in his hand on the ground and snatched Lan Yuyu's coat. Yi Lin, I can turn it over by myself. Lan Yuyu said quickly. She felt shy with so many people staring at her. Yi Lin quickly turned it over, then picked it up and wanted to help her put it on. Little Bean Sprout, put it on. Well, Yi Lin, I can do it myself. Lan Yuyu took the coat and put it on herself. I can do it myself, Tilder. Seeing this, He Xiaowei said something sarcastic and went back to the dormitory in shame. The remaining girls were also fed up with the dog food and left with a lot of anger. If you go out without checking the almanac and see such a sweet scene, you might get diabetes. Soon Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu came to the classroom. Since it was early in the morning, no one was in the classroom. After taking the textbooks, Yi Lin took Lan Yuyu out of the classroom. Just because there is no one now doesn't mean there will be no one later. Yi Lin doesn't want anyone to destroy his world of two. He took Lan Yuyu to the library. The study room in the library was not locked and was relatively quiet compared to the classroom. Arriving at the study room, Yi Lin opened the door and let Lan Yuyu in. As soon as Lan Yuyu entered the room, she saw a man and a woman pressed face to face. She was stunned, then said innocently, "Classmate, you can't kiss, or you'll have a baby." When Yi Lin came in and heard Lan Yuyu's words, he was stunned. Normally, if you saw something like this, you should have just slipped away without making a sound. She didn't say anything, but she said it loudly. Of course, this is not Lan Yuyu's fault. In the past, whenever she and her brother watched TV at home, their parents would say that kissing would result in a baby and that children should not watch it when they saw such scenes. So the siblings believed it. In fact, this knowledge is available in junior high schools, but these contents have never been tested, so biology teachers always skip it at first and let students look at it on their own. After all, it's embarrassing to talk about this kind of thing. Lan Yuyu automatically skipped over the content that the teacher did not explain, and therefore she had no idea about the knowledge in this area. The two students who were doing bad things in the study room were so scared when they heard Lan Yuyu's words that they ran away. Yi Lin, what's wrong with them? Why are they so anxious? Did something happen? Lan Yuyu looked at Yi Lin innocently. Yi Lin looked embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. He just said, they were in a hurry to pee, so they ran to the toilet. Oh, so that's how it is. Aren't they worried about the baby when they were kissing just now? They are still studying. Lan Yuyu was puzzled and didn't know why they were not afraid. When her younger brother was a child, Da Huang kissed him on the mouth. A month later, Da Huang gave birth to a litter of little Huang babies. It was really scary. The eldest child is not a child anymore, so he must understand this knowledge point. It would be bad if he was deceived by others in the future. Yi Lin explained, Little Bean Sprout, a kiss will not result in a baby. There won't be one. Then how can we have a baby? Yi Lin didn't know how to answer, so he said, I'll tell you later, and you'll know later. Okay, Yi Lin, you must tell me next time. Pinky promise. Lan Yuyu stretched out her hand. Make a pinky promise. After the pinky promise, Yi Lin pointed to the corner tower and said, Little Bean Sprout, let's go sit over there. Just after the two of them sat down, Ling Feixue, Zhao Rongrong and several students from class 5 also came to the study room. Seeing Yi Lin, Ling Feixue wanted to slap him twice. A few nights ago, she waited until she fell asleep but there was no news from Yi Lin. The next morning, she woke up in a rage and smashed her favorite cup. It's all Yilin's fault. Now seeing Yilin carrying 2 cups of fruit tea, she swore that even if Yilin gave them to her, she would never forgive this bastard. Chapter 23, By the Drink Yourself. Ling Feixue walked to Yilin's side, thinking that Yilin would definitely say, "Feixue, please forgive me for the fruit tea I bought for you. I know I was wrong these days. I feel so lonely without you. It's just that imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel." Yilin pretended not to notice Ling Feixue and handed the lemon fruit in his hand to Lan Yuyu. "Little bean sprout, this is for you. Drink it, it's delicious." "For me?" Lan Yuyu's eyes sparkled, as if she couldn't believe this was true. "I made this myself, specially for you," Yilin added. After hearing this, Lan Yuyu felt a little happy. Yilin actually made drinks for her himself. He was so nice. Ling Feixue was furious when she heard this. Why did Yilin always try to make her angry these days? She really couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "Yilin, why did you give the fruit tea you gave me to this ugly girl?" When he heard the voice, Yilin noticed Ling Feixue standing beside him. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. He meets this woman everywhere. His good world of 2 people is destroyed. Yilin just feels unlucky. When Lan Yuyu heard Ling Feishue's words and saw her delicate face, she suddenly felt a little inferior. It turned out that the fruit tea made by Yilin was intended for this fairy sister, and she was a little sad. It was clearly made for others, so why did Yilin say it was for himself to drink? Lan Yuyu wanted to pass the lemon in her hand to Ling Feixue. Just as she raised her hand to hand over the fruit tea, her slender hand was grabbed by someone. Lan Yuyu was so scared that she turned her head and saw that it was Yilin. Although Ling Feixue was beautiful, she was not as good as Lan Yuyu in Yilin's eyes. He said unhappily, "Who's ugly? Xiaoduyer is much prettier than you. Also, who said I gave you this fruit tea? You're being sentimental. If you want some, go buy it across from the school. Xiaoduyer, let's go." After saying that, Yilin pulled Lan Yuyu away. "Yilin, you bastard, I know you are deliberately trying to piss me off. I won't forgive you. Who cares about your fruit tea? Don't think I don't know your little tricks, just buy it yourself." Zhao Rongrong had already told herself that Yilin was so close to this ugly duckling just to make her anxious. "I'm not in a hurry. I will never forgive you, you bastard," Ling Feixue said hatefully in her heart. "Feixue, Yilin knows that we all come here to study on weekends, so he deliberately dragged that ugly duckling here to act out to annoy you." Zhao Rongrong analyzed the situation to her bestie. "I know, he's quite dramatic. I don't forgive him for playing such childish tricks. If you really think I'll be jealous of him, I'm afraid it's funny," Ling Feixue said angrily. Ren Xinghong, the boy who came to study with them and the study committee member of Class 5, said with a flattering look on his face, "Feixue, I know the fruit tea in Yilin's hand. It's called lemon fruit. It's sold at the newly opened milk tea shop across from the school. I heard it's delicious. There was a long line there when we came in. Just now, those people lined up outside just to buy this lemon fruit." Zhao Rongrong was a little surprised. "Is it necessary to wait in such a long line just for a drink? I heard it tastes great. Why don't we buy a cup too?" Ren Xinghong suggested. "Then go buy a cup," Ling Feixue said. "Okay, I'll treat you." Ren Xinghong felt very happy that he could show his affection again. At this moment, Ling Feixue was thinking, "Damn Yilin, if you don't buy it for me, there are plenty of people who will buy it for me." After making the decision, the 3 of them went out of the school to buy fruit tea. The hard task of buying lemons naturally fell on Ren Xinghong, while Ling Feixue and Zhao Rongrong stood aside and chatted. After waiting in line for nearly half an hour, it was finally Ren Xinghong's turn. He ordered 3 glasses of lemon juice. Qin Hui said, "Handsome guy, 3 cups of lemon juice are 24 yuan in total." 24 yuan? That's not right. Ren Xinghong said angrily, "Boss, you didn't calculate it correctly. 1 cup is $6, and 3 cups is $12. I want 3 cups, not 6. Qin Hui had been busy all morning and was already a little angry. "I had no idea the business was so booming. I'm so busy now without a moment's rest." It would have been fine if his boss didn't help, but he even suggested going out for 2 lemon drinks early in the morning to pick up girls. Hearing Ren Xinghong's words, he felt like he had found a punching bag and replied angrily, "Who told you it's for yuan a cup? Don't you know the price? Can't you look here? It's clearly written, 8 yuan a cup." Ren Xinghong glanced at the price list and saw that it was indeed 8 yuan a cup. He asked in confusion, "Then why are they all 8 yuan a cup?" It's not that Ren Xinghong cares about it, the key point is that he didn't bring enough money today, so he only brought 20 yuan. We have half-price coupons. A few days ago, our store gave out 100 half-price coupons in one day. If you have coupons, you can get half-price coupons. If you don't have coupons, you can get the full price. Qin Hui retorted angrily. Seeing that Ren Xinghong was hesitant to buy anything, the people behind him got impatient and shouted angrily. "The one in front, do you want to buy it or not? If not, let us buy it first. Don't waste our time." "Yes, yes, yes. If you don't want to buy it, get out of the way. You don't have a coupon yourself and you're still blaming others. If you can't afford it, just walk away. Go away." Ren Xinghong awkwardly called out to Ling Feixue, who was not far away, "Feixue, come here." Ling Feixue came over, her legs numb from standing so long, and said impatiently, "Why haven't you bought it in so long?" Ren Xinghong replied hesitantly, "I'll buy it right away." Feixue, I don't have enough money today. Can I borrow some?" Before she finished listening, Ling Feixue took out 100 yuan and handed it to Qin Hui at the cashier. "Sister, 2 cups of lemon juice, he will pay for his own." Qin Hui held back her laughter and gave Ling Feixue some change. Ren Xinghong was embarrassed to pay for it himself. Ling Feishue's behavior made him a little angry. Not having enough money was already embarrassing, and this woman wanted to slap him in the face. But no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare show it in front of Ling Feixue. "You're not even worth the money, yet you're still picking up girls. Isn't that shameful? You have no money and yet you have such a bad temper. Little sister, come play with me, I'll buy you a drink. Yeah, we have plenty of money." Several non-mainstream boys sneered at Ren Xinghong and at the same time wanted to chat up Ling Feixue, saying that this girl was quite genuine. "Watch your words," Zhao Rongrong said angrily when she saw these people teasing Ling Feixue. A blonde guy with an afro came out and said in a snarky voice, "What's wrong with what we said? We didn't use any swear words, and we didn't insult anyone. We sincerely asked her to play with us. What's wrong? What's wrong?" As he spoke, Huang Mao walked towards Zhao Rongrong step by step. Zhao Rongrong was frightened and stepped back. Ling Feixue angrily shouted at Ren Xinghong, "Ren Xinghong, Rongrong is being bullied, and you dare not say a word." At this time, 3 glasses of lemon juice were ready and placed on the bar. Ren Xinghong took the fruit tea and quickly pulled the 2 girls into the school. After entering the school, Ren Xinghong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, how could Zhao Rongrong, with such a stupid brain, talk to a gangster? Fortunately, I was smart enough to run away with them quickly, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Ling Feixue despised Ren Xinghong's behavior. Just like the situation just now, Yilin went to beat up the yellow-haired guy this morning. Even if Yilin had no money, he would rather not drink than buy himself a cup. Ren Xinghong not only has no money to pay, but is also timid and cowardly. He is not a real man. On their way back to the library, they saw Yilin and Lan Yuyu sitting on the side of the road again. Chapter 24, Eat for You for the Last Time. Yilin held a book in one hand and a lemon in the other and fed it to Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu's cheeks were bulging with sucking, and she was pointing at the knowledge points in Yilin's book with one hand and highlighting the key points for Yilin with a pen in the other hand. The 2 of them were sitting on a bench studying, almost touching each other. This scene is as intimate as it can be. Of course, Lan Yuyu didn't think much about it, nor did she notice it. He was fully focused on explaining the knowledge points to Yilin. Ling Feixue was already feeling frustrated because she was teased outside, and when she saw this scene, her anger was maxed out. Zhao Rongrong saw that Ling Feixue looked unhappy and hurriedly pulled her away. "Feixue, hurry up and leave. He did this on purpose to show you. If you get angry with him and go find him, you will fall for his trick." Hearing this, Ling Feixue felt that it made sense, so she followed Zhao Rongrong away with a lot of anger. Ren Xinghong looked at Yilin under the tree with hatred on his face. Ling Feixue was actually angry for this guy. What right did he have? What's the point of reading for a poor student? No matter how much you study, you will never surpass yourself. You're a scumbag, and you still want to pursue Ling Feixue. You've confessed your feelings 1,000 times, but she's rejected you, and you still want to take advantage of me. I am such a good student, what can you use to compete with me? Ren Xinghong silently said a bunch of harsh words in his heart, and then chased after the two women like a pug. Yilin didn't pay any attention to those people. He listened carefully to Lan Yuyo's explanation of the knowledge points. Although Yilin understood all these knowledge points, listening to Lan Yuyo's explanation was a pleasure. An occasional contact with Lan Yuyu always makes Yilin's hormones burst out. Lan Yuyu discovered that Yilin was really smart. No matter how difficult the knowledge point was, he could learn it as soon as she taught him. She found it hard to understand why Yilin, who was so smart, always ranked last in the exams. It was really puzzling. After studying for an hour, Yilin sent a text message to Yi Igor during the break. The content was that he was taking tutoring classes at school and would not be going home for lunch, so she asked him to bring some food over and asked him to bring 2 servings. After receiving the text message, Yi Igor immediately rushed to buy groceries. He talked to Li Jianya about it. Mu Qingyan's daughter always ranked first in the school. I guess she was tutoring Yilin. Otherwise, why would this silly boy ask me to bring 2 meals? This guy is the girl's bootlicker. No matter whether this servile son of his will end up with nothing in the future, at least now people are really helping him with his homework. So we can't treat this girl unfairly. Yi Igor decided to cook some of his specialties to help this kid. After all, sometimes if you can conquer a woman's stomach, you can conquer her heart. With a father who can cook, maybe Ling Feixue would be willing to marry into their Yi family. I couldn't marry you back then, so you let my son marry your daughter. I'm so mad at you. Thinking of this, Yi Igor felt very happy. He worked hard all morning and finally made 2 very satisfactory lunch boxes. After finishing, I immediately rushed to the school to deliver the meal. Their home was not far from the school, less than 10 minutes walk. Yi Igor arrived outside the school gate and called Yilin. Yilin answered the phone and knew that his father had come to deliver food. He said to Lan Yuyu, "Little bean sprout, wait here for me. I'm going to go out for a while." "Well, go ahead. I'll sit here and wait for you." Lan Yuyu answered obediently. Yilin quickly ran to the school gate. Seeing his son coming, Yi Igor stretched his neck and looked behind Yilin, but there was nothing there, and he was a little disappointed. He also wanted to take a look at Ling Feixue to see if she was as pretty as her mother Mu Qingyan. "What are you looking at?" Seeing Yi Igor ignoring him, Yilin asked. "You asked me to bring 2 meals, so I have to think about who to give the other one to." Yi Igor answered immediately. "Huang Bei, who else could it be besides him?" Hearing this, Yi Igor thought to himself, "You little bastard, you're still hiding it. Don't think your father doesn't know you're a bootlicker." Yi Igor pretended to know nothing and replied, "Is that so?" Yilin didn't know what his father was thinking, so he said, "Old Yi, go home quickly. I need to go in and continue studying." After saying that, he ran back to the school under the gaze of Yi Igor. Yilin walked to a place where Yi Igor could not see him and opened the lunch box. He wanted to see what his cheap father had made, and he had to give the most delicious one to Lan Yuyu. After opening it, he found that both meals were the same. Braised spare ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, half a boiled egg and vegetables. When I came under the tree, Lan Yuyu was still sitting on the bench, reading a book seriously. "Little bean sprout, I'm back." Yilin sat down with 2 boxes of lunch. "Yilin, you're back, let's continue." Although she was a little hungry and tired, Lan Yuyu persisted. She wanted to teach Yilin more knowledge points. "Little bean sprout, I'm tired of studying and can't concentrate anymore. Let's stop here for today and continue studying tomorrow, okay?" Yilin could see that Lan Yuyu looked tired. Even though she was so tired, she still wanted to continue tutoring herself. What a treasure-like girl! Yilin felt very distressed when he saw her. "Aren't you going to study anymore?" "Then Yilin, what should we do next?" Lan Yuyu didn't have anything of her own to do. When Yilin said he would help with tutoring on the weekend, she had already given all her time to Yilin for the day. "Little bean sprout, I have nothing to do. I'm going home to rest. You should go back to the dormitory and rest too." Yeah, I get it." Lan Yuyu packed her things. "Little bean sprout, this is for you. It's your lunch. After she packed her things, Yilin handed her a lunch box. Lan Yuyu knew that Yilin's lunch boxes were filled with delicious meals, which meant they were very expensive. Lan Yuyu was unwilling to accept it as she had already eaten it 5 times this week. Yilin, I can take care of lunch by myself. It's the same sentence again. This week, every time I bring her lunch, she basically refuses me like this. But Yilin knew how to treat her. The little girl was most afraid of wasting food, so Yilin said, if you don't want to eat it, then forget it. I can't finish it anyway, so I have to throw it away. Otherwise, my dad will scold me to death. You can't throw it away, Yilin. You can't waste food. Farmers work very hard. Thinking of her mother working in the fields under the scorching sun, Lan Yuyu couldn't bear to see any waste. She felt it was a pity to see others throwing away piles of leftover food in the cafeteria. These leftovers can be used to feed pigs, rhubarb, chickens and ducks at her home. Can't I just throw it away? Could you please help me eat those little bean sprouts? Yilin looked pleading. Okay, then I'll buy it from you. Lan Yuyu doesn't want to owe anyone anything. You don't need to buy it. You tutored me for the whole morning, so it's only natural that I'd treat you to a meal. If you're like this, I won't want you to tutor me anymore. Originally, Yilin asked someone to help him with his studies, but suddenly the studies became an excuse to kidnap Lan Yuyu. You can't not study hard, then I'll help you eat it for the last time, Yilin, next time just ask your dad to send you a portion. Lan Yuyu explained seriously. Okay, Xiaoduya, I will definitely tell him. Yilin answered her equally seriously. After Lan Yuyu finished her meal, Yilin sent her back to the dormitory. At this time, in dormitory 202 of Xiangmei building, everyone was waiting for Lan Yuyu's return. Including Gao Mengmeng, after hearing their gossip, she rushed back to the dormitory to eat melons and bought 5 cups of lemon juice on the way. Chapter 25, Can't be fooled by him. Back to the morning. After Lan Yuyu and Yilin went out, He Xiaowei said something sarcastic and returned to the dormitory. Then, with a look of shock on her face, she said to Wang Xiecheng, I found a shocking piece of news. It's someone from our dormitory. Wang Xiecheng was reading a novel. Upon hearing this, he turned around with a curious look on his face. What's that? Guess which one of us is it? He Xiaowei deliberately kept the secret. Gao Mengmeng. No, there's nothing wrong with her personality. Wu Jia. Hearing the sound, a girl sleeping in bed answered dazedly, Is it dawn yet? Are you calling me? He Xiaowei ignored Wu Jia, not really. Wang Xiecheng thought that this gossip was definitely not about He Xiaowei. Who would gossip about her? It couldn't be her, otherwise He Xiaowei would definitely not gossip with her. There was only one person left in the dormitory, Lan Yuyu. He Xiaowei nodded frantically. Wang Xiecheng also became interested when he heard this, what melon? He Xiaowei was as excited as if she had discovered a new world. Let me tell you, Lan Yuyu is in love with Yilin. After hearing this, Wang Xiecheng denied it without a second thought. Impossible, this is simply impossible. How is it impossible? Do you know who Yilin was waiting for downstairs just now? Are you trying to say he's waiting for Lan Yuyu? Yeah, he was actually waiting for Lan Yuyu downstairs in the dormitory, even bringing 2 cups of fruit tea. If they weren't in a relationship, who would buy food so early in the morning and come downstairs to pick someone up? You don't understand. Wang Xiecheng knew that Yilin was using Lan Yuyu. What do you mean? Seeing Wang Xiecheng's mysterious look, He Xiaowei was very curious. Wang Xiecheng didn't keep it a secret and said, I'm telling you, don't spread it around. He Xiaowei raised her hand, I swear to heaven. You know who Yilini likes and who is pursuing, right? Ling Feixue. This guy went crazy not long after entering high school. He confessed his love to Ling Feixue every day. But strangely, he seems to have stopped going to class 5 to see Ling Feixue recently. He stays in the classroom with Lan Yuyu every day. You figured out the problem, right? After liking someone for so long, can you just give up on them in one day? It seems impossible. He Xiaowei thought thoughtfully. On the first day Lan Yuyu came, he was like a different person, a good student. People who didn't know him thought he changed because of Lan Yuyu. But in fact, he didn't change because of Lan Yuyu. He was pursuing Ling Feixue with a plan. Plan? He Xiaowei was a little surprised. Does pursuing someone require a plan? Yes, he first changed his appearance in front of Ling Feixue, and then pretended to be in love with Lan Yuyu, just to attract Ling Feixue's attention and let Ling Feixue take the initiative to find him. He Xiaowei was puzzled. Doesn't Ling Feixue dislike Yilin? He's dating Lan Yuyu and is not looking for Ling Feixue anymore? This is a good thing for Ling Feixue, right? Ling Feixue is taking the initiative to look for Yilin. He Xiaowei wanted to say one more thing, isn't she being a bitch? But after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Wang Xiaoqing closed the novel in his hand and sat up. That's why I said you don't understand. Yilin has been pursuing Ling Feixue for so long, Ling Feixue must be moved to some extent. She has become accustomed to the feeling of being pursued by Yilin. If Yilin suddenly stops pursuing her, Ling Feixue will definitely not be able to adapt. Yilin's tactic is called playing hard to get, and it's actually quite effective. Ling Feixue actually approached him twice in one day. Oh, so this is the reason why Ling Feixue came to our class that day. He Xiaowei suddenly realized. Yes, now Yilin's first step of playing hard to get has been achieved. The second step is to pretend to be in love, make Ling Feixue jealous, and then let Ling Feixue take the initiative to accept him. This is called making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Wang Xiaoqing sighed after saying this. Poor Lan Yuyu, being treated as a tool by Yilin. He Xiaowei was filled with indignation after hearing this. Yilin is too shameless, isn't he? Lan Yuyu is so kind, and Yilin actually took advantage of her. When has Yilin ever had any shame? That's right. He's the most shameless person in the whole school. Lan Yuyu is from 202 after all. We can't let Yilin bully her. Seeing injustice, He Xiaowei decided to help. After Wu Jia got up, they called Jiao Mengmeng back to the dormitory. While Lan Yuyu was out tutoring with Yilin, the Westerners chatted in the dormitory for the entire morning. After the analysis of Wang Xiaoqing, the emotional guru, Shiren seemed to see through Yilin, the scumbag. 3 women are as powerful as a street, not to mention the Western woman. Yilin was criticized by them all morning. If cursing someone could kill them, Yilin would have died tens of millions of times already. The more they scolded Yilin, the more pitiful they felt for Lan Yuyu. The naive little girl was badly deceived by Yilin. At noon, Lan Yuyu brought her lunchbox into the dormitory. As soon as she entered the dormitory, she saw someone looking at her with sympathy. Why are you looking at me like that? Lan Yuyu was a little scared when she was stared at. Did she do something in the dormitory to make them angry? Seeing Lan Yuyu's guilty look, He Xiaowei asked first, Yuyu, are you in a relationship with Yilin? Lan Yuyu was stunned. Falling in love? Falling in love with Yilin? In Lan Yuyu's understanding, falling in love means kissing and hugging, and that will lead to a baby. I was just tutoring Yilin, there was no kissing or hugging, so we were not in a relationship. After thinking it over, Lan Yuyu quickly replied, no, Yilin and I are not in a relationship. Really? He Xiaowei was a little unconvinced. Really? Lan Yuyu answered with certainty. Jiao Mengmeng said, then why does Yilin often buy food for you? This lunchbox is also from Yilin, right? Lan Yuyu explained, it's like this, I give Yilin tutoring, so he always buys me food that I don't want, but if I don't want it, he will throw it into the trash can, which is a pity, so I take it. And this lunchbox, Yilin said that if he couldn't finish it, his father would beat him when he got home, so he asked me to help him eat it. If he didn't eat it, he would have to throw it away. I had no choice but to help. Why don't you help him eat it in the future? Wang Xiaoqing shuddered when he heard this. We dare not eat Yilin's food. Who knows if he fried it with his stinky socks? Lan Yuyu saw that Wang Xiaoqing had always kept this matter in mind, so even if Yilin didn't let her say it, she had to help Yilin clear up the misunderstanding. Lan Yuyu explained, Xiaoqing, Yilin told me that the stinky tofu he gave you before wasn't made with stinky socks. He just said that on purpose in front of Teacher Ling. When Wang Xiaoqing heard this, he became even angrier. Yilin, this bastard, actually asked Lan Yuyu to help him clear his name. He is so shameless. Lan Yuyu continued to speak in Yilin's favor. Actually, Yilin is a very good person. It's just that you always ignored him and didn't want to teach him before, so he did those bad things. Now he has reformed and will never do such bad things again. When Westerners heard this, they were like, what the hell? Yilin is such a shameless bastard. Only Lan Yuyu is naive and believes his lies. What does it mean to ignore him? not teach him. Who dares to bother with this bastard? If he doesn't bother me, everything will be fine. Still teaching him? Even a god can't teach him. Lan Yuyu was speaking up for Yilin, so Wu Jiao asked, Yuyu, do you like Yilin? Lan Yuyu thought about it, not understanding what this meant. What do you mean by liking Yilin? Wu Jiao, like is like. It means being very dependent on someone and wanting to see them all the time. Lan Yuyu thought about it. Dependence on Yilin? She didn't feel that way. Want to see Yilin all the time? I don't feel that way. If she didn't have either of them, then she definitely didn't like it. Lan Yuyu replied, I don't like it. Regardless of whether Lan Yuyu admitted it or not, after hearing this, Wang Xiaoqing advised, Yuyu, it's best not to like her. The person Yilin likes is Ling Feixue. He won't like anyone else except Ling Feixue. Don't let Yilin use you, or you will get hurt. That's right, Yo-Yo, don't be fooled by Yilin. He Xiaowei agreed. Wu Jiao also said, there are many handsome guys in the world. Don't be fooled by Yilin's stinky appearance. He is a bad guy. Seeing Lan Yuyu deep in thought, Gao Mengmeng brought a glass of lemon fruit and said with a smile, let's not talk about this, Yuyu, this is the lemon fruit I brought you. You can help me with my lessons later. At this moment, Lan Yuyu was thinking that Yilin liked Ling Feixue. She silently remembered this name and decided to speak well of Yilin when she met him next time. She must not let her misunderstand that Yilin was a bad guy. Chapter 26, The Human Heart is Evil. As soon as Yilin left the school gate, he came to the store, wearing a mask. We can't let people at school recognize us, otherwise it will affect the business of the store. It was only noon, and Qin Hui was already exhausted. Business had been booming since the morning, and she was the only one busy. As soon as she saw Yilin, Qin Hui complained, my little ancestor, you are finally back. I am so tired here that I am dying. Yilin thought business would be good, but he didn't expect it to be so good. The main reason is that the lemon fruit tastes good. Although it is autumn now, autumn in the south is as hot as summer. The sour and sweet fruit drinks are very refreshing and thirst-quenching. Those who have tried it raved about how delicious this fruit drink was to their friends and family. 10 people tell 100, 100 tell 1,000, there is no need for Yilin to advertise anymore. Those who had never tasted it came over to taste it out of curiosity. When there were too many people, Qin Hui had a miserable time. She collected money and made fruit drinks without a moment's rest. She sold about 200 cups in the morning. With half price plus full price, Yilin's shop earned nearly 1,000 yuan in the morning alone. With Yilin joining in at noon, the work in the second half of the day was much easier, and Qin Hui could finally take a breath. After selling for a day, Yilin counted the accounts in the evening. He earned more than 1,800 yuan including the day's sales and costs. Even if the popularity decreases later, I should still be able to earn 600 or 700 yuan a day. This gave Yilin a boost of confidence, and he decided to hire a few more people. With this income, the store should have no problem supporting 5 employees. Opening branches in the future will definitely require a lot of employees, so we should try our best to cultivate corporate talents now to facilitate future store expansion. At 9:30 in the evening, after cleaning up the equipment in the shop, Qin Hui was about to leave work when Yilin called her, Sister Qin, wait a moment. Young boss, is there anything else? Qin Hui answered a little tiredly. Yilin smiled and said, Sister Qin, please stop calling me the little boss. I want to be the big boss in the future. After hearing this, Qin Hui smiled. This kid was quite humorous. She continued to ask, oh, it's called a habit. It's hard to change it for a while. Big boss, is there anything else? If not, I'll go home. I'm really exhausted today. It must be something, Sister Qin. I wish you a happy opening today. This is a red envelope for you. Yilin handed over a scribbled red envelope. The reason why the red envelope was scribbled on was because Yilin did not buy a red envelope. He just found a piece of red paper to wrap the 200 yuan. And he also found these 200 yuan from the pile of change from today's sales. Wow, boss, you're so generous. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. Qin Hui took the money and went home. On the way, she calculated that Yilin's shop earned several thousand yuan a day, so it should be no problem to earn 20,000 yuan a month. After deducting costs such as rent, labor, and materials, he can still guarantee a minimum income of 10,000 yuan. Qin Hui was a little envious. They all run milk tea shops, so why was there such a big difference between them? She secretly vowed that this store would belong to her sooner or later, and that she just had to be patient. After walking a few hundred meters, Qin Hui stopped. She wanted to see how much money was in the red envelope. In fact, she couldn't help but want to open it the moment she took it, but it was not appropriate to open it in front of Yilin. It would be fine if the red envelope was thick, but if it was only a few dollars it would be very embarrassing. The red envelope didn't feel very nice, and Qin Hui estimated that there were only 20 or 30 yuan in it at most. After all, Yilin is just a high school student. How big a red envelope can he be willing to give? With trepidation, she opened the scribbled red envelope, and found 200 yuan bills inside, which surprised and delighted her. I didn't expect this guy to be so kind. Suddenly joy replaced the day's fatigue, and she felt that the day's hard work was worth it. After returning home, Qin Hui happily told her husband what happened today. Qin Hui's man was shocked after hearing this. He never thought that Yilin could do it. Therefore, this week he has been thinking about how he will collect the money owed by this kid when he can no longer work. Will his parents be willing to pay it? It seems that there is no need to worry about this issue at the moment. What he is thinking now is why such a profitable shop should be opened by a high school student. This is his own shop. Yilin feels like he is losing thousands of dollars every time he works one more day. He now hopes that this 1-month lease will pass quickly. He said to Qin Hui, "Wife, what should we do if he refuses to leave even though the rent is raised?" Qin Hui smiled and said, "Then raise the price a little more. If we take his profits first, he will move." The couple smiled at each other, as if they had already seen their store becoming very popular in the future. The next day, Yilin placed a small blackboard at the door of the store with recruitment information written on it. Only girls are recruited. Logically speaking, most of the people who buy drinks like milk tea are girls, so recruiting handsome guys can attract more young women to consume. Why doesn't Yilin recruit handsome guys? The reason is simple. As long as girls can stick to this kind of work, they will be very stable, but boys are too mobile. Also, men and women mix together, which makes it easy for them to fall in love, and when a couple leaves, they leave as a pair. Yilin is still in school and doesn't have enough time and energy to recruit and train new people. Moreover, falling in love and flirting during working hours will greatly affect the company's image. Therefore, in the initial stage, Yilin only accepts girls, and will consider boys after the situation stabilizes. Yilin told Qin Hui that if anyone came looking for a job, she should ask them to wait for him at the store at noon. Then he went to school to tutor Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu did not distance herself from Yilin just because someone said a lot of bad things about him in her ear yesterday. Seeing is believing. In her eyes, Yilin is a very good person. By noon, Yilin brought 2 more boxes of lunch. "Yilin, I really don't want it. Yesterday I told you to ask your uncle to bring you just 1 copy. Yilin pretended to be innocent. "Little Bean Sprout, you are wronging me. I told him, but he didn't listen. He also told me that if you don't want to eat the boxed lunch, he will pay you. In short, you can't give me tutoring for free." Yilin really hopes that Lan Yuyu will accept the salary, but he knows that this is impossible. "Lan Yuyu, she is not that kind of person." "Then I'll help you eat." Lan Yuyu looked aggrieved. The food was obviously delicious, but she felt uneasy while eating it. Yilin could see that she was a girl with a strong sense of self-esteem. If a song is like this, it will definitely put a lot of pressure on her. She clearly helped with his tutoring, so treating her to a meal was considered even. But in Lan Yuyu's opinion, helping Yilin with his lessons was her own free will, without asking for anything in return, and she felt unworthy of the food Yilin gave her. Lan Yuyu thought that Yilin was so good to her, so she had to do something for him. But what does Yilin need? He seems to have everything. No, he likes Ling Feixue. Yes, I can help her pursue Ling Feixue. But how can he make Ling Feixue accept him? Lan Yuyu expressed confusion. After Yilin sent her back to the dormitory, Lan Yuyu spent the whole afternoon helping Yilin think about how to chase Ling Feixue, and fell asleep while thinking. When Yilin returned to the store, there were already more than 10 girls waiting for interviews. They are all very young, looking like they are about 18 or 19 years old. They are probably the type who stopped studying after graduating from high school. There are some good-looking ones and some not so good-looking ones here. Yilin's requirement is naturally that the women must be good-looking, but he can't reject those who are not good-looking in person, so he still has to go through the process. Due to limited conditions, Yilin walked into the warehouse and cleared out a space for an interview. Then the girls who came for the interview were asked to line up for the interview one by one. If you are good-looking, Yilin will mark it on the resume. Then find out what your dreams are, what your plans are for the future, and how long you plan to work here. Those who have lofty ideals and speak excessively will be eliminated. Yilin only wants to accept people who submit to life. Only those who don't think too much will do things seriously. As for those who were not good-looking, Yilin was too lazy to talk nonsense. He just said a few words and told them to go home and wait for notification. After more than 10 people finished interviewing, Yilin sent text messages to the 5 people who passed the interview, asking them to report to the store the next day. As for those who failed the interview, Yilin also sent a text message, wishing them a bright future. Chapter 27 Monthly Exam. On Monday, Yilin went to school early in the morning because today was the monthly exam. Originally, today was September 29th, the National Day holiday, but the students had monthly exams, so Jiangnan Middle School adjusted the holiday. The monthly exams for the first and second year of high school will be held on the weekend of 27th and 28th, and then we will have a holiday on the 29th until October 5th. Senior high school students will have a weekend holiday on the 27th and 28th, and then have monthly exams on the 29th and 30th. They will have a 3-day holiday for National Day on October 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and classes will resume as normal on the 4th. The reason why Jiangnan Middle School adjusted the holiday for the monthly exams is mainly to take care of the senior high school students. Simulate the scene of the college entrance examination and create a quiet examination environment. After all, it will be the time for the college entrance examination, and lower grade students will be on vacation and not in school. Lan Yuyu arrived early and sat in the classroom waiting for Yilin. They agreed yesterday that they would take the exam at 9 o'clock, and they could have some tutoring from 6 to 9 o'clock. Yilin originally wanted to let Lan Yuyu sleep until she wakes up naturally, but she insisted on giving Yilin tutoring before the exam. After Yilin arrived, the two sat down and began to read seriously. Yilin and Lan Yuyu were not the only ones studying in the classroom. Most of the students in the class were taking advantage of the time to review before the exam. After all, it is an elite class, and many students study very hard, except Wang Bei. Wang Bei has been trying to learn since his last fortune-telling, but he just can't concentrate on learning. If Yilin hadn't forced him to memorize every day, he would have returned to his original state long ago. But it must be said that under Yilin's supervision, he has lost 10 pounds after a week of running and exercise, and changed his diet. Today, Wang Bei slept until he woke up naturally. When the exam time came, he staggered into the classroom. When he got to his seat, he said to Yilin with a playful smile, "Brother Lin, you've been working hard for a week. Will you do well in this exam?" Yilin smiled and said, "It should be no problem to be in the top 30 in the class." Top 30? Wang Bei was shocked. How could it be possible? Yilin's goal is a bit too outrageous. Qin Qianzhu happened to be throwing away trash at the back of the classroom when he heard Yilin's words. He laughed loudly. "Classmates, did you hear that? Yilin, he actually said he wanted to be in the top 30 in the class this time." When the students in the classroom heard Qin Qianzhu's words, they all looked at Yilin. Everyone felt that this guy might not have woken up yet. Especially those who ranked after 30 in the class, they looked at Yilin with displeasure. A person who always ranks last in the school now says he wants to be in the top 30 in the class. What a joke! Among the 68 students in the class, except for Yilin and Wang Bei, the worst ranked Yang Haiqing is also ranked among the top 300 in science and the top 500 in the whole school. Do you really think you can move up 800 places in the exam just by studying for a week? You think you are superhuman? And who knows how good Lan Yuyu, the tutor who tutors him, is at school? What can she teach him? Hey, Yilin, you're so amazing. Do you dare to make a bet with me? If you can get into the top 30 in the class, I'll take care of your duties for the rest of the time. If you can't, you'll have to sweep for an extra month. Li Junwei said with ill intention. He was very unhappy with Yilin. In the past, this guy often skipped his shifts and liked to litter. Although Yilin volunteered to work for a month, he was still brooding over what happened between Yilin and Wang Bei last week. Qin Qianzhu got excited when he heard what Li Junwei said. He said, "Yi Lin, I'm going to make a bet with you too. If you make it into the top 30 in the class, I'll call you grandpa. If you don't, you'll kowtow to me 3 times." Upon hearing this, Yi Lin replied, "I'm not interested in taking you as my grandson." After hearing this, Qin Qianzhu provoked him and said, "What? You don't dare to gamble? Are you so cowardly?" Yi Lin acted helpless. "You really want to be my grandson? But I really don't want to accept you as my grandson." Huang Bei chuckled after hearing this. Qin Qianzhu's face turned black. He originally wanted to provoke the enemy, but now he was the one begging to be the grandson. If he continued to ask Yi Lin to gamble, he would be asking for trouble. Qin Qianzhu took his stationery and ran to the examination room. Seeing that Yi Lin was unwilling to gamble, Li Junwei also prepared to leave. At this time, Yi Lin said, "Li Junwei, I bet with you." Anyway, he didn't like keeping the classroom clean, and since someone was willing to take over, Yi Lin naturally wouldn't let it go. Li Junwei felt as if Yi Lin had him in his grasp, and suddenly felt a little guilty. He doesn't bet with Qin Qianzhu but with himself. What does he mean? Am I easy to bully? He is a poor student, why should I be afraid of him? Li Junwei pretended to be sure to win and said, "Classmates, bear witness for me. If Yi Lin doesn't rank in the top 30 in the class, you will have to sweep the classroom for an extra month." Even if Yi Lin really couldn't make it into the top 30, Li Junwei didn't need to emphasize it, because this group of classmates would take the initiative to jump out and testify. After a lot of commotion, it was time for the exam and all the students went to the examination room. Before leaving, Lan Yu said to Yi Lin, "Come on, Yi Lin, I believe you can do it." Yi Lin patted her head and said, "Little bean sprout, you must do well in the exam. If you don't do well, I won't want you to tutor me anymore. Also, if you don't do well in the exam, Teacher Ling will be very disappointed." Yi Lin clearly remembered that in his previous life, Lan Yu came to Qingyuan Middle School and was always ranked several hundred behind in every exam, but he was able to be admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University in the college entrance examination. During this period of tutoring, Yi Lin knew that her grades were very good, but he didn't know what concerns she had in her heart and she didn't dare to show her true results. That's why Yi Lin said that just now. The purpose is to allow Lan Yu to show her true results. Lan Yu nodded quickly, "Yi Lin, I will definitely do well in the exam." "Then let's go." Yi Lin took Lan Yu out of the classroom. Usually, Huang Bei goes to the examination room with Yi Lin. Now he goes to the examination room as usual, but the person next to Yi Lin is no longer him. Seeing that he was abandoned, Huang Bei quickly shouted, "Brother Lin, wait for me." Lan Yu arranged the examination room to be in class 4, while Yi Lin and Huang Bei were in class 5. Yi Lin's appearance is really eye-catching, especially among girls. Ever since Yi Lin changed his image, many people didn't recognize him. Only after seeing Lan Yu off to her seat did Yi Lin leave with peace of mind. Seeing the two of them being so close, a group of male students in class 4 were very angry. It was too blatant. The female classmates were envious and jealous. How could this ordinary girl have such a handsome boy send her to her seat? They feel that God is unfair, giving them a beautiful face but not a handsome man. After sending Lan Yu off, Yi Lin and Huang Bei came to class 5. Yi Lin came to his seat and when he saw Ling Feixue sitting to his left, he immediately felt that this seat was a bit unlucky. On the right is Lin Jishi, the recognized school idol in his senior year. Lin Jishi arrived at the examination room early and found that the seat was occupied by Yi Lin, the rumored new school idol. He kept his eyes on the classroom door. I want to see how this former school bully became the school hunk. When he saw Yi Lin coming in, Lin Jishi had to admit that this guy was really too handsome. Sure enough, he is comparable to me, no wonder he can threaten my status as the school idol. It's a pity that he has nothing but being handsome, and my grades are better than his. Although not very impressive, it's easy for me to get into undergraduate studies. Moreover, I am a music student, and I am among the best in the school in singing, dancing and playing basketball. There was always a basketball game or party held by the school where I was the protagonist. Lin Jishi believes that he is born to be a star and Yi Lin cannot compare with him. Lin Jishi analyzed the situation in his mind and thought that Yi Lin was just so-so. Compared with himself, there was still some gap. When Ling Feixue saw Yi Lin, she looked very proud. I thought this was a great position, and as long as Yilin didn't ask for my forgiveness, I wouldn't let him copy. Unfortunately, when the exam started, Yilin didn't ask her for help. Ling Feixue was a little disappointed, so during the exam she deliberately covered up the answers, fearing that Yilin would copy them. If he dares not to apologize to me, I will never let him copy even a little bit. Chapter 28: A Glimpse of the True Face. The exam lasted 2.5 hours, and Yilin used 1 hour to finish all the difficult questions. He didn't bother to answer the remaining simple questions because he didn't want to get too many points. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous if he scored too high at once. I wrote the 5 elements of the composition and then fell asleep. Ling Feixue held the test paper tightly, and when she turned around, she first looked at what Yilin had written. It turned out that Yilin was actually sleeping. Just go to sleep if you can't copy anything? Ling Feixue regretted that she had pressed the answer too hard. She should have copied it for him. Lin Jishi was filled with disdain when he saw Yilin sleeping. This guy is really good for nothing except being handsome. Huang Bei sat in the back row, stretching his neck and looking around hoping to see other people's answers. However, he couldn't see anything after looking for a long time, and he even alarmed the invigilator in the back row to come over and remind him. After giving the reminder, the invigilator simply stayed and stood behind Huang Bei. Huang Bei, who sat upright, gave up the idea of copying the answers. He supported his chin with his hands and stared blankly ahead. When I saw Yilin sleeping, I felt something was wrong. Damn it, even in this state, why did he still make a bet with Li Junwei? Maybe he is addicted to sweeping the floor. He didn't want Yilin to lose the bet. Although Yilin was the loser, he was the one who had to sweep the floor. Huang Bei turned around and whispered to the invigilator, "Teacher, that student was sleeping during the exam. The school requires that the monthly exams for senior high school students must be strictly simulated according to the college entrance examination scenario. It is not a violation of discipline for candidates to sleep, and the invigilators have no power to deal with or punish them. As long as they do not snore and disturb others, it is fine." The invigilator replied to Huang Bei coldly, "Just mind your own business and don't talk." Huang Bei let out a long sigh, and the invigilator didn't remind him. This time he was really finished. I'd lamented in my heart, God wants me to sweep, so I have to sweep. There was nothing he could copy, so Huang Bei just lay down on the table and fell asleep. At this time, in the Spanish examination room, Lan Yuyu's face was full of worry. It's not that the questions stumped her, but she really didn't know how many points she would get. She didn't want to disappoint Yilin or Ling Feixue, but she was afraid that if she wrote everything carefully, what would happen if she got a very high score? In the end, she felt that she couldn't get first place, because if she did, she would offend many people. It should be enough to be in the top 20 on the exam. But she didn't know how many points the top student at Qingyuan Middle School got, so she was in a dilemma. I thought about it for almost half an hour, my little head was about to smoke, and I didn't know what to do. Finally, she decided to finish the Chinese exam first and then ask Yilin later. With half an hour left before the end of the exam, the invigilator announced that students could leave the exam room early after finishing their writing. After hearing this, Lan Yuyu quickly left the classroom. Similarly, Yilin also came out at the same time. Because Lan Yuyu took the middle stairs and Yilin took the right stairs, he walked slower than Lan Yuyu. The two of them arrived at the first floor at the same time. Yilin looked at Lan Yuyu, who was hurriedly walking out of the cordon in front of him, and quickly chased after her. Lan Yuyu reached the outside of the cordon, and just as she turned around, she saw Yilin appear behind her. She was startled. Yilin, why are you out too? I guessed you were already out. I was afraid you'd have to wait too long, so I came out." After hearing Yilin's words, Lan Yuyu felt a little happy, but then she asked anxiously, "Then, have you finished the test paper?" Yilin smiled slightly and touched her head. "Don't worry, I have finished writing everything I can write." That's good, that's good." Lan Yuyu felt relieved after hearing this. Ling Feixue saw Yilin leave the examination room, checked his answer sheet, and then followed him out. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw Yilin and Lan Yuyu touching each other's heads. He actually patted the ugly duckling on the head and killed him in front of him. This drama is really a bit too much. Originally, she went downstairs to catch up with Yilin, ask him to apologize to her, and let him see the answers for the next exam. Ling Feixue instantly gave up this idea. She was so angry that she swore that Yilin would never be able to copy a single answer from her in the next exam. The exam schedule was obviously very good, and he sat next to me. If he performed better, he could escape the fate of being at the bottom of the school. But this bastard doesn't know how to cherish, so he will continue to rank last in the school. Yilin felt a chill on his back, as if a pair of cold eyes were staring at him. When he turned around, he saw Ling Feixue with an angry face. Yilin was puzzled. Why was this woman looking at him so angrily? He didn't owe her any money. Afraid that she would go crazy again, Yilin quickly pulled Lan Yuyu away. Ling Feixue saw Yilin look back at her, then hurriedly pulled the ugly duckling away, and she became even angrier. HMPH dead Leaf Lin, stinky Leaf Lin, you bastard, you son of a bitch. Ling Feixue stomped her head on the ground in anger, feeling so wrong that she burst into tears. Yilin pulled Lan Yuyu to the edge of the school pond, and the two sat on a stone chair to read. Lan Yuyu asked, Yilin, who is the best at taking exams in our school? Ling Feixue, a girl from class 5. After listening, Lan Yuyu thought that Ling Feixue was such a good student, no wonder Yilin liked her so much. So how many points did she get? Yilin was a little confused. Why was Lan Yuyu asking this? Could it be that she wanted to score higher than Ling Feixue? Recalling the past, Yilin replied, she usually scored above 670 points in every exam, and occasionally even over 700. After listening to this, Lan Yuyu felt that Ling Feixue was indeed quite amazing. There were only about 20 students in the city's #1 middle school who scored over 600 points. After hearing Yilin's words, Lan Yuyu felt much more at ease. She just hoped to get a score below 650. That way the ranking wouldn't be that high. Yilin saw Lan Yuyu in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking about. Yilin did not disturb her, but admired her quietly. The sunlight shone through the branches onto her face, and Yilin couldn't help but lift her thick bangs. Beautiful. It's really beautiful. Lan Yuyu was frightened by Yilin's sudden movement and stood up. Yilin, why are you? Yilin scratched his head with an embarrassed look and said with a smile, Little Bean Sprout, you have been in school for such a long time, but I haven't seen your full face yet. I just couldn't help but be curious and wanted to see your face. After hearing this, Lan Yuyu's face flushed and her ears felt hot. She said timidly, Yilin, I don't look good. Yes, everyone says she is an ugly duckling, how can an ugly duckling be pretty? If Yilin sees his face, he will probably be disgusted, right? Thinking of this, Lan Yuyu became restless. Who said you're not pretty? Little Bean Sprout, you're very pretty. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Lan Yuyu couldn't believe what Yilin said. I have always been called an ugly duckling, and this is the first time I have heard someone say that I am good-looking and beautiful. Really? Really? I didn't look at it carefully just now. Let me take another look. After saying that, Yilin lifted her bangs again. Lan Yuyu was stunned, her heart beating faster and faster. The more Yilin looked at the rosy little face, the more he liked it. He couldn't help but want to kiss it. Tilde. Just then, an untimely cough was heard. Hearing something wrong, Yilin quickly withdrew his hand and looked up. He saw Li Jianye looking at him not far away. This old guy really knows how to pick the right time to cough. Yilin couldn't help but complain in his heart, then smiled playfully, Teacher Li, are you sick? When Lan Yuyu heard this, she also asked with concern, Teacher Li, are you sick? What's wrong with me? It's exam time, and you two aren't in the exam room. What are you doing here? Li Jianye was a little angry. It would be fine if Yilin didn't do well in the exam, but he should not lead Lan Yuyu astray. I'm glad you're not sick. Teacher Li, if you're sick, you must go get treatment, otherwise your health will deteriorate. Yilin and I have finished our papers and are now studying for the next subject. Lan Yuyu quickly explained. I'm not sick. Li Jianye looked gloomy. Seeing that the teacher was a little angry, Lan Yuyu was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. Li Jianye looked at Yilin and said, Yilin, it's just tutoring, why are you touching her face? Teacher Li, you misunderstood. A bug flew into Lan Yuyu's eye. I blew it out for her. Yilin is talking nonsense. Lan Yuyu was so slow to react that she almost retorted that no bug flew into her eye. Fortunately, Yilin didn't give her a chance to speak, and continued to ask, isn't it, Xiao Duyer? Lan Yuyu now knew that Yilin was going to lie, and nodded quickly, yes, Teacher Li, a bug flew into my eye, and Yi Lin is blowing it out for me. This was the first time she lied in front of her teacher, and her heart was pounding. Li Jianya said doubtfully, be more careful next time. This is school. Boys and girls should keep their distance. It would be bad if people misunderstood us as being in a relationship. After saying that, Li Jianya left and continued to patrol the campus. Yi Lin hurriedly said goodbye. Got it, Teacher Li, take care. Chapter 29, Drawing cakes also requires skills. As the exam time was up, Wang Bei was pushed awake by the invigilator. After waking up, he rushed out to find Yi Lin. Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu were studying together by the pond. After the sound of the exam ending sounded, the cafeteria opened. Yi Lin took Lan Yuyu to the cafeteria for dinner. When Lan Yuyu saw Yi Lin coming to the cafeteria to eat, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yi Lin's father didn't bring him food today. The two lined up and it was Lan Yuyu's turn to get food. Little Bean Sprout, I'll treat you. Yi Lin said. No, Yi Lin, I'll swipe the card myself. Lan Yuyu was afraid that Yi Lin would help her swipe the card, so she ordered 2 vegetarian dishes and quickly swiped the card, then went aside to wait for Yi Lin. Seeing that she spent so much money on a meal, Yi Lin felt distressed. Yi Lin ordered 2 meat dishes, and then the two of them found a place to sit down. Lan Yuyu sat down and took just 2 bites when Yi Lin put some food on her plate. Yi Lin, what's wrong with you? Lan Yuyu looked at Yi Lin in confusion. Yi Lin ate the vegetables that Lan Yuyu picked from her plate with great relish. I like eating vegetables. Do you like to eat vegetables and order 2 meat dishes? Lan Yuyu didn't understand, but if Yi Lin liked to eat it, then let him eat it. It is also possible to eat only rice. Yi Lin took a mouthful of rice and took a piece of vegetables from Lan Yuyu's plate with his chopsticks. Lan Yuyu looked at Yi Lin wolfing down his food and thought he must be very hungry. So she stopped eating, thinking that if Yi Lin didn't have enough rice, she could give him some of her rice. After Yi Lin quickly finished the rice on his plate, he also picked up all the vegetables that Lan Yuyu had picked. The 2 meat dishes on his own plate remained untouched. Belch. Yi Lin pretended to burp. Then he said, Little Bean Sprout, I'm so full. The vegetables you picked were so delicious that I couldn't resist eating them all. I'm sorry. It's okay, Yi Lin. Yi Lin likes to eat vegetables. Lan Yuyu quickly wrote it down. Little Bean Sprout, I'm full and can't eat any more. You can have this dish. After saying that, Yi Lin put all the meat dishes from his plate into Lan Yuyu's plate. Lan Yuyu wanted to speak and refuse. Yi Lin didn't give him a chance and quickly added, Little Bean Sprout, you have to finish it, otherwise it would be a shame to throw it away. After hearing this, Lan Yuyu knew that if she didn't eat it, Yi Lin would definitely throw it away. Every grain of rice is hard-earned and cannot be wasted, so she had no choice but to follow Yi Lin's lead and eat the dishes he ordered. On the other side, Wang Bei searched the campus but couldn't find Yi Lin. Later, when he came to the cafeteria, he saw Yi Lin eating with him at the same table. Wang Bei saw Yang Haoqing queuing at the window. There were still a few people left before it was his turn to get food, so he immediately went over. Haoqing, good brother. Wang Bei greeted him and then naturally stepped in front of Yang Haoqing. Yang Haoqing thought Wang Bei wanted to talk to him about something, so he asked, Fatty, what do you want to talk to me about? Nothing, I just wanted to tell you that I could cut in line. Yang Haoqing. A few minutes later, it was Wang Bei's turn to get food. The aunt who served the food saw that it was the dog owner who came, and offered to give him more rice. Wang Bei saw this and quickly said, Auntie, I won't add more rice from now on. The auntie who served the food thought to herself, didn't this guy always add extra rice every time? Why did he suddenly stop adding more? She asked curiously, don't you usually order 3 servings of rice? Will you be full without more rice? The aunt's voice was a bit loud, and Wang Bei replied with embarrassment, Auntie, I'm trying to lose weight recently. Losing weight is good, losing weight is good. When the auntie who served the food heard that Wang Bei was on a diet, she scraped off a few mouthfuls of rice on top of the 1-person portion. After the rice was served, Wang Bei ordered 1.5 meat dishes, 1 vegetarian dish, and 3 fried chicken legs. This wave of actions left the aunt serving the food stunned. Is this called weight loss? After Yang Haoqing finished his meal, Wang Bei threw a fried chicken leg into his plate. Yang Haoqing was delighted, thank you, Fatty. If you want to jump the queue again in the future, come find me. As my desk mate, I will do my best to help you. Huang Bei ignored Yang Haoqing and walked towards Yilin. At this time, Yilin was staring at Lan Yuyu while she was eating. Huang Bei came over and sat down next to him, which scared Yilin. Can't you sit a little more gently? Don't you know your own weight? The beautiful world of two people was broken, Yilin said unhappily. Huang Bei complained, Brother Lin, why didn't you wake me up when you came out? When Yilin heard this, he wondered if this kid was half asleep. I came out early. Everyone was taking their exams. How could I call you? When Huang Bei heard that Yilin had come out early, he really couldn't call him. He remembered Yilin's performance on the exam and asked worriedly, Brother Lin, how did you do on the Chinese exam? It's okay, getting a perfect score is no problem. Yilin replied. Huang Bei was skeptical when he heard this. He had never seen Yilin write a test properly, so how could he get a perfect score? But the exams are already over, and there is no point in saying anything now. Fearing that Yilin would not study hard in the next exam, Huang Bei advised him earnestly, Brother Lin, you made a bet with Li Junwei, you must write seriously and don't sleep in the next exam. Yilin was puzzled. Why did this guy suddenly care about him more than his own father? Don't worry, if you can get into the top 30 in the class, you can get into the top 30 in the class. After hearing Yilin's words, Lan Yuyu looked up and said, Yilin, I believe you can get into the top 30 in the class. Huang Bei muttered to himself, what's the point of believing it? It only works if I pass the exam. Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud. Yilin has a good relationship with Lan Yuyu now, and he would be beaten if he said anything bad about Lan Yuyu. Yilin looked at Lan Yuyu with loving eyes, took out a fried chicken leg from Huang Bei's plate and put it into Lan Yuyu's plate. Xiao Duyer, thank you for believing in me. I'll give you a big chicken drumstick. After saying that, he reached out and picked up the only chicken leg left on Huang Bei's plate, and then ate it first. Huang Bei originally wanted 3 fried chicken legs, which was planned. Joining Yang Haoqing's team and giving him one is considered a favor. Yilin likes to eat chicken legs, so as a good brother, I naturally brought him one and kept the remaining one for myself. In the blink of an eye, his chicken leg was gone. Huang Bei said anxiously, Brother Lin, that's my chicken leg. What's your chicken leg? You're eating so much to lose weight. Have you forgotten what the master said? Yilin scolded. Huang Bei didn't dare to refute and ate in silence. After dinner, the two of them sent Lan Yuyu to the dormitory building and then left the school. When he came to the store, Huang Bei saw all the beautiful girls in the store and his eyes were drawn to them. Hey, little boss, school is over. Qin Hui joked when she saw Yilin coming back. Sister Qin, give us 2 glasses of lemonade. Okay, Xiao Chen, make 2 glasses of lemonade for the boss. Qin Hui taught the new girls how to make fruit drinks all morning. There aren't many products, and the ingredients are all in proportion, so it's easy to get started, but the speed isn't that fast. Qin Hui is in charge of the cashier. Soon 2 glasses of lemonade were brought. Huang Bei took a sip through the tube and found it sour and not tasty at all. Brother Lin, I'm not used to this. Can you give me a lemon fruit drink instead? Yilin immediately refused, if you don't want to drink it, forget it. If you really want to lose weight, don't always think about drinking sweet things. After saying that, Yilin took out a math notebook he had sorted out and threw it to Huang Bei, asking him to go to the corner to recite. Although Huang Bei didn't like reading, he thought that as long as he got into university, he would be able to date Chen Sini, so he had to bite the bullet and read. Yilin asked Qin Hui to take charge of the work in the store first, and he called the 5 new employees out for a meeting. This meeting was naturally just about drinking chicken soup and making empty promises. Yilin gave an impassioned speech, saying that as long as they worked hard with him, they would be store managers when a branch was opened, and it would not be a problem for them to earn over 10,000 yuan a month. They were originally a group of little girls, and when they heard Yilin's big promises, they immediately felt that they had a bright future. And they just saw their boss take off his mask while drinking water, and his face was so handsome. Not only is he handsome, he's also so amazing that he opened a booming store before even finishing high school. At this moment, Yilin is their male god and their idol. Whether for their career or to seduce their boss, they are unwilling to leave. After drawing the pie in the sky, Yilin let them leave. Now is the starting stage of the business, and the promises made are indeed empty promises. But Yilin believes that as long as these girls persist, he will fulfill his promise and let them become store managers in the future. It takes skill to draw such a pie in the sky, and people have to see it, so that they will be willing to do things for you. Otherwise, if you talk a lot of empty words, your employees will not only lose motivation but will also feel annoyed. For example, if you tell someone who can't even get into university that he can go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, or even Kyoto University in the future, will he believe it? If he doesn't believe it himself, what's the point of saying something nice? Yilin knew this truth very well, so the promises he made to his employees were all tangible. Therefore, former employees worked very hard to help him. With the experience of making promises in his previous life, Yilin is now very adept at managing employees and can motivate people with just a few words. Chapter 30, He shouldn't mind wearing this, right? In the afternoon, math test. Ling Feixue pressed the test paper tightly, and occasionally turned her head to glance at Yilin. She just wanted to see Yilin's anxious look when he couldn't copy the answer. Yilin was bored and turned to look at Shiju, and their eyes met. Ling Feixue snorted coldly, then turned back to write the test paper proudly. Let you make me angry. I won't let you copy it. I'll make you mad. You bastard, keep ranking last in the school. Ling Feixue became angrier and angrier the more she cursed, and she almost stood up and slapped Yilin twice. On the next day's science and foreign language exams, Ling Feixue still kept the answers tightly covered. Of course, this was just Ling Feishue's wishful thinking, and Yilin didn't care what she was thinking at all. At this moment, Yilin's mind was full of where to take Lan Yuyu to play during the upcoming National Day holiday. With only half an hour left in the exam, Yilin left the exam room and waited downstairs for Lan Yuyu to come down. When Lan Yuyu came out downstairs, she saw Yilin waiting for her, so she hurried over. As usual these days, Lan Yuyu would go to Yilin for tutoring after the exams. Lan Yuyu asked, Yilin, what subject do you want to make up for later? Whenever she had time, she would just remember to tutor herself. Yilin replied distressedly, Little Bean Sprout, I just finished my exams, so I won't be tutoring for the next few days. You're not going to make up for it anymore. Lan Yuyu was a little at a loss. She had already made preparations and must use these few days to help Yilin with his studies so that his grades would improve quickly. Thinking of Li Junwei's bet, Lan Yuyu was afraid that Yilin would lose. These people are very bad. Knowing that Yilin's grades are not good, they make a bet with Yilin. It is obvious that they are bullying him. Therefore, Lan Yuyu was determined to help Yilin catch up with his studies. This way, these people won't dare to cause trouble for Yilin regarding his grades anymore. Seeing that Lan Yuyu was a little unhappy, Yilin was a little confused. Little Bean Sprout, what's wrong with you? Why are you unhappy? No, I'm not unhappy. Yilin, what will happen to your grades if I don't tutor you? Lan Yuyu had a smile on her face while speaking, but she was worried about Yilin's grades in her heart. Yilin was deeply moved when he heard Lan Yuyu's words. It felt so good to be cared about by others. The reason why this little girl was unhappy was that she was worried about her studies. The more Yilin looked at her, the more he loved her. He wanted to pick her up and spin her around in front of all his classmates. Little Bean Sprout, I just finished an exam and I feel too tired to study. Let's catch up after the holiday. It turned out that Yilin was tired. Lan Yuyu was full of concern. Then Yilin, you must have a good rest these few days. Okay. Yilin agreed to her, and at the same time was thinking about how to ask her out in the next 2 days. Lan Yuyu was thinking about what to do in the next few days. The only thing she wanted to do now was to tutor Yilin. But Yilin said he was tired and didn't know what to do. Before she met Yilin, she would clean the dormitory and read during holidays. She reads to kill time. After all, her family is not well off and she won't spend money recklessly. She is born to learn and can basically understand the knowledge in the book at a glance. Cleaning is forced. When she was in number 1 middle school in the city, she had to clean her dormitory every day, otherwise she would be bullied. But her current roommates are all very nice and won't bully her. But she found that she simply couldn't read books to pass the time. Whenever I have free time, I want to tutor Yilin. Or rather, she wanted to see Yilin and stay with Yilin whenever she had time. Only during tutoring could she see Yilin and stay by his side. Lan Yuyu thought of Wu Jie's words, loving someone means being very dependent on them and wanting to see them all the time. An impossible thought popped up in her mind, do I like Yilin? No, no. We are just good friends, just desk mates. I just want to give Yilin extra lessons, not that I want to see him all the time. How can I like Yilin? I can't. He is so handsome, and I am just an ugly duckling. He is so smart and so nice, and he already has someone he likes. Lan Yuyu suddenly envied the girl named Ling Feixue. She felt so lucky to be liked by such a good boy like Yilin. Yilin saw Lan Yuyu along their way, looking depressed, and he didn't know what was on her mind. Originally, Yilin wanted to ask her out to play tomorrow, but seeing that she was unhappy, he hesitated whether to ask. When they reached the dormitory building, Yilin said, "Little Bin Sprout, we're here." Lan Yuyu came back to her senses and saw the dormitory gate. She felt that the journey was so fast. She wished the road to the dormitory was a little longer this time. She smiled happily, "Yilin, I'm here, then you can go back quickly." Yilin made up his mind and said, "Xiao Duya, are you free tomorrow?" Lan Yuyu replied, "Yes. Little Bin Sprout, let's go play tomorrow." Yilin is looking forward to it, so she shouldn't refuse, right? Going out to play. Lan Yuyu was a little hesitant. Going out for fun would cost a lot of money. She had heard from others how much it would cost for tickets and tickets to go somewhere, and how much it would cost to buy something. But she didn't want to go play with Yilin. Seeing that she didn't answer, Yilin thought that she must have her own things to do, so he quickly said with a smile, "Little Bin Sprout, I was just talking casually. I see that I'm embarrassing you. If you don't have time, we won't go." Hearing Yilin's words, Lan Yuyu replied anxiously, "Yilin, I have time. If you want to accompany Yilin, it's okay to spend some money." She decided to just order one less dish next time. "Okay, Xiao Duya, I'll pick you up from school at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." After saying that, Yilin ran home excitedly. At this moment, he really looks like an 18-year-old boy. Yilin suddenly felt that it was great to be young, youthful, and not to be a bootlicker. After leaving school, Yilin asked Wang Bei to steal his father's camera and lend it to him for 2 days. Wang Bei took out the camera and repeatedly told Yilin not to break it before handing it to him. After returning home, Yilin began to think about where to go for fun. Is this the first real date? Lan Yuyu returned to the dormitory and started rummaging through the drawers. She was going to play with Yilin tomorrow, so she should dress nicely. Wang Xiecheng, Wu Jie, He Xiaowei and Jiao Mengmeng left the examination room only after the exam was over, so they went to the cafeteria to eat after coming out. After eating, they returned to the dormitory and saw Lan Yuyu piling a pile of clothes on the bed. She picked up the clothes one by one with a sad face, put them on her chest to compare, and then put them down again. "Wang Xiecheng, Lan Yuyu, what are you doing?" Lan Yuyu was startled. She paid no attention to the time, thinking that they would be able to find their clothes before returning to the dormitory. When he was caught, his face flushed instantly and he packed his clothes in a panic. I'm looking for clothes. Just looking for some clothes. You look so scared. You are too timid. You are not stealing just looking for clothes, but you are scared like this." Wang Xiecheng felt bored, so she climbed onto the bed and packed her luggage. She didn't want to stay in the dormitory for a moment. The same went for Wu Jie and He Xiaowei. The three of them packed up and left the school together. Jiao Mengmeng felt that things were not simple. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy. When has Lan Yuyu ever cared about what she wears? Aren't they all wearing school uniforms? Therefore, she deliberately packed her luggage slowly and waited for the three of them to leave first. Jiao Mengmeng came to Lan Yuyu's side and said, "Yuyu, is Yilin looking for you to play? Do you want to dress up nicely?" No, Mengmeng, you can't say that." Lan Yuyu's face flushed. "Okay, no, hey, why is your face so red?" Jiao Mengmeng smiled evilly. Jiao Mengmeng doesn't dislike Yilin. After a few days of observation, she found that Yilin's kindness to Lan Yuyu seemed genuine. She also discovered that Yilin no longer pursued Ling Feixue, and even deliberately distanced himself from Ling Feixue. If a man wants to change, it is absolutely inseparable from women. Lan Yuyu was caught right by Jiao Mengmeng's words and was exposed. Her face turned even redder, as if it was on fire. Jiao Mengmeng placed a JK uniform next to Lan Yuyu's bed, Yu, this outfit is too small for me to wear. I was going to throw it away, but it just fits you, so I'm giving it to you. You should dress up nicely for your date tomorrow." After saying that, she took her luggage and left the dormitory. Lan Yu wanted to explain something, but it was too late. She looked at the clothes and shoes on the bed and hesitated for a long time. "This dress is really beautiful. I'll give the money to Meng Meng after the holiday. I'll just consider it as buying the dress from her." Lan Yu put on her clothes, then tied her hair into a high ponytail and pinned her bangs with a hairpin. Although she doesn't know how to put on makeup, her bare face is already better than any other beauty's. Lan Yu looked at herself in the mirror. She didn't seem that ugly. Yilin shouldn't mind if she wore this tomorrow, right? Chapter 31, Running Wildly. At night, because Lan Yu was the only one left in the dormitory, she was afraid to fall asleep. Finally, she fell asleep on her own when she couldn't bear it anymore. The next day, she got up early, washed and dressed, and then waited for Yilin downstairs of the dormitory. She was so sleepy that she yawned continuously. Around 8 o'clock, Yilin came downstairs. Although there was a girl standing at the door, he didn't recognize it was Lan Yu. So he walked to the girl and waited for Lan Yu. Yilin always felt that this girl looked familiar. But I didn't recognize him for a moment and didn't say anything. Lan Yu didn't sleep well the whole night and was a little sleepy, so she didn't notice Yilin next to her. After standing there for a few minutes, she realized there was someone next to her. It was Yilin, and she said happily, "Yilin, you're here." Yilin was stunned for a moment, then realized that the voice was Lan Yu. "She looks really good today. I couldn't recognize her just now. Did this little girl dress up like this specially for me?" Yilin was a little surprised, as this meant that Lan Yu had started to have feelings for him. "Little Bean Sprout, you look so beautiful today, I couldn't recognize you. Does it look good?" Lan Yu looked herself up and down. "It's very beautiful. Let's go." Judging from Yilin's expression, he shouldn't mind her dressing like this, and Lan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I made a mental note that Yilin liked to dress like this. Yilin took her out of school and then went to the station. There are too few fun places in Jiangnan County, so Yilin plans to go to the city to play today. Jiangnan County is 100 kilometers away from Jiangnan. At that time, there was no highway in the county, so it took 2 hours to take the Shouder bus. On the way, Lan Yu felt very sleepy and fell asleep with her head leaning against the window. Afraid that she would feel uncomfortable, Yilin gently let her lean on his shoulder to sleep. If he wasn't afraid that she would have a big reaction when she woke up, Yilin really wanted to hold her and let her sleep well. In this way, Yilin watched her sleep quietly on him all the way. Yilin gently stroked Lan Yu's face. This contact filled Yilin with mixed emotions. She cried heart-wrenchingly the night she was buried in her previous life. "It would have been great if I could have protected her like this back then." The more Yilin thought about it, the more he felt guilty towards this girl. Fortunately, God had eyes and gave him a chance to make amends. Soon the bus arrived at Jiangnan bus station. This was too fast. Yilin felt a little regretful. If he had known that he could have such contact with her in the car, he would have gone somewhere farther away. "Little Bean Sprout, we're here." Although Yilin didn't have the heart to wake her up, he had to get off the car at this moment. Along the way, Lan Yu slept soundly. When she woke up, she found herself leaning against Yilin, and her face turned red. "Yeah. Oh. We're here. Let's go quickly then." Lan Yu was embarrassed and spoke incoherently. After getting off the bus and leaving the station, Yilin asked curiously, "Little Bean Sprout, why are you so sleepy? Did you not sleep well last night?" Lan Yu nodded, then said delicately, "I'm the only one left in the dormitory. I'm afraid of the dark, so I didn't sleep well." Lan Yu told Yilin the truth. If it were someone else, she would definitely not say it. But Yilin's words can be told to him. Although they had only been in contact for about 10 days, Yilin had already become the person she trusted the most. After hearing Lan Yu's words, Yilin realized that she was the only one left in the dormitory. Yilin suddenly felt distressed. He knew that Lan Yu was afraid of the dark. She was very scared in the classroom when there was a power outage in the school before. She was a girl who was afraid of the dark, but she came to the cemetery alone that night. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid that night, but the person buried in the cemetery was the one she loved most. After leaving the station, I took her to have breakfast, and then we went to the zoo. Jiangcheng Zoo is quite famous. As a sub-provincial city in Jiangnan province, Jiangcheng is much more well known than the provincial capital Nanchang. Not only is it well known, but the city itself is very strong, both in terms of economy and tourism. Although it is a heavy industrial city, Jiangcheng is surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, with picturesque scenery and water quality that is among the best in the country. It is said that Jiangcheng's landscape is the best in the world. Therefore, many people from other provinces think that the capital of Jiangnan province is Jiangcheng. There are amusement projects in Jiangcheng Zoo. With one ticket, you can watch animals and have fun. It is a very popular scenic spot. Combined with the National Day holiday, Jinsha was packed with people. Yilin slapped his forehead when he saw this. With so many people here, there was no way he could go for the rides today. But since I was already there, I decided to go in and take a look. After squeezing for a long time, I finally managed to buy 2 tickets. Yilin came over and gave the ticket to Lan Yuyu, and then the two of them went to line up for ticket checking. Lan Yuyu glanced at the ticket price, 50 yuan, and she silently noted it down in her mind. Entering the zoo, Lan Yuyu was full of curiosity. She had seen many animals in books, but she had never seen one in real life. Watching along the way, Lan Yuyu was no longer as timid as before. She jumped happily in front of Yilin. Yilin looked like an old father, with a look of satisfaction on his face. It turns out that she can be so happy and smile so brightly. I rarely saw her smile so happily before. People who didn't know her would think she was a shy girl who didn't like to smile. When we entered the Valley of Beasts, the big tiger inside roared out of courtesy. Lan Yuyu was so scared that she rushed back and grabbed Yilin's arm tightly. Yilin's heart blossomed with joy, and he begged, "Brother Tiger, please roar more quickly." Every time they arrived at a place, Yilin would take several photos of Lan Yuyu, and sometimes ask passers-by to help them take photos together. When we arrived at the ostrich park, there were activities there. Yilin asked Lan Yuyu to ride the ostrich for a run, but she didn't dare. The administrator said enthusiastically, "Little girl, don't be afraid. Our ostriches are very docile. If you really can't help, you can ask your boyfriend to carry you around. If you don't ride an ostrich to take pictures in the zoo, how can you call the zoo a success?" After listening to this, Yilin took Lan Yuyu for a walk and thought this was a good suggestion. Lan Yuyu blushed when she heard the word boyfriend and quickly explained, that Yilin is not my boyfriend, we are just classmates. It's okay. Classmates are classmates. They can also carry you for a walk." After saying that, the administrator pulled Lan Yuyu next to the ostrich. Lan Yuyu looked back in fear. Fortunately Yilin was following behind her. Yilin handed the camera to the administrator. "Sister, can you take a few photos for us?" The administrator didn't expect Yilin to bring his own camera, so he said, "Handsome boy, we have a special camera for taking pictures here." Yilin knew the rules. He could play for free, but taking photos required payment. Yilin was very considerate and slipped a 20 yuan note into the administrator's hand. "Sister, please help me." The administrator happily took the camera and said, "No problem, handsome boy. You can go up too." After getting the benefit, the administrator immediately replaced the seat with a smaller 2-person cushion. "This guy is quite a good person, so let's give him a hand." After the two put on protective gear, the administrator helped them onto the bird. Yilin chased the bird and ran wildly, sticking close to Lan Yuyu's back. When the ostrich walks, there is constant contact and friction between the two. This made Yilin's blood boil, and he felt like he couldn't hold his gun down anymore. Fortunately, the run didn't take long and was over in a short while, otherwise Yilin would have suffered a lot. Since he was being paid, the administrator worked very hard and took dozens of photos of Yilin in one go. After leaving the ostrich farm, Lan Yuyu said to Yilin, "Yilin, did you notice? That mat was a little hard and irritating." Yilin replied with an embarrassed look, Yeah, it does hurt. That mat is not good." As they walked, they saw the bathroom and Yilin quickly said, "Xiao Duyer, I'm going to the bathroom to wash my face." "Good." Lan Yuyu was quietly waiting for Yilin by the roadside. Yilin went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face, and finally his blood pressure came down. The two then headed to the performance area. Chapter 32 Lucky Star. There are several sections in the zoo performance area. The first performance was by the circus. Lan Yuyu was stunned by the performances of monkeys, lions, tigers, and various birds. Then we went to the oceanarium, where the penguin and dolphin shows ended, and then we went to see the killer whales. After the killer whale finished its performance, it used its tail to hit a ball into the crowd. This is a surprise prepared by the aquarium, and the tourist who catches the ball becomes the lucky star. The lucky star will not only get a discount on today's ticket, but will also receive a commemorative card of the River City Zoo. The ball flew towards Lan Yuyu. The girl standing in front of Lan Yuyu reached out to catch it, but the ball was too slippery and it slipped out of her hands. Lan Yuyu was afraid of being hit by the ball, so she stretched out her hand to block it and just caught the ball. The girl in front saw Lan Yuyu catch the ball and looked at her with hatred. Then he said angrily, "This lucky star is mine. I received it first. Please give it back to me." Her best friend also said viciously, "It was obviously my best friend who received it first, you should return it quickly." Lan Yuyu had never thought about catching this ball. It was purely a blind cat catching a dead mouse that she caught it. She was a little overwhelmed when she received this ball, and now she was being bullied by someone. She was so scared that she didn't dare to look the other person in the face. She lifted the ball and said, "I'm sorry, I caught it accidentally. Here you go." The girl was about to take the ball, but Jilin pulled Lan Yuyu's hand and the ball back. People need dignity and trees need bark. She's a girl, and you're stealing her lucky star. How can you be so shameless? Yilin cursed angrily. You? Shinbingrong was about to retort to Yilin, but the moment she saw Yilin's face, she was stunned. It was the first time that Jian Shou saw a boy with such clear eyes. He could be described as untainted by the mud. Handsome, so handsome. The host had already come to Lan Yuyu's side and asked her with a smile, "Miss, what's your name?" Shinbingrong didn't care about admiring Yilin at this moment, and said to the host, "I caught the ball first." The host did see her touch the ball, but she didn't catch it. He smiled and said, "Girl, you received it first but you didn't catch it. We determine the winner based on whoever has the ball, so she is the lucky star." The host pointed at Lan Yuyu. Only then did Lan Yuyu see Shinbingrong's face. She was frightened and quickly said, "She received it first, so give it to her." Yilin knew that Lan Yuyu was rather timid and didn't dare to offend anyone. When she saw that this woman was so fierce, she was frightened and didn't want to cause trouble, so she gave up this lucky star. But how could Yilin allow that? With him around, no one could bully his bean sprouts. Yilin said to Lan Yuyu, "Little bean sprout, what's yours is yours, and no one can take it away from you." But Lan Yuyu wanted to explain something else. Yilin didn't give her a chance to continue. "Don't say but, host, her name is Lan Yuyu." Upon hearing her name, the host immediately grabbed Lan Yuyu's hand, raised it high, picked up the microphone and announced, "The lucky star of this event is Ms. Lan Yuyu. She will be exempt from the entrance fee and will receive a Jiangnan Zoo commemorative card." Yilin was too lazy to pay attention to Shinbingrong and her gang, and was busy taking pictures of Lan Yuyu. After the announcement, the host said to Lan Yuyu, "Miss Lan, let's go up on stage and take a photo together. You can also pick up your commemorative card." Lan Yuyu looked at Yilin, then asked the host, "Can we take a photo together?" The host smiled brightly, "Of course, your boyfriend is so handsome, what a perfect match. We will put your photos together for exhibition in our museum later. Of course, there are benefits. We will give you free tickets. You are already a lucky star. Not only is the ticket free, but we will also refund your ticket money. How about that? Is that okay?" When she heard it was free, Lan Yuyu obviously had no objection, but she wanted to see whether Yilin was willing. At the same time, he also explained, "Well, we are just classmates, not boyfriend and girlfriend." Seeing how close the two were, the host knew that if it wasn't the case now, it would probably be soon. After all, which girl would be willing to go out with a boy if she doesn't like him? Of the two young men, it was this young man who had the final say. The host asked Yilin, "Handsome boy, is this okay?" Yilin replied, "Of course, but the photos are only for exhibition and cannot be used for other purposes." "Don't worry, it will never be used for anything else." After that, the host led the two people onto the stage. Seeing Shinbingrong in a daze, her best friend Wang Qingyer woke her up. "Bingrong, don't be angry." Shinbingrong came back to her senses. "Did you hear that just now?" "What did you hear?" "The man just now said her name is Lan Yuyu." Shin Bingrong pointed at Lan Yuyu, who was taking a photo on the stage. Lan Yuyu. Wang Qingya was a little shocked. Lan Yuyu? This name is so familiar, but that girl doesn't look like Lan Yuyu. When comparing the two, one is a swan and the other is a toad. Shin Bingrong is considered a beauty in the #1 middle school in the city, but this woman is much more beautiful than her, except that she is a little thinner. I guess they have the same name and surname, so this can't be the ugly duckling? Bingrong, could it be that they have the same name? Shin Bingrong shook her head. No, that voice, her words and actions, and that figure, she is Lan Yuyu, the ugly duckling in our class. But why did she? So pretty, huh? Is that even worth thinking about? She got called an ugly duckling so many times in school, so she got plastic surgery during the summer vacation. Otherwise, why would she drop out of school? She spent all her money on plastic surgery, leaving her with no money for further studies. Shin Bingrong was filled with jealousy when she saw that face just now, especially because such a handsome boy was following her and protecting her. The key point is that this boy didn't even look at herself. Although there was a bootlicker beside him, he was far inferior to that man. In other words, there was some money at home, and Shin Bingrong carried it with her as a wallet. Otherwise, just ignore this kind of bootlicker. Wang Qingya echoed, she must have had plastic surgery. I heard her family isn't well off, and she's shameless enough to have plastic surgery even though she doesn't have the money. Poor boy, he was deceived by her hypocritical appearance. Shin Bingrong felt sorry when she saw Yilin taking a photo with Lan Yuyu on the stage. That boy is quite handsome. Wang Qingya said to Yilin. What's the point of being handsome if you don't have eyes? Shin Bingrong got angry when she thought of Yilin scolding her just now. If it were any other boy, he would have wagged his tail the moment he saw her, but that bastard on the stage was actually mean to him. He really had no eyes and couldn't recognize a beautiful woman. He's really blind to fall for Lan Yuyu, Bingrong. It's a pity that his lucky star was picked up by Lan Yuyu, the ugly duckling. Wang Qingya was indignant for her best friend. What's mine is mine. Shin Bingrong decided to go outside and ask Lan Yuyu to take it out. She turned her head and looked at Chen Jie beside her. Chen Jie stared at Lan Yuyu on the stage. This girl was even prettier than Shin Bingrong. Have you seen enough? Seeing Chen Jie like this, Shin Bingrong became even angrier and walked out first. Chen Jie was startled back to his senses by the sudden scolding and hurriedly chased after her. Bingrong, don't go, wait for me. Chapter 33, Insulting her is not allowed, and bullying her is even more unacceptable. Outside the aquarium, Chen Jie took great pains to appease Shin Bingrong. When he heard that the lucky star was Lan Yuyu, he was very surprised. But he was also confused. She was so beautiful, could it really be Lan Yuyu? Plastic surgery. That's impossible, right? Chen Jie was still a little unconvinced. Bingrong, did you recognize the wrong person? I can't possibly be mistaken. She's Lan Yuyu, the ugly duckling. Not only did she steal my rank before, but now she snatched my lucky star. Shin Bingrong said angrily. Wang Qingya said indignantly on behalf of Shin Bingrong, Chen Jie, Bingrong was bullied, and you still question her recognition of the wrong person. Are you a man? Didn't you say you liked Bingrong? When questioned by the goddess, Chen Jie patted his chest and said, don't worry, this lucky star belongs to Bingrong, and no one can take it away from her. Bingrong, we will wait for them here, and I will help you get justice later. When Chen Jie heard that the girl was Lan Yuyu, he immediately lost his favor for her. Thinking about how he had stared at her for so long and made Shin Bingrong angry, he felt very regretful. I have to coax Shin Bingrong quickly. I finally got her out, and I can't let her go home angry all of a sudden. Afraid that Chen Jie would get violent with anyone he saw, Shin Bingrong said, don't worry, wait until we reveal Lan Yuyu's ugly face to that boy. Chen Jie was stunned. What boy? Wang Qingya, the boy who went on stage with Lan Yuyu? Can't you see him? I see it, I see it. Chen Jie said that he saw it, but in fact he didn't notice Yilin's existence at all. He was just staring at Lan Yuyu. But he didn't understand why he had to go to such lengths. Could it be that Shin Bingrong was interested in him? This is not possible. This is not allowed. He asked, why do you want to expose Lan Yuyu's ugly face? Shin Bingrong said angrily, are you stupid? You don't even understand this. Lan Yuyu went to great lengths to get plastic surgery to catch up with this handsome guy. If we tell you he ran away, do you think Lan Yuyu will be furious? I understand. Chen Jie suddenly realized that women are indeed the most vicious. Soon, Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu came out. They were immersed in joy and did not notice the three people standing at the door glaring at them. Lan Yuyu, stop. Being ignored, Shen Bingrong angrily called out to Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu stopped and looked back, and found that it was Shen Bingrong and the other two. They all looked unfriendly, especially Chen Jie, who looked like he was going to hit someone. She was a little scared. Seeing Lan Yuyu's frightened look, Yi Lin became angry. He didn't expect that there would be such a shameless woman in the world. Lucky Star can't catch it by itself, and you're still not done. Yi Lin said to Shen Bingrong impatiently. Wang Qingya, with a kind face, exposed Lan Yuyu's ugly face to Yi Lin. Handsome boy, don't be angry. Listen to me, you have been deceived by this ugly duckling. Yi Lin was confused, but he knew that the woman was calling Lan Yuyu an ugly duckling. Why did she call Lan Yuyu that? Because of her ugly face. Lan Yuyu was so much more beautiful than her, how could she dare to call someone else an ugly duckling? Before Yi Lin could get angry, Wang Qingya continued to explain, Lan Yuyu used to be in the #1 middle school in the city. We were classmates. She was very ugly before. She was poor and ugly, a real ugly duckling. She was so ugly that she had plastic surgery during the summer vacation. She used up all the money in the family and had no money to continue her studies, so she dropped out of school. I guess she stole the money from the family to have plastic surgery. So, handsome guy, don't be fooled by this artificial face. Hearing these words, Lan Yuyu shook her head, tears in her eyes, and whispered in denial, no, no, no. She felt wronged and was afraid that Yi Lin would believe this and stay away from her in the future. She didn't dare to retort loudly because the man, the one named Chen Jie, would hit her. Yi Lin was extremely angry. I was originally happily hanging out with Lan Yuyu, but I didn't expect that these few bitches would make her unhappy. Although Yi Lin didn't know Lan Yuyu's past, he knew that Lan Yuyu had not had plastic surgery. In her previous life, Lan Yuyu's beautiful face was hidden under her thick bangs. If it weren't for herself, she wouldn't be able to show such a beautiful side of herself. I saw Yi Lin looked very angry. Shen Bingrong looked very proud. This handsome guy must be very angry that Lan Yuyu deceived him, right? After Wang Qingya finished speaking, Shen Bingrong believed that Yi Lin would no longer care about Lan Yuyu. She pressed, Lan Yuyu, be smart and give me the commemorative card. It originally belonged to me. Ugly freak, return the commemorative card to Bingrong obediently, otherwise, you know what will happen. Chen Jie rubbed his hands together. Lan Yuyu thought back to their past and prepared to hand over the things in her hand. Yi Lin hugged her and said, Little Bin Sprout, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Lan Yuyu was frightened by Yi Lin's sudden hug and was at a loss as to what to do. She stayed in his arms obediently, not moving. Boy, protect her? You're not taking the wrong medicine, are you? I advise you to bring the things over here, otherwise you'll get beaten. Chen Jie was not afraid of Yi Lin at all. Just looking at this kid's appearance, you could tell he was a good student. Would a good student fight? A good student would only get beaten up if he fought. Chen Jie believed that he could beat Yi Lin to pieces with one hand. It's okay if you're shameless, but it's not okay to insult her, and it's even more unacceptable to bully her. Yi Lin let go of Lan Yuyu, stepped over, grabbed Chen Jie by the collar, and started beating him up. The main reason why Yi Lin grabbed Chen Jie's collar was that he was afraid that this guy would run away. He had his uncle watching over him at Jiangnan Middle School, so he couldn't be too arrogant. Once he left the school, which bastard would dare to attack him? This guy still wants to bully Xiao Duya, he is really asking for a beating. Chen Jie didn't react at all, and when he did, he was still beaten and had no power to fight back. Yi Lin, the former school bully of Jiangnan Middle School, was known as the Little Bully. Fighting was a common occurrence for him. Although Chen Jie is a basketball student, he usually can only bully weaklings like Lan Yuyu, and he has only had a few real fights. Little Bin Sprout, they bullied you before, and today I will get my revenge for you. Yi Lin spoke as he beat her, venting his anger. Thinking of the moment when Lan Yuyu died hugging his tombstone in his previous life, Yi Lin would not allow anyone to bully her again. The more he felt that Lan Yuyu was miserable in her previous life, the more ruthless Yi Lin became. Lan Yuyu didn't expect Yi Lin to fight for her. She was so scared that she quickly advised him, stop fighting, Yi Lin, don't fight anymore. Shen Bingrong and Wang Qingya were also stunned. They didn't expect this boy to be so fierce. Afraid of frightening Lan Yuyu, Yilin withdrew his hand and kicked Chen Jie away. Then he said to the two women, "Apologize to her immediately, or I'll tear your mouths apart." Yilin looked at Shen Bingrong and Wang Qingyar as if they were the god of plague. "Yilin, there's no need." Lan Yuyu came over and grabbed Yilin's hand, fearing that he would continue to hit people. Wang Qingyar was terrified. Remembering what she had just said, she quickly apologized to Lan Yuyu. "I'm sorry, Yuyu, I'm sorry, I just have a bad mouth." "No, that's not necessary." Lan Yuyu was a little flattered. "Lan Yoyo, I'm sorry." Shen Bingrong was also frightened. Judging from Yilin's attitude, he would really hit someone if she didn't apologize. After all, she was a pretty girl in the city's #1 middle school, but this stunning beauty was of no use to Yilin. "Go away, and don't let me see you bullying her again." Upon hearing this, Shen Bingrong and Wang Qingyar left as if they were escaping. They didn't even look at Chen Jie, who was being beaten. Although Chen Jie was angry, he didn't dare to fight with Yilin again. This guy looks like a good student on the surface, but he is really cruel when he beats people. Thinking that Shen Bingrong must be mad at him, Chen Jie hurriedly chased after her. Yilin looked at Chen Jie and lamented that there were so many bootlickers in this world. This person is so despicable. He desperately pursues something he knows is unattainable, but in the end, he gets nothing. After getting rid of these bitches, Yilin began to coax Lan Yuyu. "Xiao Duyer, were you classmates with them before?" Yilin tried to find a topic first. Lan Yuyu nodded. "Then how did they bully you before?" Lan Yuyu was reluctant to talk, but after Yilin's repeated coaxing and deception, she finally told the whole story. The reason why she was willing to tell it was because she trusted Yilin very much. After hearing this, Yilin didn't expect that Lan Yuyu was bullied because she stole the places from these people. #1 high school in the city is a key high school in Jiangnan. The school offers bonuses for every major exam. If you don't want Lan Yuyu to steal your money, then you are naturally bullying her. After all, she is easy to bully. After listening to Lan Yuyu's narration, Yilin regretted that he had not slapped the two women a few times. Yilin said to Lan Yuyu, "Little Bin Sprout, I'm here for you. No one can bully you. In Qingyuan Middle School, you can get as many points as you can. If you pass the entrance exam to #1 Middle School, you will bring honor to our school. If you bring honor to our school, you will also bring honor to Teacher Ling. Teacher Ling will be very happy." "Really? Will Teacher Ling be very happy as long as I pass the exam for #1 middle school in the city?" Lan Yuyu looked innocent. "Yes, so you have to work hard on the next City Unified exam." "Okay, I will definitely do well in the exam." Lan Yuyu suddenly gained confidence. She didn't dare to do too well in the exam before because she was afraid. But now she no longer has this concern, because as long as she does well in the exam, Teacher Ling will be happy. She really wanted Teacher Ling to be happy, but she also didn't want to disappoint Yilin. Thinking back to when Yilin hugged her and protected her, Lan Yuyu felt so safe. It's nice to be protected so that you won't be bullied. If only Yilin could protect himself like this. But she knew that this was impossible. Yilin liked Ling Feixue and he would protect Ling Feixue in the future. However, after being protected by Yilin this time, Lan Yuyu was already very satisfied. Thinking about how good Yilin was to her, Lan Yuyu decided to go back to school to help Yilin and speak well of Yilin to Ling Feixue. Chapter 34 I bought it just to give it to you. After leaving the aquarium, Yilin and Lan Yuyu went to other places in the zoo. Originally, Yilin wanted to go to the amusement park, but there were too many people and it would take half a day to queue up, so he had to give up. After leaving the zoo, the two went to the center of Jiangnan City. During that time, Yilin found an excuse to trick Lan Yuyu into having a meal. Originally, Yilin wanted to buy some small gifts for Lan Yuyu, but Lan Yuyu didn't want anything. Even when Yilin secretly bought it for her, she returned it. There was really no other way, Yilin had to look for another opportunity. As evening approached, the two arrived at the station and prepared to go back. When entering the station, Yilin saw several beautiful fabric hairbands hanging in front of a shop outside the station. Yilin said to Lan Yuyu, "Little Bin Sprout, wait here for me." After saying that, he walked towards the shop. Taking off a blue and white hairband, Yilin asked the boss, "Boss, how much is this hairband?" The boss replied with a big smile, "Hey handsome boy, you have really good taste. This is the latest and most fashionable hairband. It's the perfect gift for your girlfriend. I usually sell it for 50 yuan, but since you're so handsome, I'll give you a discount and sell it to you for 30 yuan. After hearing this, Yilin exclaimed, "Wow, this guy really thinks he's been taken advantage of. Nowadays, this thing can be bought for a few dollars elsewhere, but this boss is raising the price tenfold. The black-hearted merchants are worthy of being a train station. They will cheat as many people as possible and only do one-time business. $5, if you give me that, I'll buy it," Yilin said. When the boss heard this, he was stunned. It was the first time he had seen anyone bargaining like this. "Hey, handsome boy, stop joking. I'd lose a lot of money if I sold it to you for $5. No, $20, that's the lowest price. If you want it, take it." Yilin put the item back up without hesitation. The boss explained so much, which meant that the price was promising. The boss can still make money by bargaining in advance, it's just a matter of how much. He would not bother to explain if he really lost money, and would not sell it the first time he received it. Putting the hair tie back in place, Yilin turned and walked towards the station. Yilin had just taken 2 steps when the boss caught up with him, holding a hairband. Hey, handsome boy, come on, $5 is $5, I'll sell it to you at a loss today." Yilin laughed to himself when he saw his boss pretending to be reluctant to let go. This boss is so talented, it would be a shame if he didn't become an actor. Yilin immediately took out $5 from his pocket and handed it to the boss, then took the hairband and left. "Thank you, boss. May you make a fortune." Looking at Yilin's graceful back as he left, the boss felt like he had been ripped off. Seeing Yilin coming back with a hair tie, Lan Yuyu asked worriedly, "Yilin, why did you buy a hair tie?" "Oh, I bought it as a gift for someone," Yilin replied. However, Yilin didn't say who he would give it to, and he couldn't give it to Lan Yuyu right away. "If I give it to her now, she will definitely return it." Lan Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Yilin bought it as a gift. Just now when he was shopping, Yilin wanted to buy something for himself. Although she breathed a sigh of relief, Lan Yuyu didn't know why she felt a sense of loss in her heart. She thought that if Yilin bought it as a gift, it should be for Ling Feixue. This hair tie is really nice. The more she thought about Lan Yuyu, the more she felt an indescribable discomfort, and she didn't know why. They bought tickets and boarded the bus for the return trip. When they arrived in Qingyuan County, Yilin sent Lan Yuyu back to school. "Come to the bottom of Shangmei building." Lan Yuyu said to Yilin, "Yilin, wait for me." Hearing this, Yilin looked expectant. Could it be that she has a gift for herself? After a while, Lan Yuyu ran down and handed Yilin a stack of money. She roughly calculated that she had free admission to the zoo and still made back 50 yuan. So the money for the train ticket and the meal should be about 150 yuan. She ran back to the dormitory, counted out 100 yuan from her backpack, added the 50 yuan for today, and gave it to Yilin. Lan Yuyu was glad that she had the lucky star today, otherwise, she would not have enough money to give to Yilin. "There are still more than 20 yuan in the bag, which should be enough for me for a few days." Looking at the stack of money in Lan Yuyu's hand, Yilin asked in confusion, "Little Bean Sprout, what are you doing?" "Yilin, I don't know how much we spent on our trip today, but it should be this much. I'll give you the money." Yilin definitely wouldn't accept the money, and he felt a sense of loss. When a girl is very clear about the distinction, it means that the relationship is not yet there. Of course Yilin couldn't just tell her no right away, he had to find a reason to push it back, otherwise this silly girl would stop playing with him in the future. "Little Bean Sprout, are we good friends?" Yilin suddenly asked. "Yes." Lan Yuyu answered without hesitation. At present, apart from her family and teachers, Yilin is indeed the one closest to her. "If we're good friends, you don't need to give me money. Today I'm treating you, next time you can treat me." "But..." Lan Yuyu wanted to say something but Yilin interrupted her. "Little Bean Sprout, if you give me money but don't want to be friends with me, I will be sad." "Will you be sad?" No, Yilin is so good, I can't let Yilin be sad." Thinking of this, Lan Yuyu took the money back. "Then I won't give you any money, Yilin, don't be sad." "I won't be sad if you don't give me money." Seeing her put the money into her skirt pocket, Yilin took out the hairband that Jiang Cheng bought from his pocket. "Little Bean Sprout, this is for you." R. Lan Yuyu was shocked. Yilin, didn't you say you bought this as a gift? Yes, I bought it just for you. Wear it on your wrist when you go to sleep at night. It will feel like I am by your side, and you won't be afraid of the dark at night. Really? Lan Yuyu was half believing and half doubting. Really, I'm not lying to you. Thank you, Yilin. Lan Yuyu was very happy. She originally thought that this was a gift for Ling Feixue. Suddenly, the uncomfortable feeling in her heart disappeared. Yilin knew that it would be impossible to ask her to go out and play tomorrow. But if he doesn't look for her, Yilin definitely won't be able to do it. Now Yilin wishes he could stay by her side 24 hours a day. So he said, "Little Bean Sprout, can you tutor me tomorrow afternoon?" Lan Yuyu quickly nodded and agreed, "Okay. See you tomorrow afternoon then. Go up quickly." Then I'll go upstairs, Yilin, you go home quickly. After saying that, Lan Yuyu hurried back to the dormitory. Arriving at the dormitory, Lan Yuyu stared blankly at the photos taken at the zoo. Two of them stood on each side, with a dolphin in the middle, and a killer whale jumped out to cooperate in taking photos. After looking at it for an hour, she reluctantly clipped the photo into the book. Looking at the hair tie in her hand, she hurried to the mirror to tie her hair. Wearing a JK uniform, Lan Yuyu almost couldn't recognize herself. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she seemed a little good-looking. Thinking of this, she quickly shook her head. No, how can I look good? It's the hairband that looks good. When she went to bed at night, Lan Yuyu put the hairband on her hand, and her mind was full of the scenes of playing with Yilin today. Thinking of Yilin protecting me, Yilin taking me out to play, and Yilin giving me things. She smiled sweetly and slept soundly. After Yilin returned home, he immediately called Huang Bei to come and take him to Huang Bei's home. After taking photos for a day, they must be developed. Chapter 35, Teach Your Own Brothers. It has to be said that developing film is still very troublesome. Huang Bei was not very skilled at it, and he learned it by watching his father develop film frequently. It took half an hour just to roll up the film. After an hour, Huang Bei finally developed the film. Originally, Huang Bei wanted to help Yilin develop the photos, but Yilin refused. First, Huang Bei's skills are not good. Once his father's stuff is used up, he will definitely be weakened. Second, Yilin didn't want Huang Bei to see these photos. So I took the film and prepared to leave. Huang Bei was bored at home when his parents went out for a trip. He wanted to go out and play with Yilin, but Yilin told him to stay at home and read. He really regretted not traveling with his parents, thinking that he could play games without restraint when he was alone at home during the holidays without anyone supervising him. As a result, he felt it was boring after playing for just one day, mainly because playing alone did not give him the same passion as before. Ever since Lan Yuyu transferred to another school, Yilin rarely played with him anymore, and Huang Bei felt like he had been heartbroken. Thinking about Yilin studying every day, I was afraid that I would have no topics to talk about with my good brother in the future. And the fortune teller said that if you want to date Chensini, you have to get into university. Thinking of this, Huang Bei decided not to play anymore and went back to his room to read. Yilin took the film to the printing shop and wanted to make 2 6-inch photo albums. After negotiating the price, he gave the film to the boss. The next morning, Yilin went to his store to reconcile the accounts first. The business had just started and the company had no finances, so Yilin could only come here every day to collect debts. The reason why I collect money every day is that I am worried. After all, I earn more than 1,000 yuan every day. Second, I have no money now and am not familiar with the suppliers. If I want them to supply me with goods, I have to pay them immediately. Yocher has been open for 5 days, with an average daily revenue of 1,500 yuan. Excluding the cost of raw materials, Yilin now earns more than 6,000 yuan. Yilin paid the September salary to 6 employees. Although it was only for a few days, he still paid it. Their basic salary is 50 yuan a day, and their commission is calculated based on 10% of the store's net income, so their commission in September is 100 yuan. 5 new girls were hired and each received a salary of 300 yuan. Qin Hui started working on the 23rd, worked for 8 days, and received a salary of 500 yuan. Several girls thought it was good. It was a good salary in the county. The salary in Shichen was 300, so more than 2,000 a month would not be a problem. Qin Hui was jealous. This guy had earned 5,000 yuan in just 5 days of opening. After finishing work in the store, Yilin rushed to the printing shop to pick up the photo album, and then went to buy groceries. Today he plans to cook something delicious himself. After working all afternoon, Yilin prepared his own lunchbox and then went out to the store to buy 2 cups of lemon juice. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yilin arrived at Xiangmei building. Lan Yuyu was already waiting for Yilin downstairs, holding a few books in her hands. She returned to her previous ugly duckling look today. Seeing Yilin, she ran over happily. "Yilin, you're here." Seeing that she was a little tired, Yilin asked with concern, "Xiao Duya, have you been waiting for me for a long time?" "No, I just came down." Although Lan Yuyu said this, her tiredness betrayed her. When she thought about seeing Yilin today, she woke up early. "I first went to the classroom to wait, and then went to the downstairs of the dormitory to wait, just wanting to see Yilin as soon as possible, but the waiting time always passed very slowly." "You're lying. I can see you're about to close your eyes. If you lie, your baby will be born without an anus." Yilin regretted saying the last sentence, feeling like he was cursing himself. Lan Yuyu even felt like she was pregnant when they kissed, so she naturally thought that what Yilin said was true. She immediately explained, "Yilin, actually I came down this morning. I didn't have anything to do, and I was afraid that you would be waiting for me when you came, so I went downstairs first so that you could see me when you came." Yilin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't I say it would be in the afternoon? Why did you come down this morning?" Thinking about the fact that the child would not have an asshole after lying, Lan Yuyu said truthfully, "I just want to see you earlier and then go to tutoring." Hearing this, Yilin felt a pang of sadness in his heart, but at the same time he was happy. He felt sad because he felt sorry for Lan Yuyu, but he was also happy because he already knew how important he was in Lan Yuyu's heart. "Is he the person you can't wait to see, your sweetheart?" However, Yilin knew that Lan Yuyu was still a naive person when it came to love. She herself didn't know that this was what it meant to like someone, and if she rushed to confess her feelings, she would only end up making things worse. Yilin was not in a hurry, nor did he confess his feelings. Yilin could still vividly remember Lan Yuyu's words from his previous life. "In the next life, can you chase Xiao Duya like you chased Ling Feixue?" "Yes, I spent so much time and energy chasing Ling Feixue in my previous life." If she confessed to Lan Yuyu like this, she would be at a huge loss. So Yilin now just wants to take good care of her. What Yilin wants is that one day in the future, Lan Yuyu will understand all this and be willing to be with him. Yilin asked her tenderly, "Little Beansprout, haven't you eaten yet?" Lan Yuyu was afraid that Yilin would buy her something else, so she answered without thinking, "Yilin, I've already eaten." As soon as she answered, she smelled the fragrance of rice and her stomach started to growl. Seeing this, Yilin said, "Little Beansprout, you are lying again." I. Lan Yuyu didn't know how to explain and her face turned red with anxiety. "Okay, I haven't eaten yet either. I'm going to cook for you myself today. Let's go eat first." After saying that, Yilin took Lan Yuyu to the stone table by the pond. Lan Yuyu was very happy to hear that Yilin had made the meal himself. Now she is too lazy to refuse when Yilin brings her food, and she has even become accustomed to it. She knew that even if she refused, Yilin would always find a way to make her eat him. Yilin was very considerate and helped her open the lunchbox, and then helped her insert the tube to drink. Lan Yuyu took 2 bites and praised, "Yilin, it's delicious." She wasn't being polite. Yilin's cooking was indeed better than Yi Igor's. After all, it is the cooking skill that the bootlicker learned over many years. If Ling Feixue knew that Yilin cooked for Lan Yuyu in pursuit of her cooking skills, she would probably jump into the pond in anger. However, she was afraid that she would never have the chance to know that Yilin learned cooking skills just to pursue her. The one who is doing things to help others is Ling Feixue. Hearing Lan Yuyu's praise, Yilin felt very happy and felt that the meal tasted even better. After eating, Yilin took out a photo album and said, "Little Beansprout, these are the photos we took when we went out to play yesterday. I'm giving them to you." Although Lan Yuyu wanted it, she didn't take it. Instead, she said, "Yilin, take it. If you give it to me, you won't have any left. I made 2 copies. I kept mine at home, and this one is just for you. Is it specially for me?" Lan Yuyu took it and put it into her bag with a look of care. "Don't you want to take a look?" Seeing that she didn't open it, Yilin thought she didn't like it. Lan Yuyu smiled happily and said, "I'll look at it when I get back. Let's read the book first." After saying that, he took out the textbook and torched Yilin. At this time, Huang Bei came to the school and ran over hurriedly with a few books. "Brother Lin, I guessed you were at school." Yilin didn't understand why this guy was looking for him, so he asked, "What's the hurry?" Huang Bei didn't look at Yilin, but smiled at Lan Yuyu and said, "Classmate Lan, can you teach me too? I also want to improve." Yilin's face turned black. This guy. "But I'm helping Yilin make up for it now." Lan Yuyu was a little embarrassed. "It's okay. Wait until you finish teaching Brother Lin, then teach me. I spent the entire night studying math on my own, and there's a lot I don't understand. You absolutely must teach me. If I don't get into college, my happiness in this life will be over." Yilin almost couldn't help laughing. This guy really believes that Chen Sini will be with him if he gets into university. Little did they know that the old charlatan only vaguely said that he could find his sweetheart. Chen Sini may be the sweetheart, but the sweetheart may not always be Chen Sini. "Little Bin Sprout, just teach me. I'll teach Huang Bei." Yilin didn't want Lan Yuyu to suffer this. Teaching myself was just a pretense, but teaching Huang Bei was real teaching. It's okay if a smart person can learn it once you teach him, but it's really frustrating if a stupid person still can't learn it even after being taught a lot. Huang Bei was a little reluctant. Yilin would teach him. This good brother's grades are usually ranked lower than mine. Can he be trusted? But he didn't dare to refute, and said, "Brother Lin, my happiness is in your hands. Have you really learned it? You don't believe me. How could that be? I trust you, Brother Lin. How do we solve this problem?" Yilin. Good guy, he said he believed it, but he took the test right away. Yilin decided to show off his skills and explained the question Huang Bei pointed out in detail. Huang Bei was shocked. This guy actually learned it. He actually spoke better than Li Depao. Even a poor student like himself could understand it right away. Huang Bei no longer had any complaints. After studying until the afternoon, Yilin asked Huang Bei to treat him to a meal and continued studying in the evening. Originally, when Yilin was tutoring with Lan Yuyu, Yilin was just looking for an excuse to be with Lan Yuyu. Now, there are really two people teaching Huang Bei. Of course, Yilin had no complaints. Although there was such a light bulb, it was not a bad thing. I had to pretend to learn one song before, but now I don't have to pretend anymore. Just teach Huang Bei seriously. After all, you have to teach your own good brother yourself. Lan Yuyu would have no complaints. She was simply helping Yilin with his studies. Having one more person was still tutoring. The next day, the three of them sat on the stone table to study as usual, and did not finish until they were ready for self-study in the evening. The students were almost back to school, and Lan Yuyu went to class 5. She had been thinking about helping Yilin pick up girls for several days. Chapter 36, If you are sick, you need to treat it. Lan Yuyu came to class 5 classroom. She was a little scared because she was not good at socializing. After standing there for a while, she organized her words several times before mustering up the courage to ask the classmate sitting at the door, "Hello, classmate. Can you please call Ling Feixue from your class?" After saying this, Lan Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief as if she had accomplished a huge task. After hearing this, the classmate shouted to the front row, "Ling Feixue, someone's looking for you." Ling Feixue turned around, confused. "Looking for me? Who is looking for me? Could it be that Yilin came to deliver a love letter? Impossible. That bastard Yilin always calls me first. Why would he need others to help call me?" Ling Feixue walked to the back door with doubts, and then saw Lan Yuyu at the door. Ling Feixue was surprised, it was her. Yilin found the ugly guy who made him angry. Even in this state, he still had the nerve to pretend to deceive Yilin and didn't even look in the mirror. No one comes to see me for no reason. Why is she looking for me? Could it be that she knew that Yilin had been pursuing her every day before, and that Yilin was just pretending to be with her, and she believed it, and now she came to persuade her to let go? Ling Feixue immediately looked unhappy as she saw that an ugly girl had the nerve to snatch a man from her. He asked in a bad tone, "Are you looking for me?" Yes. Lan Yuyu replied. Now she finally knew who Ling Feixue was. She didn't expect that this person was Ling Feixue, whom she had seen before. "I met Yilin in the corridor. I met him when I went to the library, and a few days ago during the monthly exam." Every time they met, the girl scolded Yilin. Yilin must have done something wrong to her, which is why she was so angry when she saw him. But she is really beautiful and her grades are the best in the school. No wonder Yilin likes her so much. Lan Yu suddenly felt a little envious of Ling Feixue. It was a very happy thing to be liked by Yilin. He Xiaowei said that if you like someone, you will think about him all the time. So Yilin must be thinking about Ling Feixue all the time. How could Lan Yu not be envious? Sister Feixue, my name is Lan Yu, and I'm from class 1. Lan Yu introduced herself first. Ling Feixue said impatiently, I know that you and Yilin are desk mates, but please don't call me sister. I don't have a sister as ugly as you. What do you want from me? Lan Yu didn't care that Ling Feixue said she was ugly, she was used to it. On the contrary, she was a little happy to hear that Ling Feixue knew that she and Yilin were desk mates. Yilin likes her, and Yilin and I are desk mates. In this case, the relationship between me and Ling Feixue should be closer, right? Yes, Yilin and I are desk mates. Feixue, oh, I have something to tell you. Lan Yu almost called her sister again, but she felt unhappy at the thought of calling her sister and stopped herself quickly. Don't call me names, it makes me sick. Ling Feixue became more and more impatient, mainly because every time she saw Lan Yu, she would think of the affectionate scenes between her and Yilin. Then what should I call you? Lan Yu was very confused. She felt sick when people called her name. It seemed that she was really seriously ill. I must tell her later that she cannot delay treatment when she is sick. Don't call me anything, just tell me what you want from me. Oh, that's right. I want to tell you that Yilin really likes you. What a joke! Don't I know he likes me? He used to come to me every day to confess his love. Do you really need to tell me this? Ling Feixue said this with a proud look on her face. Seeing that her tone was a little irritable, Lan Yu guessed that she must still be angry with Yilin. I don't know why Yilin made others so angry. Well, what I want to say is that you should stop being angry with Yilin. Yilin is really a good person. He is not a bad student. He has been studying hard every day recently. Also, he has a good heart. I used to be bullied a lot, but after I transferred here, Yilin took good care of me and brought me lunch boxes and lemon fruits almost every day. Actually, I didn't want it, but if I didn't he would have thrown it in the trash, so I had no choice but to eat it for him. Just yesterday, we went to Jiangnan to play, and I met my former classmates who bullied me, and he protected me. Yilin is a really good person. Ling Feixue, don't be angry with him anymore. He really likes you. We are just friends, and he is very nice to me. So, since he likes you so much, he will definitely treat you better. If you are still angry with Yilin and ignore him, Yilin will be sad. Shut up. Ling Feixue really couldn't bear to listen any longer. Who was ignoring whom? Not only did that bastard Yilin not treat me well when they met, he also blocked my Penguin account. Now he is so nice to this ugly woman, is he humiliating himself to get revenge? Ling Feixue was so angry that she roared. Her shout startled all the classmates and made them look over. They didn't know what had made Ling Feixue so angry, and they were curious and pricked up their ears to listen to gossip. Are you showing off to me? Don't think that Yilin is nice to you because he likes you. I tell you, he is just acting for me. With your appearance, do you think Yilin will like you? Stop daydreaming. You don't know what you have to show off. What can you possibly have to compete with me? You're not pretty, you're skinny, and when it comes to grades, are you any better than me? I'm number 1 in the school. Go back and tell Yilin that if he plays a trick on me again, I will never forgive him. Ling Feixue was furious. How could Yilin, that bastard, be so bad? His fake play with this ugly duckling was almost becoming real. He sends her lunch boxes and lemon fruits every day and takes her out to play. Will he be happy only when he makes herself angry to death? Lan Yu was frightened by Ling Feixue's aura. When the other students heard Ling Feixue's words, they began to whisper to each other. Wow, this melon is really delicious. It is not difficult to guess from Ling Feixue's words that the two women are fighting for a man. It's still that guy Yilin. But they didn't understand. Didn't Ling Feixue usually dislike Yilin? Why was she fighting with him now? Seeing Ling Feixue so angry, Lan Yu didn't dare to stay any longer and said, Ling Feixue, don't be angry. I'll go back and tell Yilin to stop acting. After saying that, Lan Yuyu turned around and prepared to go back to the classroom. Thinking of something important she hadn't said yet, she turned back and said, Ling Feixue, if you are sick, you must seek treatment in time. Don't delay. Lan Yuyu felt sad when she thought that her mother's condition became more and more serious because she delayed treatment due to lack of money, so she gave a kind reminder. Even if Ling Feixue is angry and dislikes me, I have to tell her this. She will be with Yilin in the future, so she can't get sick. Mom's illness makes her father frown every day. Lan Yuyu doesn't want Yilin to be frowning every day in the future. When Ling Feixue heard this, she was furious and yelled, You are sick, a psychopath. Lan Yuyu thought for a few seconds and said, But Yilin didn't say I was sick. Yilin said a few days ago that you were sick. What was it? Let me think about it. What is it? Oh. I remember now. Yilin said you were suffering from a disease called self-love. He also said that doctors couldn't cure this disease, but don't lose heart, it will definitely be cured. Also, you felt nauseous when I called your name just now. This is also an illness. If you have an illness, you must get treatment. You must get it treated. Lan Yuyu told Ling Feixue seriously, and then ran back to the classroom. Ling Feixue was also shocked when she heard what Lan Yuyu said. She just thought that the woman in front of her might be crazy. When the other students heard Lan Yuyu's words, they almost couldn't help laughing. Even though this classmate doesn't look that good, his words really made Ling Feixue very angry. It was Ling Feixue who was disgusted by others calling her name, but in the end, she was the one who got angry with others using the same words. It's really high. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Lan Yuyu returned to the classroom and told Yilin that Ling Feixue asked him not to act anymore. Chapter 37, First Place in the School Monthly Exam. After hearing what Lan Yuyu said, Yilin was stunned. Little Bean Sprout, I'm not putting on an act for Ling Feixue. My kindness to you is genuine, and I no longer like Ling Feixue. Yilin explained it clearly to the silly girl. Don't you like Ling Feixue anymore? But Wang Xiecheng said you like her. She's really beautiful. Lan Yuyu was a little bit unconvinced. After all, she had heard a lot about Yilin's glorious deeds in the dormitory. Besides, Ling Feixue is so beautiful and outstanding, so many people should like her. Yilin is also very outstanding, they are really a perfect match. Little Bean Sprout, why do you trust Wang Xiecheng but not me? Is there anyone who knows better than me whether I like her or not? Lan Yuyu thought about it and agreed. Since Yilin himself said that he doesn't like it anymore, then he definitely doesn't like it anymore. Lan Yuyu was a little happy. To be honest, she didn't like Ling Feixue either. The first time she saw Ling Feixue, she scolded Yilin, and she continued to scold Yilin the next few times she saw her. And she is sick. If Yilin doesn't like her, she won't be with Yilin. Who do you like then? Lan Yuyu asked, saying that she would find out the truth so that she could tell Yilin's lover how good Yilin was. After all, Yilin is so good to me, I must do something to help him. Little Bean Sprout, you'll know who I like later. Oh. Lan Yuyu wondered who Yilin liked. She turned her head and looked at Wang Bei. Seeing her thoughtful look, Yilin looked at Wang Bei with a surprised expression. Suddenly, I had a bad feeling and asked hurriedly, Xiao Duyer, don't think too much, I'm not interested in men. Oh, that's it, I'm scared to death. Lan Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yilin usually hangs out with Wang Bei every day. If he doesn't like Ling Feixue, then it might be Wang Bei. When we were popularizing AIDS knowledge at the #1 middle school in the city, the teacher said that men are most likely to get the disease when they are together. So she was worried that Yilin would be with Wang Bei, but men cannot be with men. As the bell rang, everyone returned to the classroom. Ling Feixue followed closely into the classroom. She went to the podium and took a look. She saw that the seats were full, so she did not call the roll. Classmates, the holiday is over, it's time to get back to studying. We only have less than a year left. After saying that, she took out the transcript she had ordered. The results of this month's exam are out. Some students have made great progress, while others still need to work harder. Ling Feixue's face was full of joy. Seeing her expression, the whole class guessed that their class would definitely do very well in the exam this time. Qin Qianzhu asked excitedly, Teacher, is our class ranked first? Ling Feixue's smile widened as she replied, not only is our class ranked first in the school, but we are also ranked first in individual rankings. What? All the students were shocked. Ling Feixue wasn't the first this time. Everyone looked at Chen Sini. Chen Sini lowered her head a little embarrassedly, feeling a little proud in her heart. Qin Qianzhu excitedly gave a thumbs up and said, "Sini, you're amazing. You've made our squad leader proud." Chen Sini was embarrassed to answer, "What are you talking about? The teacher didn't even say my name, and you knew it was me." Having said that, she felt in her heart that this person was herself. Sini is indeed not the top student in the school this time, but she is also very good and ranked 5th in the school. Ling Feixue's words were like a basin of cold water poured on Chen Sini. The original joy turned into loss. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. She felt so wrong that she almost cried. Their whole class was shocked when they heard this. A class of students won first place in the school, but the first place was not Chen Sini. Who is that? Everyone was guessing. Ling Feixue didn't keep the secret and continued, "The student ranked first in the school this time is Lan Yuyu, who scored 645 points. The test paper was quite difficult, and this score is already very impressive. Even if the city's top students took the exam, they would only get about this score." Ling Feixue, who ranked second in the school, only scored 624 points this time. Lan Yuyu couldn't be happy when she heard that she ranked first in the school. She really didn't want to get first place, so she decided to score 645 points. "I had clearly calculated it, but I didn't expect to make a mistake. This test paper was too difficult for me." Wang Bei looked at Lan Yuyu like a fool. "I was so shocked that the teacher arranged a genius to sit next to Yilin. Is this intentional or deliberate?" Yilin had mentioned to him before that the principal was his uncle. All the students looked at Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu felt very uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. It was just like the number 1 middle school in the city. The scene was the same when I got first place in the school. Later I was bullied. Yilin moved closer to her, blocking the gazes of many people, and then said, "Congratulations to Lan Yuyu for winning first place for our class. Let's applaud." But it was a bit awkward, because at that moment only Yilin and Huang Bei were applauding. Fortunately, Ling Feixue was stunned for 2 seconds before she started to applaud, and then applause broke out in the class. After the applause, Li Junwei said unhappily, "Yilin, it's not like you got first place in the exam, why are you so excited?" "It's not me who's taking the test, but it's my deskmate who's taking the test. I'm happy for my deskmate. Do you have any objections?" Yilin retorted angrily. Qin Qianzhu was speechless. Li Junwei stood up immediately at this time. "Teacher, before the exam, Yilin and I made a bet." Li Junwei was afraid that Yilin would cheat, so he prepared to tell Ling Feixue about the bet before the exam. Ling Feixue asked with interest, "Oh? What bet? Tell me about it." Li Junwei replied, "Yilin said he could get into the top 30 in the class this time, so we made a bet that he wouldn't. He had previously said he would clean the classroom for a month, so if he won, I would cover the rest of his duty. If he lost, I would add an extra month." Ling Feixue looked at Yilin and asked, "Yilin, is this true?" "Some teachers, Qin Qianzhu was going to bet with me originally, but I didn't agree if he lost and became my grandson. After all, it would have a bad influence, and I don't like grandchildren." Yilin not only admitted the bet with Li Junwei, but also spoke sarcastically about Qin Qianzhu. Qin Qianzhu got angry when he heard this and stood up first. "You don't dare to gamble yourself, saying that it has a bad influence. Then let's try a better influence. If I lose, I will mop the floor for a month. If you lose, you will also mop the floor for a month. You have to mop the floor every day, twice a day. Do you want to gamble? Yilin provoked me like this, I must get my face back. And this is definitely a sure win. If Yilin dares to agree, he will just go and mop the floor obediently. If he doesn't agree, he will be a coward and he can save his face." Qin Qianzhu felt that he would always win. Bet, bet, bet. Yilin didn't care. He was confident anyway. Ling Feixue said that this exam was difficult and he might rank higher. Although the school doesn't allow this kind of behavior, seeing how hot-blooded you are, I'll let this bet stand. You won't be allowed to do this next time, but you must accept the consequences. Ling Feixue said. "Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely accept the loss. Me too. Qin and Li answered one after another. In their opinion, Ling Feixue's words were meant for Yilin. This is not the first or second time Yilin has done such a thing. Even if Yilin cheats and refuses to do it, they are still willing to take the gamble. Gambling can make Yilin embarrassed and make him looked down upon by his classmates, so why not gamble? Chapter 38 Yilin cheats. The bet between the three immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Ling Feixue did not announce Yilin's results immediately. She knew that as soon as she announced them, the whole class would definitely start a noisy discussion. So she finished her speech before announcing it. She praised, as I said just now, some students in our class have made great progress, especially Yilin. He has made the greatest progress. His efforts these days are obvious to all classmates. Qin Qianzhu didn't want to hear these words, so he asked, "Teacher, how many points did Yilin get in the exam?" Yilin scored 520 points this time, ranking 267th in the whole school. Ling Feixue looked at Yilin with a rare look of satisfaction. Oh. Their whole class sighed. Qin Qianzhu's eyes widened. "Teacher, you didn't see it wrong." Ling Feixue handed the class report card to the study committee member under the podium. Sini read out everyone's grades. Chen Sini picked up the class report card and read it out according to school ranking, class ranking and scores. When Yilin's name was called, his score was exactly the same as Ling Feixue said, ranking 24th in the class. How is this possible? Qin Qianzhu muttered to himself. He couldn't believe it. He suddenly remembered that before the exam, he had checked the exam room arrangements to see if he would be in the same exam room with Ling Feixue. After watching it, he was filled with envy, jealousy and hatred because Yilin was sitting next to Ling Feixue. There is no doubt that Yilin definitely copied Ling Feixue. Maybe he even forced others to copy for him. Damn it, it's really damn disgusting. Qin Qianzhu gritted his teeth in hatred. Li Junwei also found it hard to believe that Yilin had scored such a high score, but he didn't think as much as Qin Qianzhu. Losing is losing. After all, haven't I been cleaning every day since I became the labor committee member? This month, I just have to do a little more. After Chen Sini announced the class's results, Ling Feixue said, "Qin Qianzhu, Li Junwei, and Yilin made it into the top 30 this time, so you'll be responsible for class hygiene for October. If any points are deducted for hygiene, I'll have a talk with you." Qin Qianzhu was dissatisfied. "Teacher, Yilin definitely plagiarized others. It is impossible for him to get such a high score." When the whole class heard what Qin Qianzhu said, they all expressed doubt. In fact, Ling Feixue also didn't believe that Yilin could get such a high score. However, as a teacher, she couldn't say that to Qin Qianzhu unless she caught him in the act. It was Lan Yuyu who stood up immediately after hearing Qin Qianzhu's words. A small body, wrapped in great anger. She said angrily, "Qin Qianzhu, you said Yilin copied others, do you have any evidence?" Their whole class didn't expect that the usually taciturn new classmate would actually speak up for Yilin and be so angry. Qin Qianzhu expressed his guess, "What more evidence do you need? Yilin sat next to Ling Feixue in this exam, so he must have copied Ling Feixue's answers." As everyone knows, Yilin often harassed Ling Feixue, and might even have forced her to copy answers for him. Lan Yuyu immediately retorted, "You're talking nonsense. Yilin's grades are the result of his own hard work. You're not a worm in his stomach, how do you know he worked hard to get the exam?" Yilin was originally smiling brightly because Lan Yuyu was helping him to curse someone. "I still sigh in my heart that it is my own woman who is on my side." However, when he heard Qin Qianzhu arguing with Lan Yuyu, he looked at Qin Qianzhu with murderous eyes. Yilin replied angrily, "You're not a worm in my stomach, how do you know it wasn't my hard work that earned me the exam?" Qin Qianzhu was frightened by Yilin's eyes. This guy was not a good person. If he was really angered, he would hit him in front of the teacher, right? When Lan Yuyu heard what Yilin said, she immediately said, Right. You're not a worm in Yilin's stomach, you know nothing." Huang Bei also stood up and cursed, "Qin Qianzhu, can't you afford to lose?" Qin Qianzhu replied angrily, "Who can't afford to lose? I didn't say I don't do the cleaning. I just think it's shameless to cheat and force others to copy the answers just for a bet." Without Yilin's explanation, Huang Bei continued to speak like a machine gun. "What evidence do you have? Do you know how hard Yilin is working now? He even studies with Lan on weekends. Besides, my brother Lin is very talented. You only remember that he ranked last in the exam. Have you forgotten that he was once the first in the school? If my brother Lin had not been interested in studying before, how could Ling Feixue be the first in the school? I don't know who is shameless. If you can't afford to lose, don't gamble. Fortunately, brother Lin didn't agree to your previous bet. You, an unfilial son, can't afford it. Hearing the last words, Qin Qianzhu immediately became furious and pointed at Huang Bei and said, "Say it again." Seeing the sparks, Ling Yanqiu slammed the podium, causing a cloud of dust. What are you arguing about? What's there to argue about? Qin Qianzhu, if you lose, you lose. Why are you saying so much? Do you have any evidence to prove that Yilin cheated? Teacher, does this require any evidence? Qin Qianzhu was puzzled. Anyone with a brain would know that Yilin definitely plagiarized. You have no evidence, what are you talking about? Shut up immediately. I believe Yilin. I have seen his behavior these days. Originally Ling Yanqiu was also skeptical. But after hearing what Huang Bei said, she instantly became convinced that Yilin did not cheat. Yes, Yilin was admitted to Qingyuan Middle School based on his own strength, and he was once the top student in the school. Moreover, his previous scores were enough to get him into the #1 middle school in the city. However, he was in his rebellious period, and his mother was afraid that he would run away and learn bad things, so she kept him in Qingyuan Middle School. But in the end he still learned bad things, and his parents divorced because of this. Yi Shui, who was in the first year of high school, was Yilin's younger sister. She was also extremely smart and was admitted to the #1 middle school in the city. She was also left in the county by her mother so that she could be taken care of. So even if such a smart student doesn't study, he will never rank last in the school. Yilin must be hiding his incompetence. As soon as Lan Yuyu transferred to the school, this guy behaved so well and showed off his real abilities. What is his purpose? Could it be that he fell in love with Lan Yuyu at first sight and fell in love prematurely? Although I am an adult, I am still a high school student and dating is not allowed. Ling Yanqiu decided to ask him later what this guy was up to. Ling Yanqiu got angry and the whole class became quiet. Although Qin Qianzhu was dissatisfied, he did not dare to confront Ling Yanqiu again. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Ling Yanqiu asked Yilin, "Yilin, I believe you didn't cheat, but you have made such rapid progress. Please share your learning experience with everyone." When Yilin heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He learned all this knowledge from being Ling Feishue's bootlicker in his previous life. How could he explain this? You can't teach everyone to be a bootlicker, right? Yilin took the opportunity to praise his deskmate. "Teacher, actually, all this is thanks to my deskmate. She is very patient in tutoring me every day, which is why I can make such rapid progress. Thanks to you for arranging such a good deskmate for me." After saying that, Yilin did not forget to flatter Ling Yanqiu. Lan Yuyu listened to Yilin. It was obviously Yilin's own hard work. She was just helping him. How could it be all her credit? Lan Yuyu quickly explained, "Teacher, I'm just giving him some instruction, but Yilin is very smart and can solve any problem as soon as he's taught. He's also very hardworking and always asks me for tutoring whenever he has time. It's not a huge achievement." Ling Yanqiu felt a little amused when she saw the two of them being so polite to each other. But after looking at it this way, she suddenly felt that these two little guys were quite suitable. But even if they are suitable, they can't fall in love. At least until after graduation. Yo-yo, teacher got it. Yilin's progress is due to his own efforts, but also to your contribution. I hope that my classmates can learn from Yilin's spirit of hard work. Only by studying hard can one be admitted to the university of their dreams. Now is not the time to play around. College life is wonderful. Once you get in, you can have fun as much as you want. Huang Bei quickly asked, "Teacher, can we date in college?" More than that. In college, not only can you date, you can even get married and have kids, and you can even get extra credits if you get married. Of course, the teacher does not suggest that you have a romantic relationship or play around all day in college. You still need to study what you need to study, otherwise you will be useless in the future when you enter society. Yang Haoqing said frivolously, "Teacher, have you ever been in a relationship in college?" Hearing this, a trace of sadness appeared in Ling Yanqiu's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Yilin happened to see it. It was an expression full of regret. Ling Yanqiu had a story. Maybe the reason she hasn't gotten married or had a relationship for all these years is because of this regret. Ling Feixue laughed and said, how could the teacher have ever been in love? When I was a student, I studied very hard. Now that I'm a teacher, I worry about you all every day. I don't have the time to do that. Then, following this topic, the whole class began to ask Ling Feixue what college life was like. Everyone was full of curiosity and anticipation. This also includes Yilin. In his previous life, he didn't have a college life. While others were going to college, he was roasting sweet potatoes at the entrance of the university. After chatting for a while, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Ling Feixue said, Yilin, come with me to the office. Hearing this, Qin Qianzhu suddenly felt happier. Ling Feixue took Yilin to the office for questioning. What she just said was still useful. Chapter 39 Love Warning. When Yilin and Ling Feixue walked downstairs, they met Li Xingfeng, the head teacher of Class 5. Li Xingfeng really can't stand Ling Feixue. There are so many male teachers in the school trying to please Ling Feixue, but she doesn't like any of them. I don't know what she's so high and mighty about. She's still not married at such an old age, and she dresses up all day long. It's really a disgrace to the image of a teacher. In addition, the first place in the first monthly exam of this school year was taken by Class 1, which made Li Xingfeng feel even more uncomfortable towards Ling Feixue. It was just a few points difference. If it weren't for that freshman transferring into Class 1, and if Yilin hadn't cheated, then the first place would definitely have gone to Class 5. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Li Xingfeng said sarcastically, oh, Teacher Ling, what a coincidence. Meeting you here? Congratulations to Class 1 for taking first place this time. Ling Feixue replied with a fake smile, Teacher Li, you're so polite. It's only a 1-month exam. What's there to congratulate? Li Xingfeng looked at Yilin, who was following behind Ling Feixue. He looks like a good student, but unfortunately he behaves like a dog. The monthly exam is also a big test. It's rare for Class 1 to get first place, so congratulations are due. I guess the person behind Teacher Ling is Yilin, the student who made the most progress in this monthly exam, right? Li Xingfeng praised him on the surface, but her words were full of sarcasm and contempt. Hello, Teacher Li, I am Yilin. Yilin bowed politely and greeted. Well, classmate Yilin, you must study hard in the future. Don't let yourself advance by more than 1,000 places this time and then fall back by more than 1,000 places in the next exam. After saying that, Li Xingfeng left arrogantly. Yilin knew what Li Xingfeng meant and replied, don't worry, Teacher Li. I'm the top student in the school right now, so it's impossible for me to fall back more than 1,000 places. Ling Feixue was furious when she saw Li Xingfeng like this. She didn't know what was wrong with this old woman. Every time she saw her, she was full of hostility. Not wanting to get angry at Li Xingfeng, Ling Feixue turned to Yilin unhappily and said, why are you talking so much? Knowing that Ling Feixue was unhappy, Yilin did not reply to avoid becoming a punching bag. He followed Ling Feixue to the office. When I entered the office, Ling Feixue was sitting there, and Yilin was standing aside like a child who had done something wrong. Because the students are back to school after the holidays, only the class teachers are coming to school tonight, and there are 4 senior Chinese teachers serving as class teachers. Because the classrooms of the other 3 class teachers are on high floors, they basically stay in the classroom during breaks and rarely come down to the office. Therefore, there are no other teachers in the office except Ling Feixue. Ling Feixue chose this kind of alone time because she didn't want other teachers to know what topic she would talk about with the students next. Ling Feixue asked Yilin, do you know why I called you to the office? Yilin guessed that Ling Feixue probably thought that he had copied Ling Feixue in the exam, so she called him to the office for questioning. A student who usually scores at the bottom of the exams suddenly makes great progress and is easily questioned or disbelieved by others. Yilin replied, I know. The teacher thought I copied other people's answers during the exam. The teacher trusts you regarding the exam, but he wants to talk to you about something else. Ling Feixue did not doubt Yilin. She had recently seen Yilin studying hard, and she also knew that the boy was quite smart, so it was not impossible for him to get such a result. She had no reason to doubt it. It's not about the exam. Yilin didn't know what Ling Feixue was up to. But being called to the office alone is not a good thing. Thank you, teacher, for trusting me. I don't know why you called me to your office. I hope you can tell me. Seeing Yilin say this, Ling Feixue said, "It's nothing. I'm just curious. Why have you changed since Lan Yuyu transferred here? Is there any secret between you and Lan Yuyu?" Yilin replied, "Teacher, you're overthinking it. It's not because Lan Yuyu came that I changed. I really did realize my mistake. It just so happened that Lan Yuyu transferred to my school when I realized my mistake. I happened to notice that she was a good student, so I asked her to teach me. Over time, our relationship naturally improved. There really is no secret between Lan Yuyu and me. Even if there is a secret, it's about studying. Do you really think that the teacher is not an experienced person? Just look at the way you look at Lan Yuyu, your eyeballs are about to fall on Lan Yuyu. Don't think I can't see that you are interested in Lan Yuyu." At this point, she continued, "I just don't understand. What exactly attracted you to Lan Yuyu? She's plain looking, and her family isn't well off. She can only help you with your studies. Could it be that you're attracted to her for this?" Of course, Ling Feixue could see that Yilin was not really using Lan Yuyu to help him with his studies. You can tell from the way they are together that there is affection between them. If Yilin really just lied to her about helping him with tutoring, why would he show such affectionate eyes to Lan Yuyu? Hearing Ling Feixue say that she took advantage of Lan Yuyu, Yilin quickly explained, "Teacher Ling, I didn't take advantage of Lan Yuyu. In Yilin's opinion, Ling Feixue and Lan Yuyu are related. If he has a bad impression of her, she will obstruct him when he proposes to her in the future." "Then what's going on between you two?" Ling Feixue asked. "It's nothing. We're classmates, or more accurately, desk mates. Isn't it normal for desk mates to help each other with their studies?" Yilin knew what Ling Feixue was going to ask, so he refused to admit it. "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to scold you or criticize you. I just want to chat. Sit down." Ling Feixue found a chair for Yilin to sit on. Yilin felt like he was being pricked by needles as he sat in the chair. Although Yilin is older than Ling Feixue in both his past and present lives, he is still timid in front of teachers, especially his own homeroom teacher. "I don't know how you fell in love with Yo-Yo, but from the looks of it, it's a good thing for you two to be together. I found that since Lan Yuyu met you, she has been smiling more and more, and she is no longer as timid as before. At least she dared to scold others for you just now. As for you, after meeting Yo-Yo, your academic performance has been getting better and better. However, the school does not allow dating. First, it has a bad influence, and second, it affects studies. Although you have both made progress by being together, it does not mean that you can be together openly. Rules are rules. I hope your relationship will remain the same before graduation, and you should keep your love hidden in your heart. Don't hurt Lan Yuyu, or I won't forgive you." "Teacher Ling, what are you talking about? What about love?" Yilin pretended to be stupid and didn't understand. They were never in a relationship in the first place, so Yilin didn't have to admit anything. For Yilin, unless Lan Yuyu takes the initiative to clarify their relationship one day, he will only stay by Lan Yuyu's side like he does now. Seeing Yilin pretending to be stupid, Ling Feixue gave him a bunch of warnings. As the bell rang, Yilin felt relieved. Ling Feixue was very satisfied with this conversation. Although Yilin was pretending to be stupid during the conversation tonight, she knew that the effect had been achieved. It's enough as long as it can serve as a warning to Yilin. On the one hand, this warning is to protect Lan Yuyu's physical integrity. The other side is to prevent Lan Yuyu from being emotionally hurt and thus affecting her college entrance examination performance. As long as the relationship is not confirmed, there is no risk of falling in love. Ling Feixue asked Yilin to move 5 sets of basketball uniforms from under her desk, and then the two went to the classroom. Chapter 40 Being scorned by the whole school. While Yilin was away, the entire floor was in chaos. Students from each class were discussing several things intensely. The first thing is that Ling Feixue and Lan Yuyu are competing for a man, and this man is Yilin. The second thing is that Yilin cheated in the exam. In everyone's opinion, Yilin copied Ling Feixue's results this time. Ling Feixue was also shocked when she heard these words from her classmates. She clearly remembered that she had covered the test paper and answer sheet tightly. How did Yilin copy her answers? I can't figure it out. When Ling Feixue heard someone say that she and Lan Yuyu were competing for a man and that she deliberately gave the answers to Yilin to copy in order to please him, she was extremely angry. Steal Yilin. How funny, Yilin is such a bootlicker, do I need to steal him? Or is she competing with that ugly transfer student from class 1? With her ugly face, why would she compete with me? The more she thought about it, the angrier Ling Feixue became. She really wanted to tear these people's mouths apart. She directed all her anger towards Yilin. It's all because of that bastard Yilin. If he hadn't plagiarized me, wouldn't all these problems have happened? Li Xingfeng came to the classroom and saw Ling Feixue looking aggrieved. She asked with concern, "Feixue, what's wrong? You don't look very well." When Ling Feixue heard the teacher's words, tears of grievance almost flowed out. "Teacher, they all said that I gave the answers to Yilin to copy, but I really didn't. During the exam, I was afraid that Yilin would copy it, so I covered it tightly. I don't know how he copied it." Hearing this, Li Xingfeng looked at the whole class angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? No more nonsense in class. If I hear anyone slandering a classmate again, I will never forgive them." After scolding her, he comforted Ling Feixue, saying that she was the golden child in his class and must be coaxed. After Ling Feixue calmed down, Li Xingfeng said to the whole class, "Class 1 scored a few points higher than ours this time. It's all because Yilin copied Feishue's notes, which allowed their class to get first place by chance. We must take first place back next time. So, from today on, our class must study harder. Even if it's time to eat or go to the bathroom, we must make use of it. If you can memorize 10 words in half an hour while eating, then you can accumulate a little more knowledge than others." With Li Xingfeng's encouragement, their whole class was full of energy. I don't know if it's because Li Xingfeng and Ling Yanqiu don't get along or what. In the entire senior year class, Class 1 and Class 5 are like sworn enemies. The first place in this monthly exam was snatched away by Class 1, and it was because Yilin cheated that it was snatched away. All the teachers and students in Class 5 were very angry. On the other side, Ling Yanqiu and Yilin came to the classroom, and the whole class was noisy. Ling Yanqiu yelled as soon as she entered, "What are you arguing about? Do you have so much to say? Don't you know the class bell is ringing?" With the appearance of Ling Yanqiu, the whole class suddenly became quiet. At this time, Qin Qianzhu stood up and said, "Teacher, Yilin has brought shame to our class." As Qin Qianzhu took the lead in speaking, the other students also started chattering and complaining. The situation got out of control for the first time, and Ling Yanqiu couldn't calm down even after shouting at the top of her lungs. It was obvious that her classmates were extremely resentful. "Shut up!" Ling Yanqiu punched the podium. She was really mad at the moment. She had been emphasizing for 5 or 6 minutes but still couldn't calm down. Seeing Ling Yanqiu furious, the whole class finally shut up. Qin Qianzhu added, "Teacher, would rather not have the first place that Yilin got by cheating. Now their whole school is talking about it. It's really embarrassing." "Shut up!" Ling Yanqiu glared at Qin Qianzhu, wishing she could slap this guy twice. Ling Yanqiu took a few deep breaths and calmed down. "Yilin, tell everyone, did you copy other people's answers?" Yilin was standing next to Ling Yanqiu, holding a pile of jerseys. Upon hearing this, he said, "I swear, I wrote all the exams myself. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning." After hearing Yilin's words, most of the class did not believe it except for a few people. Given Yilin's previous behavior, even if he swore, it would be bullshit. If he gets last place in the next exam again, the whole class will be humiliated by others again. When Ling Yanqiu heard Yilin's words, she had no doubt about her students and said to the whole class, "No matter what others discuss or say, as classmates, we are a collective and share honor and disgrace. We should trust Yilin. He swore he didn't plagiarize, so he didn't. We got first place in the exam, and it's the result of the hard work of our entire class. This matter ends here. The school sports meet will be held on the 6th when freshmen and sophomores return to school. This will be your last sports meet in high school. Students who have registered should give it their all. Students who haven't registered are not allowed to run around during the meet. You must be on site as cheerleaders and cheer on the athletes." As Ling Yanqiu spoke, the students' attention was diverted and they began to discuss the sports meeting in a low voice. According to class customs in previous years, the prize money won from collective events in the sports meet was used to buy snacks. However, Class 1 was not very good at sports, and the prize money at the end of each sports meet was basically only enough for one lollipop per person. This is only possible if some students who won awards in individual projects contribute their prize money. Ling Yanqiu asked the 2 students to come up, and then asked Yilin to take them to the bathroom to change into their uniforms. Among them are naturally Qin Qianzhu and Li Junwei. Arriving at the bathroom, Qin Qianzhu said to Yilin with an unhappy look on his face, "Yilin, you were able to copy Feishue's answers this time, but I wonder whose answers you'll copy next time. You'll definitely embarrass our entire class next month." Yilin had already changed his clothes. Upon hearing this, he retorted, "Did you just eat in there? Why are you spitting rice all over your mouth?" After saying that, he left the bathroom and went back to the classroom. Qin Qianzhu didn't understand what Yilin meant. He asked Li Junwei, "What is he talking about?" Being scolded for not understanding anything, Li Junwei was speechless and explained to Qin Qianzhu, "He said you ate shit in there and your mouth is full of shit. Damn, this bastard, if he wasn't running fast, I would definitely beat him to a pulp." Qin Qianzhu went out angrily. Li Junwei shook his head. After Yilin became obedient, Qin Qianzhu's temper became much worse. Did he forget that Yilin is the school bully, and if the tiger doesn't show its power, people would think he is a sick cat? If I really fight with Yilin, no one knows who will be left with nothing. The 5 boys changed into their uniforms and stood on the podium. Ling Feixue said, "They've already ordered the girls' uniforms over the weekend. They brought these 5 basketball uniforms to school for you boys to try on. You can see which one suits you best. Let's order the uniforms this class." After Ling Feixue finished speaking, their whole class started chattering and discussing, each with their own aesthetic taste. The 5 colors of jerseys, red, pink, purple, black and yellow, each have their own merits, but they all look good. Ling Feixue asked Chen Sini to cut some white paper and then distribute it to the students so that they could fill out the votes. Both male and female students can vote. Since the uniforms are bought with class funds, naturally everyone has the right to vote. As for why girls don't vote on jerseys, it's because they think boys have poor taste and are vulgar. Because the sleeves of the clothes chosen by the boys for them last year were extremely large, they were afraid of being exposed when playing basketball and played timidly, otherwise they would not have ranked so low. Therefore, several girls who play volleyball ordered their own uniforms during the National Day holiday, and also kindly helped the boys pick out 5 sets for them to try on. Chen Sini and her desk mate distributed the cut paper cards. When sending it to Huang Bei, Chen Sini accidentally touched Huang Bei's arm. This touch immediately made Huang Bei's imagination run wild. "She actually touched me. Does she like me? The master is right. If you study hard, you can grasp happiness." Huang Bei immediately believed the master's words a little more. As the voting ended, several class committee members began to count. I don't know if it's because Yilin is handsome or for some other reason, but the pink suit he wore received unusually high votes. After selecting the style, Ling Feixue asked Qin Qianzhu to count the height and weight of the students who signed up for basketball, and at the same time told them to practice basketball after class in the next few days. Qin Qianzhu agreed readily, but he had no intention of taking Yilin, Huang Bei and Yang Haijing to practice together. In his opinion, the 5 of them were enough to play in the game, and Yilin and the others were just there to make up the numbers and get a chance to play. Chapter 41, Clearing Up the Injustice. After class, Ling Feixue went to find Li Jiangnan. The answer sheets are now in the marking room and will be distributed to teachers of various subjects tomorrow. Knocked on the door of the Academic Affairs office. "Come in," said Li Jiangnan, who was sitting inside. Seeing that it was Ling Feixue who came in, he asked, "Teacher Ling, what's going on?" "Director, I want to go to the examination room to look at the answer sheet." Li Jiangnan was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Ling Feixue explained, "Regarding Yilin's exam, their whole school is saying that he copied other people's answers. As his homeroom teacher, I need to clarify things for my student and save our class's reputation." When Li Jiangnan heard this, he realized that he had heard a lot of discussions about this matter. Compared to Ling Feixue, he was more anxious. If Yilin really got such a high score, he would have to have a good talk with Yaiguar. But if Yilin really copied from others, he should be educated. After all, there is no place for him to copy during the college entrance examination. The students are discussing this matter heatedly now. If Yilin really didn't plagiarize, as an elder, I must help Yilin clarify it. Li Jiangnan smiled and said, "Teacher Ling, let's go and check it out tomorrow. The examination room is sealed now, and I can't open the door for you." "Okay, then I won't disturb the director." After saying that, Ling Feixue left. In fact, she also knew that Li Jiangnan could not open the door. There were 3 locks in the marking room, one for Li Jianye and one each for the principal and vice principal. The reason she made this trip was because she wanted to tell Li Jianye that there was something that needed to be clarified. In the classroom, the third evening study session. Students stay to study voluntarily during the third evening self-study period, so there is no teacher present and class discipline is maintained by the class leaders. However, the students who stayed behind were basically reading. Those who didn't read had already gone out to play, and those who were day students had also gone home. Yilin accompanied Lan Yuyu and would take her back to the dormitory after class. After sitting in the classroom for half a class, Yilin found that Huang Bei seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. Sometimes he smiles foolishly, and sometimes he reads seriously. Yilin was really scared and stood up with a book and slapped him. Huang Bei was already thinking back to the time when he, Chen Sini, and their family of 3 went out for fun. His beautiful fantasy was interrupted, and he looked over with anger. Seeing that it was Yilin, his anger immediately turned into resentment. "Brother Lin, why did you hit me? I thought you were possessed." Yilin sat down. Huang Bei said excitedly, "Brother Lin, do you know what just happened?" Yilin was curious. "What happened?" "When I was handing out the cardboard just now, Chen Sini touched my arm," Huang Bei said with a silly look on his face. Yilin was speechless. Maybe someone just accidentally touched it when handing out the cardboard. Yilin really couldn't tell that Chen Sini was interested in Huang Bei. On the contrary, he saw a look of disgust on her face. But it is often like this. When a person likes someone, even if the other person glances at him or her casually, he or she will feel that she likes him or her. Not to mention that Chen Sini touched Huang Bei. Yilin now understood why Huang Bei was grinning. This guy probably thought of the scene of himself and Chen Sini together. Yilin did not discourage Huang Bei, but encouraged him. "Fatty, that shows that you are right to study hard and lose weight now. You must work harder in the future and don't forget what the master said." "Don't worry, Brother Lin, I'm reading." Huang Bei picked up the book and read it carefully, marking the parts he didn't understand and asking Yilin when it was time for tutoring. Now he can take the initiative to learn and lose weight without Yilin urging him. Thinking of the happy scene of the family of 3 just now, Huang Bei felt endless motivation. After the third evening self-study get out of class, Yilin sent Lan Yuyu back to the dormitory, and then went home with Huang Bei. After leaving the school, Huang Bei asked Yilin to drive him home, saying that he had to memorize his lessons and driving was a waste of time. Yilin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If this guy had worked so hard earlier, it would probably not be a problem for him to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Yilin sent Huang Bei home, but it was too late. Huang Bei asked Yilin to drive the motorcycle back, saying that he would run to school tomorrow morning. It was rare for his brother to have such motivation, so Yilin listened to him and hoped that this guy would not fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. The next day, during morning reading time, teachers from various subjects came to the marking room to collect answer sheets. Li Jianye asked the teachers to draw out the answer sheets of Ling Feixue and Yilin. "Because I was not the homeroom teacher and did not come last night, the subject teacher did not know what was going on and just took out the answer sheet and left." Li Xingfeng knew that Li Jianye was going to investigate Yilin. Now that the bastard's plagiarism was settled, she looked very proud. Although Ling Yanqiu believed in Yilin, her heart was beating wildly because Yilin's progress was indeed outrageous. Seeing Ling Yanqiu was a little nervous, Li Xingfeng said maliciously, "Teacher Ling, you'd better write this exam carefully." Ling Yanqiu ignored Li Xingfeng's sarcastic remarks. The other class teachers didn't say anything either, just looked on with a look of confusion on their faces. No one paid any attention. Li Xingfeng felt a little embarrassed. She asked Li Jianye, "Director Li, you also suspect Yilin of plagiarism, right?" Li Jianye found this a bit jarring and replied unhappily, "Teacher Li, I don't doubt Yilin's plagiarism. I've seen him working very hard lately. It's just that there are too many rumors, so I feel the need to clarify." After hearing this, Li Xingfeng said sarcastically, "Yes, it's rare for our school to have a student who makes such rapid progress. I don't believe he cheated. Let's compare the answer sheets and we'll know if he cheated." "Well, could you please arrange the answer sheets for the 2 students?" After placing the answer sheets facing each other, Li Jianye said, "I believe many teachers suspect Yilin of cheating. Now their answer sheets are here. You can check them for yourselves. You will know if he cheated by comparing the answers." Li Jianye was relieved when he said this. Just last night, he called the two principals, and the three of them had already looked over the answer sheets. Although the principal didn't like Yilin, he was his uncle after all. When he heard that Yilin had made great progress, he was very concerned. The moment he saw the answer sheet, he felt that his nephew could be saved. After looking at the answer sheets for the two subjects, Ling Feixue smiled. At this moment, she knew that it was impossible for Yilin to copy Ling Feixue. However, after looking at the Chinese answer sheet, she was a little angry. She had answered all the questions correctly where it was easy to lose points, but had answered all the questions incorrectly where it was not necessary to lose points. He didn't do the dictation, and even when writing an essay, he wrote an eye-catching beginning, but he stopped after just a few lines. It feels like watching a movie until the exciting part and then the commercials start. This is not only the case with Chinese exams, but also with other subjects. I got all the difficult questions right, but all the simple questions wrong. Many teachers were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Was this guy doing this on purpose? They thought they should teach Yilin some basic knowledge during class. Li Xingfeng was in high spirits just now, but now she has a bitter face. Yilin wrote many questions better than Ling Feixue. He was able to solve a problem that even Ling Feixue couldn't. In this case, accusing him of plagiarism is just asking for trouble. Seeing Li Xingfeng's expression, Ling Feixue felt extremely happy. She said, "Teacher Li, my students all wrote their exams honestly. I heard that your class misunderstood that Yilin had plagiarized and stole your first place, and there was a big commotion. You must explain it properly when you go back and don't let the students misunderstand you any further." Li Jianye also said, "Teacher Ling told me that Yilin has been studying with Lan Yuyu for the past 2 weeks without eating or sleeping. I have also seen it. During the exam period, he was still studying with Lan Yuyu by the pond. His achievements are the result of his hard work. Teachers, please go back and explain the situation to your students and don't wrongly accuse them. Don't forget, Yilin was once the top student in our school. He wasn't that bad, he just rebelled for a while. Now he's turned over a new leaf, so help him improve his grades." On Saturday the 4th, we made up for Monday's class, the first English class, where Pan Harhua explained the monthly exam paper. She took special care of Yilin and would come to ask him every now and then if he understood the questions that he shouldn't have made mistakes on. Not only Pan Harhua, but all the other teachers were very caring towards Yilin. At the same time, I also asked why I got those simple questions wrong. Yilin had his own excuse, saying that he had been looking at these difficult questions during this period and had not reviewed the simple questions at the beginning. Lan Yuyu also helped Yilin explain that he had indeed been looking at the big questions at the back during this period. Thinking that he had made such great progress in just half a month, he was truly a child prodigy. After hearing this explanation, the teachers did not ask any more questions, but instead patiently explained it to Yilin. Yilin was flattered by the sudden concern of these teachers. But this is good, it is all within Yilin's expectations. In this way, your next test score will be even better. With Lan Yuyu's help in tutoring and all the teachers teaching seriously, even if I get first place in the school exam next time, I can shut others up. After all, these teachers will get angry with anyone who dares to admit that he or she has cheated." The next day we still discussed the test paper. After school in the afternoon, since the first and second year high school students return to school, the third year high school students living in the dormitory can leave school before evening self-study. Several people in dormitory 202 went out, and Lan Yuyu didn't have anything to buy, so she stayed in the dormitory. She was bored, so she lay on the bed and picked up the photo album to look through it. Gao Meng came to the dormitory and saw Lan Yuyu looking at something intently. I tiptoed in secretly, ready to take a peek. Chapter 42. Oops, we've been discovered. Gao Meng secretly came to the bedside and reached out to pull away Lan Yuyu's photo album. "Lan Yuyu, what are you so fascinated by?" Lan Yuyu was so scared that she quickly said, "R. I didn't see anything, Meng, please return the album to me quickly." "Album?" Gao Meng glanced at it twice. "Meng, don't look." Lan Yuyu climbed down from the bed anxiously. "Wow. The girl in the photo is so beautiful. Huh? How come Yilin knows her?" Gao Meng looked at the girl in the photo and couldn't figure out who she was no matter how hard she tried. But she is really beautiful, even prettier than Ling Feixue. "Meng, give it back to me." Lan Yuyu wanted to snatch it back. Gao Mengmeng immediately turned around and dodged. Let me see. Don't look, don't look. Lan Yuyu blushed embarrassedly. Oh, Yo-Yo, why are you so anxious? It's not your photo anyway. As Gao Mengmeng was speaking, she noticed something strange. Huh? That's weird. Why does this JK outfit look so familiar? Then she saw Lan Yuyu's clothes hanging under the bed and suddenly realized. This set of clothes is exactly the same as the one he gave to Lan Yuyu. This photo album belongs to Lan Yuyu, could it be? Gao Mengmeng suddenly had a bold idea. Could it be that the girl in the photo was Lan Yuyu? If it wasn't her, how could she have this photo album and be so afraid of others seeing it? Hey, is that you, the girl in the photo? Upon hearing this, Lan Yuyu replied in panic, Is. R? No, no, no. Isn't it? Gao Mengmeng showed a thoughtful expression. Yeah, Mengmeng, please give the photo album back to me. Lan Yuyu nodded frantically. It's not you. Why do you cherish this album so much? Let me see it. As she spoke, Gao Mengmeng flipped through the pictures one by one. Mengmeng, stop looking. Lan Yuyu felt embarrassed. Hey, who is the girl in this photo? Why is she wearing the clothes I gave you? R? She is. Lan Yuyu couldn't find an excuse for a moment and she didn't know how to answer. She's Yilin's girlfriend, right? No, not my girlfriend. Lan Yuyu quickly denied it. When she turned to the end, Gao Mengmeng discovered something unusual. The last two photos have something stuck between them. What was taken out was an envelope, which contained photos and commemorative cards taken in the Jiangnan Zoo Oceanarium. Written on the outside of the envelope was a line of words, Jiangnan Zoo presents to lucky star Ms. Lan Yuyu. Gao Mengmeng looked at Lan Yuyu in surprise. Yo-Yo, the girl in this photo is really you, oh my god. Lan Yuyu denied it just now, and she was still half believing and half doubting, but now Gao Mengmeng is very sure that this is Lan Yuyu. I didn't expect Cinderella to be right next to me. Mengmeng, don't tell anyone else. Lan Yuyu knew that explaining was useless, so she had to ask Gao Mengmeng not to spread the news. Gao Mengmeng was so immersed in her own surprise that she couldn't hear what Lan Yuyu said at all. I see, that's how it is. I thought so, no wonder. At this moment, Gao Mengmeng knew why Yilin suddenly lost interest in Ling Feixue. I know why Yilin suddenly changed and why he was so nice to Lan Yuyu. I finally understand why Yilin takes tutoring classes with Lan Yuyu every day. Which boy wouldn't be moved when meeting such a beauty? Unfortunately, even if someone discovers that Lan Yuyu is a beauty, there is nothing other boys can do about it. After all, Lan Yuyu talks about Yilin all the time now. Gao Mengmeng came back to her senses in surprise. She was very excited and said to Lan Yuyu, you hit it well enough. Hurry up and change your clothes. I want to see the true face of our 202 beautiful lady. As he said that, he took off the JK uniform and asked Lan Yuyu to put it on quickly. Unable to persuade Gao Mengmeng, Lan Yuyu had to change her clothes. Then she tied a high ponytail with the hairband Yilin gave her, and then used a black hairpin to clip up the loose hair that could not be tied up. Although she is without makeup, she is as beautiful as a fairy. Gao Mengmeng was stunned. The baby's young face was full of surprise. Yo-Yo, wait for me. As she said that, she quickly went to her bed and took out her cosmetics. Then he pulled Lan Yuyu to sit down and put on makeup for her. Gao Mengmeng lightly drew her eyebrows and added some blush, and at this moment Lan Yuyu looked even more beautiful. After applying makeup on these two areas, Gao Mengmeng found that her makeup was no longer useful and adding more makeup would be redundant. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Yo-Yo, you're so beautiful. Gao Mengmeng had a silly look on her face, and at this moment she wished she was a big toe picker. Does it look good? Lan Yuyu looked at Gao Mengmeng with an innocent face. She didn't think she was that pretty. She's beautiful, Ling Feixue isn't as pretty as you. When Lan Yuyu heard this, she felt a little happy for some reason. Yo-Yo, just be like this from now on. Don't play the ugly duckling anymore. No. Lan Yuyu immediately rejected Gao Mengmeng's suggestion and quickly changed her clothes. Gao Mengmeng was confused. Don't all girls want to be beautiful? Why do some people like to look ugly? Why? Yilin said that the way I looked just now could only be seen by him. After saying that, Lan Yuyu returned to her previous appearance. Hearing this, Gao Mengmeng felt that Yilin was really a fool. But thinking about how beautiful Lan Yuyu is, she can understand it. After all, you're not afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. After changing her clothes, Lan Yuyu pleaded, Mengmeng, you must not tell them this. Don't worry, I won't tell. At this moment, Gao Mengmeng really wanted to slap Wang Xiaocheng in the face. She said every day that Yilin couldn't possibly like Lan Yuyu, and used Lan Yuyu to make Yilin like Ling Feixue. Little did they know that they really like Lan Yuyu. However, Gao Mengmeng had already promised Lan Yuyu not to tell anyone, and she would not tell anyone either. Yo, actually I think Yilin is really outstanding. Gao Mengmeng gave a sincere compliment. Yes, Yilin is really good, but the classmates don't know how good Yilin is. And Ling Feixue, Yilin likes her so much, Yilin is so good, but she still ignores Yilin, it's really too much. Lan Yuyu stood up for Yilin. Gao Mengmeng was at a loss for words. This silly girl actually thought Yilin liked Ling Feixue. Yo, you didn't go to class 5 to look for Ling Feixue the other day, did you? There have been a lot of rumors about Lan Yuyu these past few days, saying that the ugly duckling from class 1 went to class 5 to snatch a man from the school beauty Ling Feixue. I went there. I wanted to tell her how good Yilin is. Lan Yuyu said seriously. Gao Mengmeng burst out laughing, it was so funny. She is deeply in love with Yilin, but still helps him pick up girls. She was very angry when she heard that Yilin ignored Ling Feixue. Lan Yuyu was hanging out with Yilin every day, and she went to Ling Feixue to praise Yilin. I guess Ling Feixue was so angry that she must have died. Speaking of Yilin, Gao Mengmeng remembered the purpose of her visit to Lan Yuyu to seek tutoring from a top student. Yo, can you take me with you when you go to tutor Yilin? I also want to improve my grades. Lan Yuyu agreed without even thinking, okay. After agreeing, Lan Yuyu asked, Mengmeng, how much is the clothes you gave me? Why are you asking? Do you want to buy another set? No, I'll give you the money. No, I have too many clothes at home. If they are lost, they will be lost. I will give them to you. As long as you don't mind, it's fine. Why do I need any money? Seeing how well Lan Yuyu was wearing the outfit, Gao Mengmeng wanted to give her a few more sets. She suddenly felt like she was creating a goddess. No, my mother said that you can't take other people's things for free. Hey, but I'm not someone else. I'm your good friend. And you promised to help me with my lessons, so consider it as a reward. Gao Mengmeng continued to coax her for a while, and Lan Yuyu gave up the idea of giving her money. After the second evening self-study get out of class, Gao Mengmeng did not go home. At this time, Huang Bei was sitting in the back row at the table in front of Yilin. Gao Mengmeng came over and said, Fatty, move aside. I want to sit inside. Huang Bei saw Gao Mengmeng holding a few books and asked in confusion, what are you doing? I'm asking my roommate for tutoring. Do you have any objections? Huang Bei remained motionless, no problem. Seeing this, Gao Mengmeng took the lead, pulled open the table and walked in. Lan Yuyu asked Yilin, Mengmeng wants to tutor me, is that okay? Yilin naturally had no objection, little bean sprout, this kind of thing depends on whether you are willing or not, no need to ask me. Yilin didn't have any aversion to Gao Mengmeng, and felt that she was very nice to Lan Yuyu. She was studying seriously in the back and didn't go home after class. He only left when the security guard came and asked him to go back to sleep. The three of them first sent Lan Yuyu back to the dormitory. It was too late, so Yilin asked Huang Bei to drive Gao Mengmeng home. His home was nearby, so he could just walk back. Chapter 43 1000-meter race. The next day, after the flag-raising ceremony, the whole school held the opening ceremony of the sports meeting. In the afternoon, the sports competition officially began. Yilin was going to compete in a 1000-meter long-distance race. He was wearing his jersey and stretching on the playground to warm up. On the football field, a sunny and handsome boy was warming up, attracting the attention of many girls. In this non-mainstream era, many boys either have side bangs or long hair. Boys like Yilin who have a short flat head are indeed a breath of fresh air. It's really hard to pull off this hairstyle without some good looks. Yilin is now very famous. The lower grades had just returned to school and were able to eat 2 big melons. Yilin's plagiarism incident. The ugly duckling and the school beauty compete for a man. Thinking about how an ugly duckling like Lan Yuyu dares to compete with the school belle for a man, although they are not as good as Ling Feixue, they are still 100 times prettier than Lan Yuyu, right? Therefore, many girls cast admiring glances at Yilin. Yishui, your brother has become so handsome. A girl from the first year of high school drooled at the sight. Siki, don't be fooled by his appearance. He has done so many bad things. Yishui disliked Yilin from the bottom of her heart. But he's really handsome, and he's gotten better now. He improved by more than 1,000 places in the monthly exam. He's a real idol. Yishui, give me his penguin ID. The more I look at Chen Siki, the more I like her. She meets my standards for choosing a partner. Forget it, I deleted his penguin account a long time ago. Yishui couldn't stand her best friend's infatuated look and answered unhappily. Yishui, please help me get one. Chen Siki was the first to act coquettishly. Go by yourself if you want to. If you really hook up with him, our sisterhood will be severed. After saying that, Yishui walked towards the basketball court. The boys in their class were having a competition today. Qin Qianzhu stood beside Yilin. Seeing so many girls looking at him, he was very proud and showed off what he thought was the most handsome look during the warm-up. Passing by the runway, Chen Siki waved to Yilin on the football field. Yilin didn't see it, but Qin Qianzhu saw it. Those 2 schoolgirls were really pretty. The one next to them seemed to be Yishui, the school beauty from the first year of high school. Qin Qianzhu waved in response with excitement. Sure enough, the sports meet is my home ground. The girls were so fascinated by me that they actually greeted me on their own initiative. If Ling Feixue comes over later, she will definitely be impressed by my handsomeness. Before he even started running, Qin Qianzhu had already imagined the scene of countless girls rushing towards him after he finished running. Seeing Qin Qianzhu waving, Chen Siki looked disgusted and complained, "Who is that idiot? I didn't say hello to him, so why did he respond? I'm speechless. Hurry up, the game is about to start." Yishui urged. Yilin, don't pull too far away from me later. Our class can't afford to lose this person. Qin Qianzhu said to Yilin proudly. Yilin ignored it. It's just 1,000 meters, and at this age when he is as energetic as a wolf, he can finish it easily. At this time, Lan Yuyu, Gao Mengmeng and Huang Bei came over. There is a bulge inside Lan Yuyu's school uniform, and I wonder what is hidden inside. When she came to the side, Lan Yuyu said, "Yilin, come on. Come on, Yilin. Come on, brother Lin." Gao Mengmeng and Huang Bei followed behind to encourage. Qin Qianzhu was a little angry. "Why don't you cheer me on?" he asked. "Where are the others? Why don't they come and cheer us on?" Gao Mengmeng explained, "The girls in our class are playing volleyball, and teacher Ling is over there encouraging them." Huang Bei retorted, "What's wrong? Can't you run anymore without anyone cheering you on?" Qin Qianzhu retorted angrily, "Who can't run? Do you think everyone is as fat as you? It's enough to just run, but you still need someone to cheer you up, you're so squeamish." Huang Bei said unhappily. Just then, Ling Feixue and Zhao Rongrong came over. Yilin ignored her for so many days, Ling Feixue was really panicked. And after the results came out, she found that Yilin was really working hard to improve. He is so handsome, sunny and motivated now, Ling Feixue thinks he is worth considering. Seeing Ling Feixue coming over, Qin Qianzhu said proudly, "If you don't cheer me on, someone will naturally cheer me on. Look, my goddess is coming." Several people turned their heads to look over. Ling Feixue dressed very beautifully today, wearing clothes that showed off her figure. She came in front of Yilin and Qin Qianzhu. "Flying snow." Qin Qianzhu took the initiative to say hello. Ling Feixue ignored him and said to Yilin, "Yilin, come on." Yilin didn't bother to pay attention and walked away from her. Zhao Rongrong couldn't stand it any longer and said angrily, "Yilin, what do you mean? Feixue came over to cheer you up, and you ignored her." Yilin looked over and said with a smile, "I didn't ask you to come here. If you have this intention, you should cheer for the boys in your class." Yilin pointed at Ren Xinghong, who was furious not far away. Ling Feixue got angry when she heard Yilin's words, and immediately ran to the 5th team. Feixue had just decided to give you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. After leaving a word, Zhao Rongrong followed. Ling Feixue and Zhao Rongrong left, and Wang Bei laughed so hard that he fell over. Qin Qianzhu, isn't your goddess here to cheer you up? Why is she ignoring you? Har har har. It was already very embarrassing, and Wang Bei's words were simply heartbreaking. With a hum, Qin Qianzhu went to the runway to prepare. I went there too. After saying that, Yilin also went to the runway. There are 8 tracks, with 2 students from each class, and the ones taking the field are Class 1 to Class 2. With a gunshot, 8 students rushed out of the runway. In an instant, the stadium was filled with cheers. God Yilin, come on. Come on. God Yilin, you are the best. Yilin, my male god, moi. Suddenly, a uniform and very loud voice rang out. Everyone looked and saw a group of girls holding bouquets in their hands and shouting in unison under the command of one person. All of these girls admire Yilin. They come from all grades and classes and spontaneously organize themselves to cheer for Yilin. All the boys who ran together cursed, saying that Yilin was a bastard and had no moral principles. This group of girls is really affecting morale. Yilin took the lead from the start and sprinted forward. Idiot, how do you run 1,000 meters like this? At this speed, he won't be able to run even after 1 lap. Hasn't he this stupid thing ever run before? Qin Qianzhu cursed in his heart. The boys in the other classes were also a little shocked. Running 1,000 meters like this? Using up all their energy in one go, how are they going to sprint next? Fearing that Yilin would lose badly and bring shame to the class, Qin Qianzhu rushed to chase Yilin. However, Yilin ran too fast, and he had to run half a lap with all his strength before catching up. At this time, everyone else just thought that the 2 guys in Class 1 were crazy. Yilin, can you run? If you run like this, will you have the energy to sprint later? Slow down and conserve your energy. Qin Qianzhu said earnestly that the most taboo thing when running is talking, but he was afraid that Yilin would run for 5 or 6 minutes, so he had no choice but to remind him. Mind your own business and keep quiet. After saying that, Yilin rushed out with all his strength again. Crazy, idiot. Qin Qianzhu started to curse. But on second thought, it's better for this guy to lose, let him embarrass himself. As long as I get a ranking, Ling Feixue will definitely look at me with higher regard. Chapter 44 Long Distance Running Record Breaking. On the football field, Lan Yuyu, Gao Mengmeng and others were cheering for Yilin desperately. When passing by them, Yilin waved back, which made many girls jealous. In the last half lap, Yilin ran a little harder, but his speed did not drop much. He left the people behind him half a lap behind and rushed out of the finish line. No one expected that this young man would come in first. They wanted to catch up, but they were unable to do so. Although his speed had slowed down, the gap was too big and they could not catch up with Yilin at all. Qin Qianzhu was in a more miserable situation. He disrupted his rhythm when chasing Yilin and wasted a lot of energy by talking. I ended up finishing 7th. Yilin walked into the football field and was surrounded by a group of girls. They took out various drinks they had bought and gave them to Yilin. Lan Yuyu ran over and took out a bottle of mineral water from her school uniform. Seeing that Yilin was surrounded by people, she couldn't get in at all. What's more, the drinks they gave me were all delicious, but I only had a bottle of water. Feeling a little sad, Lan Yuyu tightly held the bottle of mineral water in her hand. Move aside, thank you. Please move aside. Yilin pushed through the crowd. Ling Feixue stood outside the crowd, holding a bottle of happy water in her hand. Seeing Yilin refusing to accept the drinks from the group of girls and walking towards her, she felt very proud. Sure enough, he still only wanted the water I gave him. Yilin, this is for you. Ling Feixue gently handed over the coke. No. After refusing, Yilin walked towards Lan Yuyu, who was standing a few meters behind Ling Feixue, holding a bottle of mineral water with her head lowered. Seeing this, Ling Feixue was extremely angry. Qin Qianzhu just came out at this time, and she threw the coke to him in anger. I'm giving it to you. After saying that, he left angrily and didn't even bother to watch the second game between the boys in his class. Qin Qianzhu was overjoyed. The goddess actually bought him water. He was originally sulking because of his poor running performance, but suddenly he smiled happily. Yilin took the water from Lan Yuyu's hand, little bean sprout, did you buy me some water? Hearing Yilin's voice, Lan Yuyu looked up. Yilin, what are you? What's wrong? Yilin opened some water and took a few sips. Why don't you want their drinks? Mine doesn't taste good. Lan Yuyu felt a little aggrieved. As long as you buy it, it tastes good. Really? Lan Yuyu looked serious. Yilin touched her head. Really? Seeing Lan Yuyu, Yilin turned around and said to the group of girls behind him, thank you for cheering me on just now, and thank you for bringing me water. I appreciate your kindness, but I just wanted to drink the water she brought me. Sorry. After saying that, Yilin pulled Lan Yuyu away. These girls didn't think Yilin could drink all the drinks they bought, but they all prayed that Yilin would drink his own. Many girls even secretly opened it and took a sip from it. In this way, if Yilin drank it, it would be considered an indirect kiss. Unfortunately, Yilin accepted none of them. When they saw that Ling Feixue was also rejected, they felt a little comforted. After all, if the school beauty's advances were rejected, then it's not shameful to be rejected too. I thought Yilin was a cool and aloof male god, but I didn't expect him to actually apologize. In an instant, the group of girls became excited again. The nature of their admiration for Yilin has changed. It is no longer simply about wanting to be with Yilin, but about supporting him and treating him as an idol. My male god is so handsome. My male god is so loyal. That girl is so lucky. I'm prettier than her. Why doesn't the man of honor choose me? Is the male god such a superficial person? He doesn't even like the school beauties. The male god only cares about fate. You probably don't know, right? That girl's name is Lan Yuyu, and she's the top student in the school. She's actually a genius student. She and the idol are a perfect match. I agree to this marriage. A group of girls looked at Yilin's departing back and chatted with envy. The results of the first round of the 1,000-meter long-distance race came out, and the host announced on the stage, in the first round of the senior high school boys 1,000-meter long-distance race, the first-place winner is Yilin from Class 1, Senior 3, with a time of 3 minutes and 1 second. Yilin has broken the school long-distance running record. Let's congratulate and applaud him. Second place. 7th place, Qin Chenju from Class 1, Grade 3, with a time of 3 minutes and 40 seconds. At this time, on the volleyball court. When a group of students heard the broadcast, they were all stunned. Chen Sini said in disbelief, I just heard Yilin broke the record. Did I hear it wrong? It just broke the record. Squad leader Xiao Yuqi added. Yilin is so amazing. In an instant, a group of girls in the class jumped up excitedly. Those who didn't know the reason thought their class won the volleyball game. Ling Feixue didn't expect that Yilin broke the school's long-distance running record. She didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. When a group of students playing on the volleyball court heard the news that Yilin had broken the record, they even forgot about passing the ball, and their opponents picked up a point for free on their first reception. Seeing this, Ling Feixue said, what are you all doing? It's not you who broke the record, why are you so excited? You don't even catch the ball. Play well. With Yilin's good start, the girls' volleyball playing became more and more exciting, and they became more and more powerful. Yilin and his Western friends came to the volleyball court. Ling Feixue saw Yilin and said happily, you are good, really good. Hurry up and drink a bottle of water and take a rest. Thank you, teacher. Yo-Yo gave me some water just now. Seeing that her class's score was 10 points ahead of others, Gao Mengmeng said happily, teacher, why is our class so good this year? Our class is pretty good, okay. Wang Bei said this without blushing or getting nervous. Wang Bei, you have no shame, but I still have some dignity. Gao Mengmeng doesn't agree with what Wang Bei said. Class 1 is always bullied in the sports meet every year. You're right. Our class is very strong, but we haven't shown it yet. Wang Bei, the teacher is looking forward to your performance in basketball. Ling Feixue said this as if on purpose. When Gao Mengmeng heard what the teacher said, she also had a bad look on her face and said in a mean way, Wang Bei, you have to perform well. Our class is so strong this year, don't let you be the only one who is not good enough. Wang Bei was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to speak. How could he be so good when he couldn't even dribble the ball? But think about it, with 8 people signed up, they wouldn't let someone like you who can't play basketball play, right? Otherwise, it's not just your own face that will be embarrassed, it's the whole class's face. At this time, Qin Chenju also came back, holding the bottle of Coke in his hand as if it were a treasure, and couldn't let it go. There was a lewd smile on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Li Junwei was feeling a little thirsty and said, "Lao Qin, give me a couple of sips of Coke." Upon hearing this, Qin Chenju hurriedly grabbed the Coke. "Get lost, buy it yourself if you want to drink it. This was specially given to me by Ling Feixue. Ling Feixue gave it to you." Li Junwei looked unconvinced. "Yes, she saw how hard I was running, so she bought me some Coke and waited for me at the finish line." Qin Chenju said this with a happy face. "It's progressing so fast, great, Lao Qin, get the school beauty, and you will be the biggest winner of our senior year." The sound of the two people bragging reached Gao Mengmeng's ears. Gao Mengmeng said disdainfully, "Qin Chenju, just keep bragging. I saw it. Ling Feixue bought this Coke for Yilin. Yilin didn't want it, so she gave it to you. She even bought it specifically for you. How dare you say that out loud?" Li Junwei looked at Qin Chenju with strange eyes. "Oh my god, so that's how it is." Qin Chenju would never admit that it was true. It was clearly given to him by Ling Feixue. He came out late and did not see the scene where Ling Feixue gave the Coke to Yilin. He only knew that as soon as he came out, Ling Feixue threw the Coke to him. "Gao Mengmeng, do you like me? You're jealous of Ling Feixue being nice to me, so you're saying this on purpose." Gao Mengmeng's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that Qin Chenju would say such a thing, and she said angrily, "I like you, Bar, you think too much, why don't you look in the mirror to see what you look like?" After saying that, he quickly ran to the side to prevent this guy from thinking too much. In the volleyball match, a group of girls won the victory without any danger. The long-distance race was also over. Yilin won the first place in the men's 1,000-meter long-distance race among senior high school students and broke the school record. After winning 2 games in one day, Ling Yanqiu was so happy that she walked with her head held high and chest puffed out. Chapter 45, Inspiring Cheers. The next afternoon, it was the boys' turn to play basketball. The match notice was sent out this morning, Class 1 versus Class 12. Class 12 is an ordinary class with many boys who can play basketball, so the 8 people selected are all basketball experts. On the basketball court, before the game even started, the students in the class were dead silent. Ling Yanqiu consoled him, saying, "It's okay. Just try your best. We still have a chance of winning. Qin Chenju, please arrange some tactics for everyone." When Qin Chenju heard the notice in the morning that they were going to fight against Class 12, he lost his temper. "If we play against the top class, there is still a chance of winning, after all, they are all nerds. But Class 12 is an ordinary class, and there are many sports students in it, so there is no point in fighting." Of course, since Ling Yanqiu had spoken, Qin Chenju didn't dare to lose his temper and called everyone over to form a circle. "When the game starts, pass the ball to me as soon as you get it. Defensively, you must stay close to your opponent and don't move around, otherwise it will be chaotic." He talked a lot and then gave instructions on how to play. Of course, except Yilin, Wang Bei and Yang Haoqing. Qin Chenju had no intention of letting these 3 people play, so it didn't matter whether he gave them guidance or not. Wang Bei heard this guy talk a lot, and when he realized that his 3 brothers hadn't been included, he asked unhappily, "Qin Chenju, what about us? You are the backups. If we can't fight anymore, you can just come up and fill in." Wang Bei was unhappy when he heard this. "My brother Lin is the little prince of basketball, and you're going to make him a reserve player. What do you mean by prince or not? You guys don't usually come to practice with us, how can you cooperate? Have you ever asked us to go?" Wang Bei was a little angry. Since he had already signed up, could he at least show up on stage? "I don't have to go, but Jilin must go because he is a very good basketball player." Now that Qin Chenju doesn't give him this opportunity, Wang Bei can't wait to beat this guy up. Hearing a few people arguing loudly, squad leader Qiao Yuqi shouted, "What are you arguing about? What's there to argue about? You're already arguing before the fight even starts. Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this, the 2 of them shut up. "Fatty, being a substitute is pretty good," Yilin said and went to practice. Qin Chenju thought Yilin was going to show off his skills, but Yilin took the ball and just made a random shot. Not to mention making the shot, the ball couldn't even touch the rim. Seeing this, Qin Qianzhu said with disdain, "Wang Bei, is this the little prince of basketball you were talking about?" Wang Bei was speechless. Why did Yilin fail at the critical moment? Although other teammates don't like Qin Qianzhu's playing style, which is too individualistic, they prefer to play with Qin Qianzhu rather than Yilin, Wang Bei, Yang Haoqing and other losers. You guys should stop making trouble. Just watch carefully. That's right, don't let others say that there's not even one person in our class who can play basketball. A few people said a sentence each, and then went to practice. Yilin shook his head. He hadn't practiced for a long time and was a little uncomfortable touching the ball. Yilin was holding the ball and hitting it, looking very unfamiliar with it. In fact, Yilin was not hitting the ball properly at all. He was just feeling the weight and feel of the ball. You can't even dribble the ball, what a joke. Qin Qianzhu's face was full of disgust, and then he made a beautiful three-step layup in front of Yilin. After practicing for 10 minutes, the referee blew their whistle and players from both teams came on the court. The players from Class 12 are all about 1.8 meters tall. Just by watching, you can tell that Class 1's loss is a foregone conclusion, so apart from the students in the class, not many people are willing to watch the match between Class 1 and Class 12. This kind of one-sided slaughter in a match is not exciting just by thinking about it. Qingyuan Middle School has 8 basketball courts, and each grade has 2 games at the same time, so everyone chooses the court with the most intense competition to watch the fun. After the referee checked the players' names, both teams came on the court and then fought for the ball. The referee threw their ball into the air, and the students in Class 12 grabbed the ball, passed it, and made a layup in 3 steps. The coordination was smooth and the whole process took less than 10 seconds. Then the first class served the ball, and just as the ball entered the line, it was intercepted by the 12th class, who made a reverse shot and scored another 2 points. After 2 quarters, halftime break, Class 12 scored 29 points and Class 1 scored 5 points. With this gap, the battle is basically over. At this time, a group of girls rushed over to the basketball court to find Ling Feixue. They watched 2 games, and Yilin clearly signed up but didn't play. What's going on? They are here to cheer for their idol. Teacher, why doesn't Yilin come on stage? Yes, teacher, we are here to cheer for your class. Yes, teacher, let Yilin go on stage. Ling Feixue was stunned. What was going on? She looked at Yilin. Yilin waved his hands, looking innocent. Seeing this scene, Qin Qianzhu said with ill intention, "Teacher, we are tired. Let Yilin and the others go next." Wang Bei could see that Qin Qianzhu knew he was going to lose and didn't want to embarrass himself. He then angrily asked, "You beat us like this and asked us to go up and embarrass ourselves. What are you talking about? If you're not going to compete, why did you sign up? Do you want us to play the West course consecutively?" Seeing that several boys lost so badly, they were all very emotional, and a bunch of girls asked Yilin to play. Ling Feixue said, "Okay, Wang Bei, stop talking. The 3 of you can go up and fight casually." "I understand, teacher." Yilin responded. He stood up and said, "Fatty, Haoqing, Zihui, Xiaohai, let's go to the next game." After saying that, Yilin walked towards the court. "Yilin, come on." Lan Yuyu waved to Yilin. "Don't worry, Xiao Duya. I will try my best. Class 1 will not lose." Yilin turned around and smiled. This smile made a large group of girls who came to cheer him up envious. At this moment, Gao Mengmeng suddenly thought that Yilin was so damn handsome. How come Wang Bei, who was his brother, looked so dead? He wasn't even half as handsome as Yilin. Halfway through the game, the venue is changed and the players come on the court. "God Yilin, come on. Come on. God Yilin, you are the best. Yilin, my male god, moi." The girls who had just gone to find Ling Feixue lined up, picked up the bouquets and cheered for Yilin. The uniform cheering is more cheering than that of a cheerleading team. The students in Class 1 were dumbfounded, and the students in Class 12 were also dumbfounded. Ling Feixue and the head teacher of Class 12 were also dumbfounded. What is going on? Seeing that Class 1 had reinforcements, the students of Class 12 decided not to lose and followed suit to cheer for their class. Class 12. Come on. Class 12. Come on. The students in Class 1 were also instantly excited. One class after another. Never ordinary. Come on, Class 1. Come on, come on. At this moment, we can lose the ball, but we must not lose the momentum. The three cheers on the field were in unison, forming a three-way stand. Qin Qianzhu was speechless. Why wasn't there such exciting cheering when he was on the court? This sound makes people's blood boil. If these people had cheered me up like this, I wouldn't have lost so badly, right? There are 8 basketball courts, and the sudden commotion by the senior class attracted countless curious people. They all thought the basketball game was not interesting, so they didn't even watch it. The people are cheering so loudly now, probably because the competition is extremely intense. In an instant, the competition venues of Class 1 and Class 12 were crowded. However, when they saw the score, some people left again. He's shouting so loudly, it seems like he's just talking nonsense. Yilin has never participated in sports meets since he was in high school, so no one knows how good he is at playing basketball. But even if you are master, it is impossible to fight back with such a huge gap. Therefore, the students in Class 12 can rest assured.